monitored 24 hours a day. We recommend that you take care of your personal belongings. These are your responsibility. If you have a laptop, please ask security personnel to secure it. Carry your ID in a visible place. Smoking is not allowed inside the hotel. Keep that in mind in an emergency. Keep calm. And in case of identifying an event, please activate the alarm station. When listening to the emergency alarm, please keep in mind indications. Keep your ID at hand. The evacuation order will be informed by the loudspeaker. Follow emergency exits without screaming or shouting. Walk to the right. Don't speak on your cell phones when exiting, and don't return. Go to the closest meeting point on La Esperanza Avenue. Stay at the meeting point until you receive more instructions. Enjoy your event, and we hope to see you again. Thank you. Good morning. How are you? Good morning. How are you? How are you doing? Did you enjoy yesterday? And what about last night? I can only talk about the morning. They said it was okay. It was absolutely interesting, especially what happened in the afternoon. Today, we're going to have a day just as interesting as yesterday's. We will learn about a lot of stories of those entrepreneurs in Latin America that are doing things very well. But before going into the subject, a couple of announcements that are important. So, if you have not enjoyed the rainforest experience, you're very invited to do so. Have some of you gone there? We're in Bogota, Colombia. That doesn't mean you don't have the chance of enjoying that experience in a Colombian territory. There are many of you that still have to enjoy it. That is just right outside the room towards the right where you have had your coffee break. You have that rainforest experience that lasts only 5 minutes, but it's worthwhile. As we were telling you yesterday, if you have photos, videos of your experience during your appointment or whatever you see here or something that entrepreneurs or experts mention and you want to share on social networks, use the hashtag with IDB Lab Forum or Mid Lab Forum. And right now we want to invite you. It will take 2 minutes of your time and your cell phones, and it is very important for this IDB lab, this innovation lab, to measure the programs, the processes, the innovations, but also an event like this one. This is the famous satisfaction survey that, of course, we want you to be involved. I will stand to one side because you're scanning the QR code. You will scan this QR code, you go to the menu, you go to the survey module, and we want you to fill it in right now. This will not take more than a minute. If you can log in, it's okay. If not, let us know. We have support staff that will help you. Were you able to scan it and log in? If you have any problems, raise your hand, and we have staff that is willing to go around and help you. We have somebody to the left of the room. We have other people, and this is very important for us. This is our second version of the IDB Lab Forum, and we want to improve. We want to meet your expectations. So this becomes very important for us, and it is just a minute so that you can help us answer this survey. While you're doing that, to also tell you that if you have not accepted the appointments through the app, you could also do that. We know that perhaps some of you have requested your appointments, but you need to accept those appointments if you receive the information. So go to your apps to be able to check on those appointments. We're talking about the networking process because you have to set those appointments, and that is done through the app. How are we doing? Are you ready? If you need any help, please raise your hands. And some of our IDB Lab colleagues are walking around to help you. Somebody right in front of you needs some help.
Por acá. Creo que ya.
So I believe that almost all of you are ready, but we will have our staff helping us for some additional time so that we can move on with the event. And what is coming next is absolutely interesting, and I'm sure that you're going to love it. Before that, and to start this agenda, I want to invite on stage Irene Arias. Yesterday you met her, but today she will accompany us once again. She is CEO of IDB Lab, and we welcome her and all of you as well. This is going to be a day that you will remember, and we hope that will be so. Irene. Well, good morning to all, and thank you, Ana Milena, for this introduction and for helping us start this day. Before anything else, we want to thank you for your inspiration, the good energy, and the creativity yesterday, and also the results, all the agreements that we were able to reach yesterday. And adequate for innovation. We have these serendipities that are important ingredients for the innovation process. In our conversation with Sean and Maricel, we created a new term, scienteers, the scientists dash engineers, pioneers. And how many of those do we need in this region if we truly want to approach deep transformation topics, such as, for example, changes in production methods? And very much aligned with what we spoke with Elon yesterday, the evolution of the IDB Lab towards more of a hub that connects people, initiatives, resources, what Sean and Maricel spoke about, the future and the opportunities for investment in deep technologies. That will be also agreed upon today at 11. We will see the 15 STEM entrepreneurs, the winners of the WeXchange. Those are the future entrepreneurs, the scientists, technologists that will be able to be part of this new market. And to better understand the opportunities throughout the region in this market, not only the app economy, but also the economy of deep tech. At the end of today, the last session today before the closing and the cocktail will be precisely to launch a pioneer study of deep tech in the region. How much, how, where can you invest? I want to thank Ignacio Peña that has led this and the partners of the industry that have worked with us. This is always a collaborative effort. And these are just examples of how we put into practice true innovation, real innovation. These are not only challenges, but it is truly a method to be able to reach results in facing the triple challenge that Elon was mentioned yesterday in terms of social inequality. Yesterday, we had a very important panel because of how important and how advanced these projects are that we are promoting for people with disability throughout the region. Also, how to face issues of productivity through digital infrastructure. And of course, climate crises. And in climate crises, I think that many of you that were listening to us online and those that are attending were able to see how we have climate tech solutions, this new generation of pipeline of solutions, how investors are choosing and prioritizing where they want to focus, and also digital solutions such as the Eco Invest platform that allow connecting the offer and the demand in solutions, innovative solutions for climate. So without any further ado, to introduce what comes next, we have a panel on one of the foundations that we need to have for an adequate digital infrastructure so that entrepreneurs, investors, and the corporate world can advance on the Web3 economy. So we will talk about that. That is an example on how we approach the gap between productivity and digital infrastructure. And I will give the floor to Gustavo da Rosa, Vice President of the IDB Group, Finance and Administration. Thank you, Irene. Good morning. I promise that the rest will be in a single language for the benefit of interpreters. It's an honor for me to be here. Thank you, Irene, for this invitation. And congratulations to all the IDB Lab for the forum that you have organized. But I would like to start by thanking all those that are here that are connected remotely, face-to-face. This is an event that we conduct for you. In reality, the IDB Lab, the bank, IDB MEPS, the group IDB are the main source of multilateral financing in the region. But we understand leadership not only in our financial capacity and to mobilize, but also the capacity to organize these types of events, to mobilize knowledge, to be able to promote solutions that are concrete, scalable, replicable, And that is something that Ilan was mentioning in Eden as well. And that is why it's a pleasure for me to participate in this event and to celebrate the 30th anniversary. In my role as the CFO of the IDB, I could summarize this in mobilizing the financial resources from the bank and maximizing the contribution to development of those resources. And doing this, I also do it with certain limits, financial, legal, risk appetite defined by our investors. And also, always in that context, I'm famous for being Dr. No. An undeserved fame, of course, but part of those boundaries force us towards innovation, to look for other solutions, to look for ways inside those boundaries to continue maximizing the contribution of the bank's funds to development. And I want to give you two examples. Sometimes we do it innovating the financial models that have been replicated by others, and sometimes we do it innovating in terms of financial products, and sometimes we do it testing new technology. And two of the examples involve blockchain. In July last year, the bank was the first multilateral bank in issuing a bond in a regulated bank on blockchain technology. And innovation was not issuing the bond because others had done it before, but the innovation went through all of the stages of the bond that included the blockchain technology, from the offer, the issuing, the registration, the negotiation, and the liquidity of the bond. Everything went through the use of blockchain technology, and it was the first time that was done. And we did it in cooperation with the regulator in Spain, with stock markets in Spain, BBVA, IDB Lab. And in August last year as well, the IDB Group, the three windows working together, were also the first multilateral bank in issuing a blockchain bond in Latin America. Da Vivienda Bank, working with us with IDB Lab, IDB Invest, IDB, was the first one to issue a bond in the regulatory sandbox that the Bank of the Republic creates here in Colombia. None of those two innovations would have been able to exist without IDB Lab or Lab Chain, a global alliance that promotes the development in Latin America and the Caribbean of blockchain technology. So I imagine that that is why I was invited to give a few words. The next panel is going to talk about how that technology can be escalated, how we can translate this technology into specific solutions, how that technology is improving the lives of millions of people in the region. What are the limitations that this technology has, and how to be able to expand this technology? We will talk about Web3. And in the backstage, speaking with the innovators, I was confessing that I feel illiterate in this conversation because these are new words, these are different terms, and I believe that we need to move towards speaking that new language. So I want to thank you once again for your participation, to thank you for your enthusiasm. Congratulations to IDB Lab and to Irene for all your effort. And I hope you enjoy this panel. Thank you. Thank you, Gustavo. I think that Irene and Gustavo have said everything that is to be said about what is coming next. So I will invite each one of our panelists. I will invite Irene once again to accompany us. She will be moderating this panel on my behalf, to tell you that I had the possibility of interviewing some of them yesterday, and it is very interesting to learn about these stories with these great innovative ideas. But not only that, but also the people, these entrepreneurs that are behind the struggle to what it means to be an entrepreneur, and to do it in the midst of a language that perhaps for you is your day to day, but for those that are not that close, we learn every day. So for those that are connected, for those that are here, this is a new moment to learn a lot more, but to become enriched by these entrepreneurs that will accompany us now. I will invite Jose Zarate Sosa, founder of staffing.io. This is a platform that has helped hundreds of institutions to generate digital chains, digital locks to avoid forging documents. Jose? We also have Carmen Esther Ocampo. She's an expert in technology, more than 16 years of experience in consulting. Currently, she is the Director of Technology and Development of Blockchain and co-founder of Blockchain DC and MyPropChain. We also welcome Sebastián Heredia. He's a lawyer, graduated from the Católica University, master in entrepreneurial law. He's co-founder of Tokenize IT, a legal fintech company dedicated to legal and financial consulting and to the design and development end-to-end of software focused on tokenized ecosystems. Sebastián. And lastly, I welcome Patricia Serna Duque. She is a systems engineer, graduated from the Manizales Autonomous University with more than 15 years trajectory in the technology sector. Currently, she leads a red-hot relationship in the governments in Central America and the Caribbean that are English-speaking. She's pioneering the development of cloud services businesses in Latin America, showing her skill to innovate and lead vanguard or tech projects. Welcome, Patricia. Irene, let's move forward with this conversation. Well, thank you. And once again, good morning to all. And thank you, Gustavo, for being such a good ally. And to combine these roles, always leaving space for cooperation and innovation. Well, some context. We have given patches of information, but to put it all together on why we are here, naturally, part of the deep purpose of the group, and IDB Lab in particular, of improving the lives of people, both poor and vulnerable in the region, and of using innovation and technology as a tool. So we saw that in the last decade, solutions enabled by blockchain have proliferated. 5 years ago, we ourselves started with 15 or 20 use cases throughout the region: agriculture, health, education, digital certificates, academic certificates, etc. But we saw that these started to proliferate, and we had to find a more efficient and easier way of accelerating this. And once again, as we spoke yesterday with Elon, also go from an IDB lab of a role of planting trees to see how we truly were able to create a forest, to create a network, a digital highway with common standards that can allow interoperability and the acceleration of the adoption of this technology, and even, Gustavo, for those that are foreign to everything that goes behind this technology. So what have we seen that was convincing us that this was a technology that we wanted to bet on? That from these use cases, we saw that it drastically reduced transactional costs, but especially it allowed access to services for people that did not have this. In Mexico, for example, 4 of every 10 fintechs provide services to people that had never touched the financial system, had not even had a bank account before. If we add to that the opportunities that we will hear about in the panel of the advantage of blockchain technology to add a digital wallet with digital credentials and other types of tools or apps that we will talk about, that financial system becomes even more inclusive, and that is why we were connecting that with our purpose. So the Lab Chain Alliance has been a magnificent collaboration, a completely new way of public-private alliance, and that has given way already of going from the test net to a network in production, and that network in production is managed today by a neutral, independent entity, the ACNet, and I want to thank the two founding partners, the Red Clara and ACNIC, that had governed internet networks so far, and that goes now to the next generation of what is the Internet of Value and the step to Web3. The alliance, with the 60 allies we have been working with, has presence in 17 countries in the region. All the certificates of the industry, the E2, ISU, ISO, EXI, all the organizations that regulate the industry have certified the standardization, accreditation, and impact of this network. And something that excites us a lot is that we have been able to get awards in social innovation in blockchain, as the INATPA Award in 2023, or the Inclusion Award of the IDB Forum last year. And we will see how this is evolving. We have set all these pieces together in ACNet as an entity that has orchestrated this so that Web3 can truly give place to many more solutions for inclusion in real life. And I want to go now directly to learn about those opportunities and those specific cases. But as Gustavo was saying, something that is perhaps in the minds of many that are listening to us now, what is truly Web3, and why are we talking or speaking in those terms now? So let's start with you, Jose, and then each one of you so that you can tell us what Web3 really is. Well, good morning to all, and thank you for the space. Web3 for me is a new way of using internet. We have been using it to connect people. We have been using it to generate transactions. But Web3 proposes something, a new capacity that has never been seen before in internet, to be able to exchange value without a third trusted party, but in mathematical algorithms that are certain and cannot be corrupted. That for me is Web3. An overwhelming definition.
Un poco más holística.
My definition, more holistic. I love technology, or I could say that it is technology that would allow the new human evolution towards a more conscious, sustainable, and transparent society. Thank you, Irene, and happy birthday, IDB Lab. Well, the Web3, the new generation of internet, is a new paradigm in how we manage data flow of internet. It combines cryptography, distributed systems, and it empowers users. Now, users can be the owners of information, and we will see what that information could be. Thanks you and Patricia. For me, Web3 is a set of solutions, technology solutions based on blockchain. So it is about about managing data in a distributed manner, and this will allow companies and people to have control and privacy on our own data and digital assets. So this is a driver of the digital economy in a trustworthy, transparent way. Well, we now set the foundations of what Web3 is and what is it for. Maybe some use cases. Maybe if you could help me with the presentation. Show it on screen. So I'm co-founder of Stamping.io. To this date, we have used 8 million logs generated by blockchain. Now that means documents are being blocked so that they cannot be forged. Of those millions of logs, there is one which I really love. The case of Magdalena. She's 50 years old. She had she didn't have an ID. How can she ask credit? How can she ask credit if she's invincible? How can she demonstrate when she exports the cocoa where this product is proceeding so that she can fulfill the rules of the European Union when she is nobody for the government? Well, a register in blockchain gave her an identity. Today, we can demonstrate the capability of Mrs. Magdalena or her production capability. This is the transporter route, and 4,100 certificates were demonstrated so that we could demonstrate the capabilities of exports of different people. For example, the case of Compras. Here we created a digital lock system allowing 68,000 companies to be aware that this was a just and non-corrupted process. To this date, this is being used, and Peru Compras was rewarded with the anti-corruption award from the OEAOS. Here, this was for N ticket. Tickets were exhausted, and so what happened? This was used to sell, to have legal sales. We also have the case of what sign is in Panama is generating biometrics systems and uses blockchain so that we know that a document that is being signed has not been its status has not been changed or revoked by another one. Or the case in Colombia of Proclima. It generates the carbon bonds in blockchain, and it's highly probable that maybe you already use blockchain without even realizing. And with blockchain, we're hacking corruption. Thank you, Jose. Well, this begins to show us this is now a reality. So now I would like to talk to you, Carmen, so that you can tell us more about your inclusion projects. Like you can see on screen, the IDB, one of its reports, show us the importance within our Latin American economy, the fact that 99.5% of companies are SMEs or MSMEs in Latin America. And most technology solutions are not directed to SM, MSMEs. And 25% of total production in Latin America are focused on these MSMEs. And during this process, we have found an opportunity with different entrepreneurs to begin generating inclusive solutions for MSMEs, where they can use technology, they can support the digital transformation process from an economic standpoint, because the blockchain should not be only for the big industry. Within our processes, we have been able to support four solutions: the WIPO, which is now a production solution supporting MSMEs in all their process of tokenization of international logistics, from the purchase of a customer until the product is delivered. And it connects with different places so that you can track online the product. This helps us optimize technology times such as email and WhatsApp with logistics operators, which are 24/7 working and solving problems because of the lack of information. So the WIPO allow us to have infrastructure and information in a single place, and we do traceability with blockchain to make sure that those who are part of their chain may have immutable register of their commitment and contribution within the process. La Fonte is a business from Medellin. Their founder visited a company and he noticed there was modern slavery and that marked him. He always wanted to show companies that his products on commercialization didn't have such negative impact. Within that process, we jointly developed a solution that allows traceability of sustainable products. It supports the micro businessmen to certify the processes that make their production sustainable, including circular economy and social responsibility, among other. In the last quarter, we have supported the technology laboratory Syntec in traceability milk projects. In Colombia, we have 29 million cattle where only in a few departments the production is centered. Approximately in 2022, there was an increase of milk production and 7 billion milk liters were produced. So, what is the process with traceability to be able to trace the liters of milk that will contribute while managing and doing sustainability management, where we can ensure that these stock breeders are using measures to contribute to climate change. They shouldn't have they shouldn't be generating high impact. And right now, through the grass that they plant, they're collecting more CO2, and the feed that is given to the cows prevents CO2 which is emitted through their feces is not as high and they can have more controlled levels of CO2. This is what we're doing today in the projects of supply chain impacting consumers. It's good to know that the milk that you're drinking is not affecting as much the planet and that the animals are well maintained. We also have MyPropChain, which is our spin up. It's a tokenization platform of assets. And here we found an opportunity through a program of hot blockchain with the Secretariat of Bogota. We were able to certify 250 companies and more than 160 people within Bogota. It was an opportunity to help the MSMEs so that they could measure their sustainability impacts through the adequate management of energy assets, including their buildings, their machinery, how they can measure and quantify such impact so that they can decrease consumption and be more sustainable within their operations. We can say that in the end, our purpose isn't LegNet. We believe that in those transactional ecosystems at some point can be joined together and through interoperability of blockchain and the joining of ecosystems there are different solutions in other countries and we could produce protocols for animal tokenizations and this can be standardized. Thank you, Carmen. And the way this public regional good was created and this network was to break silos and to avoid inefficiencies in the use of such technology. Like the difference of doing it in a single private network or the contamination of a public network. So it's about allowing the combination of solutions. There is a controversial issue in the use of this technology, especially when talking about crypto use, which is not what we're talking about. It is another use of that technology, and it's about how this technology coexists with current regulation. Sometimes regulations is behind all these topics. So maybe I want you, Sebastian, to tell us your perspective on how, from Agnet and your own experience, it is possible to take this or to scale this up and to do so in accordance with regulations. Well, before, let me take a minute so that I can talk to the audience. We have to see the use cases and functionality of technology can be used for many things. For example, crypto or the cases that have been mentioned. On screen, you see something that simplifies analysis. It's not the best way or the single one, but it is useful. On the left, you see the crypto assets, and on the right, the non-crypto assets. They're all cryptographic tokens. The use that we give them, I mean, we could contact pre-existing regulations. So we have, in terms of crypto assets, a lot of activities in security capitals, and we can tokenize many of them. Gustavo was commenting about the first bond in Colombia. We can also use cryptographic tokens for omni-channeling or digital sales. Regardless if the services are analogic or digital, tokens tokenizing is a way to sell with your own currency. So the one selling accepts that currency. We could also sell some assets, sometimes physical or digital, or they can be unique as well. Maybe you've heard about the non-fungible tokens as a way to sell digital art, to monetize it, and to have traceability. And everything began with a crypto asset. And there are means of payment that by design are follow that of Bitcoin or Ethereum, but others have some stability in their value so that they can be used. Some are issued by the state. But these cases that you see on the left, the crypto assets, are different from the ones on the right in terms of the use. The cryptographic assets is like could represent also documents, administrative acts, contracts, or we could maybe think about the link of the digital world with civil actions. In the end of the decade, we're going to be voting through the cell phones. And again, this would be related to the ledger, to distributed ledger. Let's see, for example, how regulation has an impact. In the end of the day, it tells us what we can do or we can't do. And it's very interesting what is happening in the European Union for blockchain. They have created a regulatory sandbox. The EC pilot regime seeks to generate a controlled test space for the tokenization of securities markets to decrease the cost of SMEs financing and to give more traceability of the secondary market. We also have to highlight the legislation specific for Spain and Germany, who are ahead in this topic. Spain has a new law in the capital markets, and Germany is doing the same. So regulation can also be used as a driver, but we have to understand what we want to do with this technology. It's not the same when a company is issuing an asset or using these types of tokens. Tokens cryptographical tokens gives us a clear roadmap. We have the clear conditions on how to create these instruments and how to place them in the markets. It also regulates the way of private money. These stable tokens could be anchored with another currency. For the asset reference tokens, they are very regulated in the EU. We also have the electronic money tokens regulated. So these are reimbursed for the user. We can take it out of the digital ecosystem. What is not regulated are those non-fungible tokens. These are a new way of omnichanneling. In the case of your way, they have a law regulating four types of cryptographic tokens. It focuses on uh, virtual tokens such as securities. It also uh, regulates utility tokens, which is a way of payment of a digital service, and two ways of stable virtual tokens, which have a support of value with another currency or another cryptocurrency. It also regulates tokens, the native tokens such as Ether or Bitcoin. In the case of Chile, they have the law of fintech, and it has brought open banking and has regulated virtual financial assets. Understood as technology instruments that serve or are used in the capital markets. It also regulates stable tokens, those which have a way to guarantee a value and seeking a way to be an electronic currency. And there are also laws for to fight laundering, and there are different bills that have been passed or have lost in the parliamentary, and there is a new bill supported by the Chamber FinTech of Argentina, which will which has to do with attributes of people and should not be as regulated as tokenizing share. Well, there has been a crash course about the state of regulations, but what we can learn and what you have mentioned, Sebastian, is that this is evolving really fast. We hope that many of the countries of the region can get motivated by those who are moving ahead. It's worthwhile to mention the case of Brazil with the initiative of the central bank and the creation of PIX, which is today a model of transfer between person to person and has incorporated more than 200 million of users, many who were not in the financial sector. So this is a new role. The central bank is working as an enabler, and here you can incorporate many use cases of ACNET, including to think about the future of digital currencies. PIX began working also in Argentina as of yesterday. So this shows us how these are cross-border or cross-boundary solutions. So I would like to close this round with a more corporate perspective from your side, Patricia, the opportunities that maybe you have identified within the environment of Red Hub as a software enabler and open source software in communities. Well, thank you, Irene. Maybe I would like to clarify what open source means and what we can develop in that model. Most companies developing software hire people to do this. In the case of Red Hat, we work with a group of people from all over the world. They're called communities, and they're devoted to develop software. So instead of saying, we want to do this, they just join with other people and start developing software solutions in a collaborative way. So Red Hat works with these communities so that we can create the best software. So what happens when something is free? When you're going to claim something, we lose the people. So we're trying to make this at a business level. It is responsible of computing security so that companies may use it in a safety way. In this sense, the way we join blockchain in all this project is that we provide a platform so that all these case uses that are being mentioned may work in a secure manner. We are kind of like the base or the structure of a house. So we have a secure or safe base that can be installed in any database or any data center, whether it is of the customer of Microsoft, Amazon, or Google, which are some of our partners, and it adapts to the economy of each entity or company. If it needs little, then that's what we will give them, but it's still as secure and as portable. And we see different opportunities. In our case, in different governments of the region, they talk about interoperability. What to do so that entities can share information between them and provide services to their populations. We also have framework agreements for managing information so that we can share information in a collaborative way. Not long ago, we had the case of Costa Rica. People from Costa Rica no longer need a visa to travel to Canada. So, how can we have information systems so that they can all have access to that information, but also respecting the sovereignty on each of their data? So, in the region, with those interoperability use cases, a huge opportunity for us. Okay, Patricia, so we now see all the different dimensions that we now will dive into how to generate a higher social impact through blockchain. I'm totally convinced that blockchain will bring impact on populations which have financially been forgotten. Let's reflect on how the financial system of the middle class works. Today, I think most of us here have a credit card given by a bank. After we have documented that we have monthly revenues, we use it to demonstrate to the bank that we have a monthly revenue. So my employer gives me a document stating that I work for its company and that we'll receive that remuneration every month. Because of my seniority, the bank or the financial institution assumes that this will continue. So we are given a credit card with a line conditioned to our revenues. Now let's think about a rural family. They receive maybe twice an income. They are paid by the cooperative which does the export, and they are associated with this cooperative. And during the first 5 months, they are in the preparing stage so that they can give the raw material to the cooperative, but they cannot receive or demonstrate to the bank two things. First, that they can pay in 6 months, and the cooperative will buy me this, and this will be my production capacity. So we began a project with international conservation. It was the first test, including 186 producing families of cocoa, and thanks to the German cooperation through a fund, the cocoa producers of the Amazon Association was included, and we began a pilot with different cooperatives, and we began with Acopagro, the biggest exporter of cacao, and we now have 890 producers. You always hear the word agricultural traceability, but what is it? To demonstrate that the product fulfills the conditions demanded by the governments to export? Yes, that's what it is. But this is not the reason why we're using blockchain. All of us who know about capital markets are aware that companies in these markets trust companies having their financial statements audited. So, what happens with the social impact? What happens with the environmental impact? Where do we record this? What we did, considering the new regulations for products such as cocoa and other products, we have to demonstrate the the origin of this product. So we use blockchain to be able to register the production capability, the inventory of primary or secondary forest, and all the other information needed, and something really important, which is what is the family involved? Why don't they sell as individuals? And at some point, I mean, what do we do with all this information? We generate a certificate of production capability of each of the families and producers to demonstrate to the financial system at the end of this year, when this process will be completed, the financial entity will say this document is enough because it is monitored, and every month through the cooperative it is monitored. We monitor the will of the producer to continue with the harvest, the capability of production that has not been lost, but above all, the use of the money that is given to them. Because the inspector of the cooperative is working as an enabling of a credit line. So, as of now, that you completed cutting the weed, we will give you a credit line so that you can use it with some providers and you can do some of your work and the products that you need to use. If we are capable for the financial entity to give a credit to Mrs. Magdalena who didn't have an ID, this is the time we feel that blockchain has helped us and has made our society more human. Thank you, Jose. Yeah, that's why we're here. And not just decreasing costs or talking about transparency, but it is about improving access to those who didn't have before. We are going to have a last round with my other guests so that from their perspective they can tell us more in depth about practical recommendations. In the end, what you're seeing here is that we have achieved a standardization and systematization level allowed by blockchain orchestrated by ACNet. We can have a secure use in accordance with current legislation in more than 17 countries of the region. For companies, governments, and families as well as individuals. But those who are following us online, through your different roles, we want you to have the practical recommendations so that from your different roles you can drive this so that we can walk towards the same north. So let's talk more in depth about some cases with Carmen first. Like I explained to you in the previous question, in this 16 years of working in consultancies, the sector of the SMEs is very important. We have to provide for them solutions that will allow them to collaborate with others from the same sector. Real transactional ecosystems that will allow them to see themselves as real clusters where they can measure and demonstrate their progress so that they can really certify what they do. For me, this is what is most important. We have to really think about what they really need. Within this process and what we have created with startups and all these founders, they are the specialists of their sector that have been working in the international logistics sector for 15 years or maybe in the utility sector for 20 years. And so part of this process is that they will not become a specialist in this technology. I mean, for us, it's easier because we are engineers, but what they need is a support that will allow them to structure these projects. And so that's why we are here. They're not alone. And we've also found an ideal leverage, which is blockchain. It has really helped us to structure the dream of blockchain that allows us to create all these ecosystems in Latin America. This has been a really important point which is present in the region. There are different consortiums in other regions of the world, but they do not approach Latin America. Here in Latin America, we're very transparent. When we see the different reports from the big consultancies in Latin America, we always see it in gray, but we're doing interesting things here. Look what blockchain has contributed. So we have a lot to demonstrate and show. We did some mapping with the hub blockchain, and in Colombia, we already had more than 47 companies with blockchain solutions. And for me, I'm very proud to tell you that here we're not just doing things involving cryptocurrencies. We're doing things that are really having an impact on the civil society from that perspective. And they should not feel alone. Something that I really love about this technology, and it's really hard to find in others, is that sense of community and collaboration, as well as support and growth, and to have such an important ally as that of the IDB, which makes these types of programs to connect with technology so that it is not only about knowledge capability. And this is really important. It is about involving fully a really complex technology which is really robust, and to be able to implement it with an impact vision. A few minutes, Sebastian, please. The public sector may innovate. It can use this technology. In the case of Argentina, a pilot platform which came to light in the end of last year proposes decarbonization of public work using ArcNet and blockchain. How does it do it? Well, incentivizing those service providers of public work can measure their carbon footprint and can offset it. How? Well, acquiring cryptographic tokens representing carbon dioxide equivalent tons. And we do this through the use of renewable energies, photovoltaic, solar energies, and these tokens are put at the disposition of the companies, and they, if those who want to measure their footprint then have an additional rating when bidding for a public contract. And we were able to do this last year, and the way that we certified the amount of displaced carbon had the support of some universities such as Universidad Nacional de Córdoba. Different universities developed a protocol that allowed to give robustness and to leverage all this process so that we could see how these companies are managing their carbon footprint. So here we see a collaboration between the private and public sector, and when we talk about Web3, collaboration is essential. Yes, and the IDB, for example, is an entity that, because of its neutrality, can play a really catalyzing role. But because of its 60 partners and all the work that you've done, and also with your own allies, we've made this a reality. Please tell us, Patricia, maybe some specific cases, and then we have the final recommendations. From the perspective of Red Hat, I want to tell you what we can do so that we can scale this up and make it a reality in other places. We have to consider three axes: people, processes, and technology. In the case of people, we have to keep on disseminating this technology so that all these terms of technology are understood. So we have to explain to people. When we talked about Web 1, we were talking about having an inbox and an email, but for Web 2, we have the social media, but for Web 3, we're going to have wallets with tokens, and we're going to own those tokens, which will represent maybe our passports, our visas, so many things that we will be able to manage and share both in our physical and virtual worlds in a secure manner. So that would be the first axis. The second axis has to do with processes. Here is very important to be aware that we carry out all these initiatives, we have to consider the regulations in place. Everything that we do has to be within the legal frameworks. And third, technology. Technology has to be affordable so that we remove all that burden of things, and companies can really initiate projects easily. It can be also affordable in price. If I'm the NASA, I have a structure for critical emissions at satellites, or if I'm an SMEs, I can also access the same thing. So these are the three main aspects that we can scale up and grow. Well, Patricia, we only have 1 minute left for that final recommendation. So let's begin. I would like to tell you that last year we carried out traceability of alpaca fiber. When we were pitching the project, we said you're going to receive credential through your cell phones, and the president of the cooperative was laughing. And I asked him, what happened? You don't have internet? He said, we have internet, but we don't have power. This is how harsh this is. They were around 4,800 meters above sea level. This is this technology. With this technology, we generated digital identification, which was accommodated based on their environment, and this is connected with blockchain. This is social innovation, and we made it a reality. I want to give you the message that in this time of this digital era, it's important to see technology based on what it contributes to. So Web3 is our last chance to be able to be collective, sustainable, and conscious society. I would like to tell you that private organizations or governments who are thinking about how they can use this participate in webinars, join the Zooms. There are so many solutions that are already being developed and operating. So you have to know that they exist and try to contact all these people that are doing such incredible things. This is true innovation that are tackling our own problems in the region, and this ecosystem serves as a catalyzer. So do not stop consulting this new technology. To close, I will need to tell you that Web3 is about economy, digital ecosystems for governments and for other economies in a reliable and transparent manner. Patricia, do you have a recommendation? Like Patricio said, how can we take that last step if maybe we have not tested this technology? You have to dare and begin and accept failure as a step that is needed to be taken to continue, and try to use those technologies that will allow you to test and maybe move back at a low cost. sometimes these changes mm, you may generate fear. Somebody would think that if you use that technology, your process will end. But in the case of Brazil, for example, the financial institutions were not so optimistic with this technology because they thought that this will take part of or share of their business because this was free for people. But over time, they realized that this technology is extending and creating a more humane society. No people is being left behind, and you can build on these solutions. So there's space for all of us, and that would be the message that we want to convey. Yesterday, we had a practical workshop for those who are interested. And I would like to thank Alejandro Pardo, Mara Balestrini, Isel Navas, and all our collaborators who are working on blockchain and ACNet as orchestrator of this network. Because yesterday during that workshop, many people approached me and they were really surprised. Even the dean of the university has said, "We have to do this. This is what this is all about, to include everyone so that we can be part of this reality, which is the Web3 economy for a more inclusive society." Thank you so much, and please enjoy the rest of your day.
Muchísimas gracias a los panelistas.
We want to thank all the panelists. Definitely, they're doing amazing things. Thank you, Irene, for moderating this panel as well. Well, if you want to learn about other different cases during the afternoon coffee break at the Terrazos stand, they can tell you how they're using the blockchain technology to tokenize biodiversity credits to preserve areas that are threatened in Colombia. They have done it for 30 years, how they will preserve these areas. That is also a case to learn about if you want to go to that stand. We will turn around in our agenda, but there are many appointments still that you have probably reserved and are not accepted yet. You have to go into the app. You go to the part that says agenda. There are two options. One says activities, the other one says meetings. Go to the meeting one and then click on accept the appointment. That is so you're all coordinated and there is communication between those that are going to meet in the networking space. You can do it at any moment, and if you still have not answered the satisfaction survey, we ask you to help us with that at any point in the morning. So we're going to switch gears and talk about a different topic, and I have information. Latin America and the Caribbean is experiencing the fastest aging process in the world, and you say, well, that's scary. But at the same time, that generates a large amount of challenges and also opportunities. In 2050, we will be twice as many older people. And you may know that we will talk about silver economy. I want to confess that I am this close to being an entrepreneur in this sector. But to go into that topic, I want to share a video with a few words from a person that is very relevant for this topic. Well, I apologize for not being present in this meeting. I had promised this, but it has been complicated and I have not been able to attend. I think that one of the aspects we want to highlight are these new phenomenon that are altering our way of life and the challenges that we have to live under these new forms of life. And of all those elements, there's one that is fundamentally central, which is the increase of population around the world. When we think that from the end of the Second World War to date, the population was multiplied by 3, we need to say that something important is occurring, and that is one of these great phenomena. And another one is the advancement of technology, the great changes that are occurring every day in a spectacular manner. I think that aging has to be seen as a positive fact that opens great opportunities to imagination and to activity to work with that reality and to support it. Right now, the whole world, and especially Latin America, have between 10 and 15% of the population of more than 65 years of age, and that goes up to 40%. So somehow we will have 40% of our population living over 65 years of age in better health conditions and with an extension of life that grows every day. That is the center of concern of what is called the silver economy, that 25% of the world population that has more than 75 years of age consumes 40% of the production of a country. So it becomes an active factor that is surprising in the administration of the national economy. So it's important to see what it consumes, how it consumes, the opening of new demands that it brings, of all the topics related to care, to health, to new ways of entertainment. So the dynamic generation of opportunities is truly spectacular. We need to look at aging as a blessing and not as a threat or a tragedy. It is a blessing that we need to take advantage of. And I think that this work that the Inter-American Development Bank talking about the silver economy as an opportunity and not a problem, I believe is very positive. We need to congratulate them, move forward, and somehow they are touching on a central point of the world we have today, but especially of the world that is coming tomorrow. We need to look at the positive aspects of the so called silver economy that is an enormous opportunity for the world today and tomorrow. Thank you. What a privilege to have had the words of President Iglesias, and what pride to have the first panel of silver economy that the IDB Lab organizes. A couple of months ago in the New York Times, there was an article that said that without a doubt there were two challenges for the 21st century. Climate change was one. We had sessions that were relevant on climate change, and the world is working to solve climate change issues. And the second challenge is the aging of our population, how population is going to change, and how that change is going to redesign and reinvent societies and the economies we live in. So it is wonderful that we have this panel and this first presentation by Miriam De Paoli and Laila Vallas that will give us a first provocation on this topic. Tudo bem. Hello. Good morning to all. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Hello. I'm very happy to be here as well. And we're going to start because this is a topic that Lila and I love. And hopefully, we will leave today more love of this market of opportunities that is the silver economy. So, I'm Laila Valias. I studied economy 7 years ago, and I started when my father retired at a moment when nobody talked about what are we going to do in a world, in a life that is more extensive every day. I studied a lot with my colleague in Brazil. Then I met Miriam at a moment where we had no data, especially on consumption of those people that were over 50 years of age. And today we're going to share part of those those trials that we did in Latin America. I'm Miriam De Pauli. As you can see, I'm a reporter, social innovator in the startup. I'm part of the silver economy, and I also invest, and I'm an entrepreneur in silver economy as well. You can Google us. We're on LinkedIn. Let's not waste any more time, and let's go directly to talk about the most interesting part of this, the data. With Lila a couple of years ago, we realized that many people talked about the silver economy, but we did not know what the silver people thought about. Everything they read were trials on them or studies on them, but nobody had asked them what they wanted, who they were, and how they perceived themselves. So, since we didn't have anything else to do, it was the pandemic, and we thought that we could do crazy things. We interviewed more than 20,000 people of over 45 years of age in 7 countries in Latin America with very specific questions on who these consumers were, who they are, what do they want, what do they dream, what do they consume, and more important still, how they see themselves in the future. And this was the methodology, the countries we used. It was truly amazing. We received a lot of support, not only from the people themselves, but from the governments as well, because they all wanted to understand the cycle, the aging cycle of society around the world since 2019. Right, Laila? We will be more people over 65 years of age than children under 5 years of age. This is populational aging, the greatest change that we're experiencing, and it's a gift, it's a success, as we were mentioning now with Soraya de Saldariaga Concha, our great ally in this study. This is a novelty. We're living longer, much, much longer, but how are we going to prepare our families, our businesses, ourselves for this change that belongs to all? Because of the UN, this is one of the 4 mega trends, which is populational aging. And in our region that was recognized as a young region, it no longer is so. We are the region that ages faster around the world. Look at this. In just 2 generations, we will have more people over 60 years of age than Europe and the United States. Why? Because we're living longer, and this is a great novelty, and also having less children. So, this demographic pyramid is changing shape, especially with people over 70 years of age growing at an accelerated rate. We're in Colombia. It's my first time here. I went to Pasto because I have a boyfriend from Pasto. That is my Spanish. I'm trying to learn more Spanish from orange economy to silver economy. In the Colombia of 2070, we will have for every 100 Colombians, only 16 will be 15 years or younger. And so, what does that mean, Lila? Well, a gigantic change in every single sector of the economy. We will very shortly have more 50-year parties than 15-year-old parties. Exactly. And you also see the importance of having data, because the data allow us also to project. They allow us to see the opportunities. But the data by themselves would be only figures. We need to understand that all of those new opportunities of the silver economy go hand in hand with new behaviors. And it's basic that we understand that the concept of old is old. We need to understand that that idea we have, that bias of the old elderly, has to change. This is an idol of Lila and myself. She's Elena Sarcel. She's a Brazilian entrepreneur that, with 78 years of age, went to buy lingerie because she had a date. She was going to go out with a man. When she went to buy lingerie, they were showing her only beige underwear with a little ribbon, and she said, "No, no." And the person did not understand that a person over 70 could have sex. She leaves there and reaches a conclusion that, like her, there were hundreds of thousands of other women. And she started a lingerie store. She sold it to a multinational company. And most interestingly, being inclusive, her lingerie is thought of for body changes. for people, change happens, time goes by, but there are certain drivers that continue to be the same. And now we're realizing, and many studious people are telling us that between 45 and 65 years of age, we're living a second adolescence where everybody, all those that are here that are over 45, perhaps are experiencing that moment where we go to think about the personal, the family life, the financial life, and why not our professional lives? Why does this happen, Laila? Because we live longer. And this is something that we love to share with you. Before, the majority of you that are seated here continue wired like this. We studied, we worked, and we retired. Today, we study, we work while we study, we take a sabbatical year, we change jobs, we don't do anything for a year trying to think of what we do, we reinvent ourselves. We're no longer silos. And in these stages, then an expert launched this book last year, at the end of last year, to talk especially of those stages of our lives, how we are changing the concept of a silo in life to I was bored, I studied, I worked, I retired, to other opportunities in other moments of life, especially after 65 years of age. There are needs, such as, for example, there are things that remain, how people after 65 years are taking care of their 85-year-old parents, that sandwich generation that is there, is living their old aging, but caring for their parents, caring for their children, and a career transition, etc. And a trend for the business world, for entrepreneurs, for investors, for those that have the money. The target group before, this is a business tool that is very traditional for those stages in life. But look here that the target group goes up to 65 years of age. What happens after that? Well, what will they do? Nothing. But here, this is what we bring. There are many other stages, and to each stage, there's a new stage after 65 years. And it presents a challenge, and each challenge it presents a new business opportunity. So we go from the niche to the mainstream. To talk about the silver economy is not a niche, it's the entire market. Most of the businesses of the future will consider that silver consumer. So, welcome to the longevity economy. And what is this? Oxford Economics in 2018 spoke of this concept. The consumption of people over 50 years of age today are what will they do in the future? In Latin America, $2 billion. In the world, $15 billion or $22 billion. And we have the joy of being with IDB today, bringing these figures to other countries because it helps us have investments here in Argentina, Uruguay, Chile, and Paraguay. The silver economy is already the third greatest economy in the world, the third largest economy in the world. We're talking about a lot of money. And what is that third large economy? If we were a country, we would be the third country in the world, the sum of two generations, the invisible generation and the silver generation. These pictures are self-explanatory. Who are the invisible ones? Those born between the 65s and the 80s. That are many of the boomers. We were born in capitalism. We lived globalization. We're amphibians. We were born analog. We transformed into digital. And the silver ones. When you see a person that is 70 years old, remember they lived the sexual revolution. They thought of the ideals of feminism the way we live them today. The ideals of democracy we experience today were presented by the boomers, by the silver generation. It's a generation that was not going to age in silence. That is why we're seeing that 71% of those Latin Americans are financially independent. But there's one very important thing. More than 80% are responsible of their homes. If there's a millennial here, I apologize, but you're the poorest generation since the Second World War. Many of you still need support from my generation and from the silver generation. And that changes the market a lot. Why? Because those two generations have more time, many interests, and we have money. But there's a great market myopics. Why that myopics? Did you know that 70% of the people that work in an advertising agency never received a brief for advertising, thinking of including people of over 50 years of age? And 50% of Latin Americans over 55 years believe they're excluded by the brands and by products and services. Do you realize the enormous opportunity we have in our hands? So we have many, many needs and many, many demands. When we find our more than 20,000 people surveyed, what do they want? They want everything: courses, technology, clothing, travel services, reforms, books, beauty, everything. That is why the silver economy is also multidisciplinary. There are many, many opportunities that are there to take advantage of. Joseph Collin here, the Pope of the silver economy in the world in MIT. And I have a novelty because I'm writing a book with him, and I'm very excited. When I received his email, I never imagined this. My partner, I never imagined that. And he says, we have a completely wrong idea on aging. Aging of population is not only big, it's enormous. It's almost like a new continent, as if a new continent were emerging from the ocean with more than 1,000 million consumers claiming for products that satisfy their demands, claiming, not necessarily just there. So those silver pockets are full of money, and they also want services. It's much more than geriatric diapers. Not only that, always the first thing yesterday, please tell your joke. Yesterday we were having lunch, and when we told a little bit about what we were coming to do, our speaker, a marvelous, charming, intelligent person, says, "Oh, geriatric diapers." No, please. So this slide is just to show you that you still believe that the silver economy are just geriatric diapers. When in 2015, my father was 70 years old, but he's going to a facility. No, it's much more than that. We're talking about tourism, sex, financial products, beauty, wellness, and digital products as well. And Enrique Iglesias says here there are many, many opportunities to travel. When we started to do this and quantitative analysis of each sector, we understood that silver consumers are sometimes gold consumers because these are the majority of all the sectors. And we have this demographic change, a change in the market. We're living a new world race for all investors. The search for the silver unicorns. We want to have silver unicorns in Latin America as well, and we're working around that because besides these studies, we have our own businesses. So, investors in the longevity market, when we talk about that, all the large or great investors are already looking at longevity as a business. Here, Bill Gates from Microsoft, Bezos from Amazon, Zuckerberg and Facebook, all of these are somehow also starting to place money in the longevity market. And we have investment funds that are specialized around this. And there's something very interesting here. These investment funds did not exist 4 years ago. Do you realize that? And now they can't fit in a slide. We're living a very fast change, and it's very important that we step up in it so that we can take advantage of that blue ocean and that new longevity. In our studies, we saw that even though longevity is very marked by intersections. It's not the same to age in an urban area than in a rural area. It's not the same to age in a situation of vulnerability than with our basic demand satisfied. But there are some drivers that are common to every person. Even though the most vulnerable people are experiencing aging with a carpe diem, with a search for doing something that can improve their lives to make them feel alive. 71%, for example, of Latin Americans that are over 55 want to study and to learn on new topics and be updated. Movement. There's a big difference between waiting for years to go by with whatever comes forward than being completely protagonists of their aging. One of the very important points of this proactive movement of longevity is financial planning. The majority of those we interviewed says they plan their older age so that they don't depend on anybody. The idea we had that we were not going to age and somebody was going to take care of us when we were older is just an idea. And that is the big false idea when we think about that is of older adults. They're not digital. Not only 7 of each 10 Latin Americans have bought through internet in the last 12 months. But most important, we had the pandemic. The pandemic accelerated digitalization 10 years in one. Today, even though much older people that had no contact with technology, thanks to the pandemic, approached, for example, first through WhatsApp, Lila, to be able to keep in touch with their families. And that opened up a whole ocean of opportunities. So we're experiencing a magical moment in businesses and also in our lives. We're living with 4 generations together. We're living that end of the anti aging, that barrier of not wanting to age. But yes, the pro aging, hello, a moment of wellness, a moment of living much longer and living well, that change of lifespan versus health span. Another phrase from Cindy Gallup: show us how we truly are. She is a marketeer. In advertising, there's a rare dichotomy on aging. On the one hand, aging is marvelous, blue eyes, gray hair, people in the beach with golden retrievers. On the other hand, these are comics with the age represented as ridiculous and shaming. We're none of those cliches, but we do flirt, we have appointments, we fall in love when we have sex. Much more sex than the millennials. I don't fit in. I'm a millennial, and we have data to verify that. We have the data. Okay, my father, 75-year-old, is in his third marriage, and tell you the age of her stepmother. She's younger than me. Well, that is why we have to end these stereotypes on age. Passion never ages, leadership never ages, creativity, courage, intelligence. And this is a matter of all of us. And we cannot forget that discriminating by age is the only discrimination that goes against our life in the future. What is the other face of aging, dying? So we invite all of you to start to look at all that new ocean of opportunities hand in hand with the silver economy, and also start to think about your you of the future, because all of you here will want to go to your salsa, bachata, vallenato shows, whatever you like in music, hand in hand with that person that you will start to create today from now to the next 20, 30, or 40 years. And why not 50 more years? Thank you very much.
Foi. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Lila, Miriam. When I was telling them a while ago that I was about to become an entrepreneur in the silver economy, it was precisely because of learning from their stories. Very inspiring, not only for me, but most certainly for those that have had the opportunity of listening to you and those that are connected through streaming. Thank you. We will continue talking. Okay, well, Cesar started to move up. He's about to kick me out. Yes, I will take your job away. You still have many years ahead of you to continue working. Well, we have Cesar Buenadicha with us from IDB Lab, leading the lab's work and the identification and co-creation of innovations and entrepreneurships of high impact that facilitate socioeconomic inclusion of vulnerable societies in Latin America and the Caribbean. He will lead the panel that comes next, that is precisely called Silver Economy: Answer to Challenges and Opportunities of Aging. Who will accompany us in this conversation? Ariel Silverstein, he's a founder partner of Anacare; Dora Betancourt, director of Oro Vital; Soraya Montoya, executive director of the Fundación Saldarriaga Concha. To all of you, welcome, and Cesar, the floor is yours. Thank you. It's a pleasure to still be here. Thank you for that fantastical presentation, Medium and Lila. One of the most important things that we can do as IDB Lab is to shed light on new industries for inclusion, new areas where Latin America can prosper and develop entrepreneurships, innovations, and transform the public and the private sectors. And I think that with the topic of the silver economy, we're being the tip of the iceberg. I'm 51 years old, and that is important because we want to break all these stereotypes on the topics of aging. I will give the floor to Soraya Montoya so that she can tell us, from the perspective of Saldarriaga Concha Foundation, why is it important? Why do you feel that the topic of aging is one of the priorities of the foundation? Well, good morning. I'm Soraya Montoya. I'm 62 years old, and it has been difficult to be able to assume my age and to tell it out loud. My friends in school and my sisters don't love that I publish my age, but I feel proud, and every year has been truly lived. And as Laila was saying, the opposite of aging is to be dead. So I like to be here and to confess my age. And I will start with the two questions. Why is the silver economy an important topic for our foundation? Because from the beginning, our founders thought about the topic of aging and old age more than 50 years ago. When they wanted to leave a legacy, they spoke about the topic of aging. And it was to recognize the active role of older people. It was not a role of charity or subsidy, but older people are autonomous and independent. And that is a need that we have always looked for at the foundation. And I would dare to say with pride that the foundation is one of the most important actors in the silver economy in Colombia, and I would say that also in Latin America. And several of our initiatives have been recognized by IDB. But I also want to highlight another thing. This has been because we have always found allies. We have always worked with others because we have always looked for the strategic causes in the case of aging and old age. What are the causes that bring us together? So that is why we have achieved what we have achieved. And in those alliances, to look for the cause, never to look for the brand. And when we ally, we never speak of money. When the first topic we talk about, when you want to look for a solution to social challenges, when the first thing you talk about is money, is because you're not clear on what you want to solve. Then you look for the resources and how to get those resources. And from the foundation, as Dr. Iglesias was saying, the chair of IDB, we have always seen aging as an opportunity, as an opportunity. Aging has to be autonomous, independent. You have to work from every single point of view of a human being. And how do we work? In three different ways. One, in advocacy. We advocate first in the public and private arenas, but that advocacy is placing catalyst capital investments of every single risk from the foundation, opening roads to call others to come and invest, to invest in the silver economy, but also advocacy in public policies. With Impulsa, we have an agreement to work in silver entrepreneurship. We work in the National Development Plan so that the entrepreneurship of the silver economy is included in the National Development Plan, and also at a private level with Asobancaria. We're starting, and IDB knows more about this. All of this part of how all these financial channels can be used for older people beyond just a machine telling you what you need to do. And besides that, that they tell an older person, Madam, you don't have anybody to help you. No, I don't want anybody to help me. I want to be autonomous and I want to do all my financial work myself. And we also generate knowledge. The data that they showed us in Misión Colombia Envejeza, we also have a large chapter that talks about the silver economy. And this week at the Silver Board, we will be launching the survey or the YEM report, Senior in Colombia, the first time we talk about the entrepreneurship of older people in Colombia. And lastly, how do we do that? Creating alliances and networks. We have our greater plan, which is the Fundación Arturo Ricas Cesana and Nelly Ramirez, where we're the first fund of private capital for entrepreneurships of older people. So we are going in every direction and we belong to many networks. We believe in networks in Latimpacto, Red America, the Investor Fund, Fondo for Social Transformation. And those are the three ways in which we work.
Thank you, Soraya. 80% of all people in Colombia are autonomous and independent, and they want to continue being this way and enjoy their lives in this manner. And all these foundations have created joint forces to create a fund for investors in the elder. And one of these entrepreneurs is Dora Betancourt. It's a privilege to have you here with us. Please, Dora, tell us why wanted you to start a business and what the challenges that you had as an old person. I am 76 years old. And I mean, I don't see any differences aside from the physical ones. I have to take care of myself, maybe, to be careful when going down the stairs, because I mean, I have to take care of myself, otherwise, I cannot produce and I wouldn't be an entrepreneur and I wouldn't be here. So, let me tell you, in January of 2017, we began this business. We had no idea that a pandemic was going to occur, even less that we were going to leave our professional world. None of that. Somebody took a product called ghee or clarified butter and took the product with his hands and said, "This is a business." And I was like, the most complicated thing is to create entrepreneurial mindsets, but there's no alternatives. If you spend all your life in in your own story, that will become a reality. And I want to be autonomous in creation. And what you need is to always remember what is done and fine tune it, or maybe stop doing some things and do new things that will help you and make you feel more comfortable. So, what is Oro Vital? It is healthy and functional nutrition. Why do we do it? Because we had to tell our story. We were eating for 35 years the same things, and we will always be told, and what about your skin? And let me tell you that my presentation card of Oro Vital is my husband. He's 73 years old, and I'm 76 years old. This is our presentation card of Oro Vital. And yes, we also have sex and many other things. And what do we do on a Sunday? If the movies are boring, then we do the movie ourselves. So this is coconut oil, and we have a big portfolio of products, and we began knocking on doors, and we continue doing it because we need resources. Because the pandemic came, and we were making progress, but we had to stop it because of the pandemic. We thought that we were going to close our business, but consumers were started calling us. We need your products, and that helped us. That meant we had sales and revenues. This is how we continued. We began working on partnerships with companies like Interrapidissimo. We looked for materials of delivery, the different raw material, and we didn't have enough time. Then came 2021. During this year, we didn't produce as expected. Um, we really thought we were going to close Orovital, but we knocked on the door of the foundation Saliarraga Coches and their allies. Then came the foundation Enrique Cesara and the foundation Nelina Ramirez. They developed the master plan. At the time, we only had a link. We entered the link, we submitted the documentation, and we began with the pitches. Everything was virtual, and we were wondering how to present this, in what room should we do it. We received an advice, somebody who knows us from the beginning. That is Santiago. He told us, do this in front of the camera, and that's what we did. And from there, we began growing. And so, how do you want? What do you want from us? Because we have resources and credit support, and both are really important. What we told them was we want both. So now Oro Vital has resources with which we acquired input and raw material. But we were also given an economic share to be able to participate in fairs. Oro Vital doesn't have a store and will not have one soon. We live close to Bogota in a municipality called Cajica. And so the conclusion is that we are here as the guests to tell you why we are silver entrepreneurs. Not only because we are old, but because there are different people supporting us. And there are no alternatives for our population. You become aware that you live as you want to live, and you try to seek those spaces that are adequate for you. Well, it's very important to have you here, Dora. And she will also tell us about the different prejudices that you had to overcome. Something about silver economy is that reliance on caregivers. In Latin America, we have thousands of people, old people that have or depend on caregivers. And you are the caregiver, Rocio. Could you stand up? So I have to acknowledge the importance of caregivers in the region. And in that sense, we have Ariel Silverstein. He's the founder of Anakel. Tell us what Anakel does and why is it so important in the future. Manuel, my partner, and I, 8 years ago, had a family member who needed care. I had the opportunity to participate in the Project Singularity, and we were told that we were going to live for 200 years. And I asked the person giving the conference, what will happen to people with dementia? Somebody who is above the age of 85 have a high probability of developing dementia. And if we're going to live 200 years old, I mean, what what are we going to do? And the person told me in that part, we have no idea. So I realized that we were pushing longevity, but the problem is how we're going to live, not if we're going to live more years. So a company called Paz Mental began focusing on the elder with dementia. And we saw that everyone in the company saw the challenge of taking care of a patient with dementia. And this was a really big challenge. And we had to create a system in order to scale up this solution, a technology platform. There was somebody working with us, and he was recruiting, hiring, monitoring, helping, giving support, giving therapy, helping with the drugs. She was Anna. We said the only solution to scale this up is to transform you into a robot. And so suddenly we began creating a platform called Automated Nursing Assistant. And thanks to the support of the IDB, it has become a platform allowing us to formalize caregiver systems. This is a big challenge because at some point we had to take care of the of old people. We know all the different challenges involved and that all the actors that also have to intervene, whether that is the family, the son who takes care of that family member, or somebody who's hired to take care of him, her, or the physician, also the hospital. When you get to the hospital, you have to tell the whole story, or the agency of caregivers, which is leading with caregivers who may not be capable of doing the job as they should. So in Latin America, we have 10 million people who always need care, but this is a whole challenge for the families. Today, more than 50 million people are focusing on somebody who is aging at home. Governments are concerned because old patients with caregivers are responsible for three-fourths of the expenses of the health systems of the world. And this is a really big problem for economies, but at the same time, there are also cases of pocket expenses. Families are trying to pay to solve these problems, but they're not achieving a solution. So we wanted to create a platform that could respond to the different needs of the different actors. So on the one hand, how can we train family caregivers with information support, with access to medical teams, with telemedicine or pharmacy services so that we can reduce the work burden and make their lives easier? But at the same time, how can we have a caregiver agency grow to become formalized, to give support to caregivers and to scale up their business? And also, how do we make physicians from their offices to provide care through just a single click? And how can we connect and manage all these caregiver systems and to help governments to establish formal caregiving systems for the elder? And that's what we're doing. And thanks to the IDB, we first worked directly with the IDB Lab, and this was really interesting. We were able to learn what was happening all over the world, and at some time we tried to raise capital. We would come with funds, and people would tell us we were not big enough, but our money depended on the government, or that this was not for them. And suddenly a mentor told us, what we're hearing is that you have a purpose. And yes, you want to make money to scale this up and maybe make a really big company out of it, but you're thinking about a purpose. So you think you have to find somebody who will believe in this purpose. And so then we saw the call of silver economy of the IDB Lab, and we realized this was for us. And so we ended up with a really interesting instrument, a contingent loan. It was a really interesting proposal because we were receiving the credit that we needed so that we could overcome this stage, so that we could make it a company that will provide the services that we wanted, but at the same time, we could run a risk that the venture capital wouldn't allow us to assume. And so we said this industry is increasing in 10% rates. And so the longer we stay, the bigger our business will become in our valuation. So we need a partner that will, in a flexible way and in interesting terms, will allow us to realize that a platform can become a Latin American healthcare platform. And in short time, Ernesto Stan, representative of a bank in Mexico, approached us and told us, did you already talk with the government of Mexico City? We said, no. Well, you should talk to them. We've held conversations with them, and they're looking for a platform like yours. Immediately, thanks to the support of the bank, we were able to enter in a project of implementing the platform for all old people of Mexico City. And today, hand in hand with the government, we are trying to formalize the service in the whole city, the, the entire Mexico City, and we hope that this becomes a reality in all Latin America. We're beginning to work in Chile and Colombia, and we see that everyone is so interested in this. People are interested in this platform. So, this event to be here is a great opportunity because undoubtedly where we are at wouldn't be possible because of the IDB, and our future will only be possible with the support of institutions like yours and partnerships with companies and entities as well as different representatives. Thank you. The IDB also looks for these examples of scalability. We want now shorter responses for the next question. So, Soraya, let's talk about now about how do you think about the change, leverage changes so that we can transform Colombia into a better place for old people, considering its circumstances? Well, I will begin with an example, a very romantic one when we talk about care. In the survey of perceptions on how we're doing for 2022, we asked a question: who do you think will take care of you? 40% of people said, my family will take care of me when I am old. 35% said, I've never thought about who will take care of me. 29% thinks that the state or organizations or residential centers will take care of them. Only 2% think that self care is fundamental and that they should depend on themselves. But let's go back to point one: 40% of the family. My grandmother had 21 children. My mom had three. I have one. Of course, my grandmother had a family that took care of her. For my mother, my sister and I lived in Bogota, my other sister in Medellin. But you know who were those who really took care of her? Her siblings. So let's We have to move on from that romantic idea that the family will take care of us. According to the statistics office, in Colombia, 43% of old people live by themselves, 14%, or with their partner, 23%. So those extended families that will make or take care of you will not be your reality. So when talking about care, is not the medicated care that is also needed, but the care that cities and societies have to provide. These are full of business proposals. So we need to give a systemic view of all actors and what they need to do. We need cities that think about the old people, from the building of houses, considering public transportation, marketing, tourism, who is in the big surfaces at 10 a.m. During the week. Well, old people. Old people are the big consumers in the cities. So the first step is to be aware that care has to begin from self care. Stop selling anti aging products or diapers when talking about old people or canes. Of course, we need to see what are those goods and services that we want to consume as old people so that we can be active and independent. This is really important. We also have to look for those social networks within the community so that we can remain active, all that part of the cultural offer or or leisure. And let me tell you something. Bogota has a really nice example which has to be recognized, and these are care centers which have been disruptive in terms of what care means, because care is about community and also about ourselves, self care. Thank you, Soraya. Now let's talk about the mental obstacles of all people to beginning a business, but also the prejudices that you see in the entrepreneurial ecosystem for all people to start a business. What have you lived in your experience? Yes, there are many. I will begin with the group which I belong to with different lines. First, entrepreneurs, and second, age. When you get to a place, we did begin with the government. We began knocking on doors of the different economic development secretariats at the level of the municipality in Bogota. And we began seeing that right now there are beautiful situations, but if you do not begin to take off, and that's why you see this butterfly on my hand, because I don't know at what point I stopped being um, uh, at some point you can become a butterfly. Sometimes you hear arguments from your colleagues that are not very nice, such as, because I'm this age, you have to consider me. But there are so many other opportunities, and we have to learn to cross that path. And there are different ways to do that. We found people who told us you cannot go to those fairs of the private sector or public sector because of your age. You won't withstand being there up to 10 p.m. Or maybe you could not request a loan for a new business because of your age, because you don't have the age for to receive a loan. Of course, this depends on your credit life, but if you don't have a credit life, then you have to look other alternatives and knock on other doors. You also have physical difficulties when you have to carry things. I have never been able to carry 20 kilos in my life. Today, even worse. But I found different dynamics to strengthen my muscles. So I found people who helped me physically, or even people who carry their own orthopedic aid because this is linked with their progress. We also found difficulties with other generations. Maybe somebody telling you or asking you, I don't know how can I call you? I mean, anything can become embarrassing. Sometimes people do not know how to address old people. And so that's why we tell people my name is not Mrs. or old person, but this is a step that should not exist. I mean, we're people who are paying services, acquired obligations, health services, etc. It's really important to overcome all those prejudices that exist. Now we're running out of time. From the perspective of entrepreneur, why should you devote to the silver economy? And here we have different entrepreneurs. What could you tell them now that you know the sector, you see the market opportunity? What could you tell all these entrepreneurs? My perspective is that we are entering a new world where purpose and profitability need to be aligned and they become more and more important. Everyone finds their own purpose, but when you align them, you become happy. So if we work in this industry, it is very satisfying to help others because when you take care of others, you'll also be taking care of yourself. On Thursday and Friday in Bogota, we will hold the second silver board, and this is promoted by the IDB, different entities who promote the silver economy, including care economy, employability, and it's very nice that this occurs in Bogota and that we have all these networks devoted to this topic. This is a really important phenomenon. Thank you to the different panelists, and I hope to see you in the next year in this silver economy panel. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you for being with us in this conversation. We're learning more and more about the silver economy. So now let's we're going to have the demo day. After the demo day finishes, give me 2 minutes so that I can give you some announcements for the afternoon and the evening. So for the demo day, we will give the floor to women who inspire us. These are women who are part of the initiatives who connect entrepreneurs in Latin America with investors and entrepreneurs, and that is WeXchange. We have Isabella Cunha. She is partner of APV Ventures, a risk capital firm focused on investments in the initial A stage. Elizabeth leads the process of evaluation for opportunities of investments and capital raising. Also with us, Capo Hostona, he's head of the startup development system. Paco graduated in sciences in computer sciences in Mexico and has more than 20 years of experience in technology, communities, and entrepreneurship. So let's welcome Elizabeth and Paco. And remember, I know you have taken pictures, you have filmed videos, so tag us at hashtag VidLab Forum. Also, our social media, we're present in LinkedIn, in Facebook, and Twitter. Please help us with the satisfaction survey. I know many of you have already filled it out, but for those who have not, we want to better ourselves and we want the third version to be even better. And this will be possible only thanks to your feedback to see what you expect in the next encounter. We're waiting for Elizabeth and Paco. Where are you? Oh, over there. Are you gonna be standing up? Yes, we want the founders to be the protagonists. Okay, welcome.
Good morning to all, and thank you for attending this session. This is a very valuable space for all the entrepreneurs that will attend. I'm Elizabeth Acuña, partner of our ventures, and we are going to be the two sponsors of Demode. The majority of these presentations will be in Spanish, some will be in English, and we have simultaneous translation in case you need it. Today, you will meet the 15 entrepreneurs selected for this event, but I would like to talk a little bit more about the selection process. We look for companies led by women that were in active fundraising processes, and we assess the team, the solution, the market potential, and the attraction that these companies had depending on the stage each one was in. And it was a rigorous process. We invited 62 investors, and I'm excited to share that the industries where we received the largest amount of applications were agriculture, education, fintech, and biotech. And I want to thank all the funds and angel investors that helped us in the selection process. This year, we received 344 applications from 42 countries, and we selected the 15 that you will meet today. We want to thank all those that applied to our process. I would also like to mention that we have looked for an investment opportunity of more than $250 million. So we do have a pipeline of women entrepreneurs to invest. And we have conducted 76 connections between funds and startups that participated from this process. And finally, these are the 15 entrepreneurs that you will hear from in a couple of minutes. And I'm certain that, like you will be very impressed with what they are building. Thank you, Elizabeth. And thank you all for being here and those that are listening through the streaming. And I want to tell you how we reach this point. Besides having these 15 amazing companies represented by these amazing women, we started our acceleration program in 2016 with the intention of bringing the best of Google to all the experts in the world. This program has evolved. Today we have 19 acceleration programs that are literally running throughout the planet, trying to bring, I was saying, the best of the ecosystem, the best of Google, supporting these companies. To date, close to 1,200 have participated in our acceleration processes. Of these, 300 that we can see in these pink balls come from Latin America. These 300 companies since 2016 to date have raised more than $10,000 million in direct investment after having gone through our program and have generated more than 30,000 jobs throughout Latin America. So we're very happy to invite these women that are accompanying us today. And I couldn't be happier than since 2021, we started this cooperation with WeXchange. We brought our acceleration program, and together we did the first acceleration program for women founders in Latin America. The following year, the previous year, we had a short version, a 2-week intensive version with workshops, and mentoring sessions that ended with a demo day that was amazing in Miami. And this year we repeated the same formula with these 15 finalists. We have been working the last 4 weeks, and it ends today with this demo day. So we're very happy with this cooperation. And I want to end simply congratulating the IDB Lab for these 30 years of achievements. And I hope you continue doing amazing things for the region. And I want to thank you for this space, for allowing us to cooperate with you to support entrepreneurship in Latin America. So without any further ado, we will start the demo day. I will give you a minute so that you can take a picture of this QR code. You can download the 15 presentation of these amazing companies so that you don't lose any of the details. I see a lot of cell phones. So we will start with the first block. We will start with Agustina Michelena. She is COO of Flebo. She's breaking financial barriers to foster educational inclusion. It's a pleasure to have you here, Agustina. Welcome. One of every 5 people in Latin America lives in poverty with less than $4 per day. Like we all know, education is a key factor to end this poverty trap, and it is a challenge for many. Only 44% of people end higher education, whereas in developed countries, the figure is 71%. And this happens mainly because there's 40% people that don't have access because of funding. And we have to add that 6 of every 10 that abandon do it because of financial reasons. That is why we created Flebo, to break those financial barriers that currently exist in education. We see people wanting to study and educational institutions doing everything possible to grow as a priority. And what do they have in common? Their main problem for objectives is the lack of financial options. So what did we do in Flebo? We developed a financing product specifically for education. We associated two educational institutions and we offer a checkout so that their students can pay with level funding the entire program. At the same time, after validating that what these institutions have, we developed a financial solution that includes reconciliations and integrations with their CRM, solving all the financial stuff. The vision is that every tuition in LATAM goes through Flebo, and that way include more students that can solve the management problems in their institutions. Our product is great both for the students as for the institution. What makes us different is the specific risk model of education that includes things for students and institutions that calculates the optimal rate. We have approvals 3 times greater and offer rates and terms that are friendly for students and amounts of up to $5,000 so that they can pay their program without any concerns. We also take the weight off the institutions that don't have to offer funding because they don't have alternatives. The institutions don't have the focus or the experience or the tools to score and charge the students, causing losses of up to 40%. Many times they don't even know how to do it. With a round of $400,000, we funded 1,000 students with a tuition value of $1,400 million. Now we're looking for a round of $5 million to be able to fund 20,000 more Colombian students, which is our main market. In the last few months, we closed alliances with leading universities here in Colombia, Universidad de los Andes, EAN, and Javeriana University that explain the accelerated growth of this last group. At the same time, we have alliances with language institutions and boot camps, penetrating all types of institutions of higher education. We have the correct team for this challenge because we have experience in lending, risk, structured desk, and debt education. We have McKinsey, Bank of America, Suri, and Mercado Credit. And we invite you to the challenge of transforming the industry of education to generate more opportunities in Latin America. Thank you. Thank you, Agustina. We will give the floor to Constanza Martinez, country manager of Taxo. Taxo allows accountants to manage taxes in a more efficient manner. In this life, nobody escapes from death or from taxes. Benjamin Franklin said that. And besides that, the size of the market is enormous. In Latin America, there are more than 120 million taxpayers managed by more than 2 million accountants. Accountants such as Carmina. Carmita has two types of customers, companies and individuals. For the companies, there are multiple solutions, but for the individuals, Carmita doesn't have more than Excel files. She doesn't have more time to tend to more customers. They pay badly, and she has too much operational work. That is why we decided to create the first platform that automates the calculation of taxes focused on individuals. Taxo, Carmita can reduce up to 90% of her operational work in three simple steps. The first is to gather and classify invoices automatically. The second one is she calculates taxes and prepares the report ready for the for tax paid. And the third is we have the tracking where the contributor can see the payroll and can issue invoices and files. Taxo is not an accounting system. Taxo is a tax automating software. Our business model is a B2B2C, where we reach contributors through the accountants. Why? Because each accountant has an average of 30 customers, much more scalable. And the fiscal system in Latin America is very complex. So the organic way of declaring taxes is through an accountant. We were already accountants. In 2017, we created Contacto, an accounting office with a digital app. We developed an app where we saw that we were able to have our accountants be much more efficient. And it was in 2022 that we decided to isolate the professional service from technology and sell that technology to other accountants. We have a team that is complementary. David, the CEO, was the one that started with Contap and knows the pain of accountants. Jacobo has more than 20 years experience in digital startups, 3 exits and an IPO. And I, Constanza, have experience in fiscal consulting and technology. In 8 months of operations, we've reached more than 4,000 taxpayers through 600 accountants, and our economic units speak by themselves. The following month, we recovered the gap. Our turnaround is less than 2%, and last year we had $85,000 ARR. That is why we have a round of 1.2 million with the purpose of expansion in Mexico. And with this, we will reach $1 million ARR. Dare to join the revolution of taxpayers. Thank you.
Gracias, Constanza.
Thank you, Constanza, for that pitch. Guadalupe Morga, CTO of Silverum, that shares her passion for biotechnology and the impact that can be generated through it. Welcome, Guadalupe. The stage is yours.
Population growth and climate change exacerbate food insecurity, putting more pressure on our outdated crop production system that has a lot of weaknesses. Producers don't have a warranted outcome after investing millions of dollars due to climatic factors. Products travel thousands of kilometers to the consumer, generating CO2 emissions and also losses. And these obviously have a negative impact on the environment. The only way to decompress the system is by complementing the traditional agriculture with new, sustainable, and resilient systems, such as greenhouses and indoor farming, which in combination, represents what we call CEA, Control Environment Agriculture. These techniques have a lot of advantages. For example, they make it possible to produce near or even within cities. They gave us predictability at harvest time and also minimize the use of resources such as water and pesticides. But the growth, the real growth and democratization of this system depends on solving their cost and yield challenges. And we at Silvarium have an incredible solution for them. Plant electrohacking. We built an electrostimulation technology that intervenes plant's nervous system to improve CEA producers' yields. Yes, actually, plants have a nervous system based on electric charges that controls their internal processes, and we learn how to hack it. Using electric and magnetic stimuli, we are capable of increase their velocity of growth, also improve their nutritional value, and also improve their capability to support different pathogens and stresses. Our electrostimulated plants have the capability of develop 23% more biomass than the control ones. The potential of this technology lies in the adaptability of our AI algorithms that allows us to work with any CEA crop. So, we are going to work with food plants and also with medicinal plants. And our value proposition is really simple. We can help any CEA producer to grow crops with better quality and also better yields, while at the same time reducing the impact in the environment of farming. This is a $1 billion opportunity. And to monetize it, we are going to use a SaaS business model. But for us, it seems to be like stimulation as a service, not software as a service, because we're going to charge a monthly subscription fee for improving our clients' crop yields. Our founding team has years of experience in large-scale crop production and also in biotech research and development. We count with the collaboration of an incredible team and also with the support of our partners and investors, Gridex. If you are committed to the mission of accelerating to the world's transition to a more sustainable and resilient agriculture, you are welcome to join us. Thank you.
Gracias, Guadalupe.
Thank you, Guadalupe. The next one is Valeria Diaz Romero. She is CEO of UNAI, and she's financially empowering women entrepreneurs. Welcome, Valeria. Good morning. My name is Valeria Diaz Romero. I'm CEO, co-founder of Munai Empowering Women. Did you know that Latin America loses $400 million due to the lack of opportunities for women entrepreneurs? What makes this gap grow? Many women in Latin America decide to become entrepreneurs to not be exposed to situations of violence, exclusion, and economic dependency. But we know that being an entrepreneur is difficult, even more so being a woman. 82% of these women that decide to become entrepreneurs do it restricted to their personal savings. Since we're not subject to loans in traditional banking, 50% of these women do not have access to education and continuous education adequate in terms of business management. And 90% that decide to become entrepreneurs don't have access to networks and feel alone. So that is why Munai is born. We're looking to revolutionize the microfinancial industry the way we know it right now with technology through delivering financial products with gender-focused financial products that adapt to the needs of these entrepreneur women, besides technical advisory and support, a community of support. Through our digital platform, we support women with traditional entrepreneurships in initial stages, granting these financial products such as nano credit, nano insurance, supporting ourselves in a credit score that is alternative, empowered by AI that works with traditional information and non-traditional information to determine the risk profile of these women. Besides these financial products, accompaniment comes through the knowledge, through mentorship, in 25 different areas in terms of business management and access to a community of support, providing visibility and access to networks. We want to contribute to closing the gender gap and to SDG number 5 and the financial initiation of these women with Munai building their credit history and giving these first few steps with us. We have identified 7 million people in the countries that we want to escalate with this profile, translating that into a market opportunity of $900 million. Our business model currently is based on subscriptions. It's B2B2C through nano credits and green nano credits that foster environmental and social impact, nano insurance, and our B2B2C strategy that allows us to work with companies that want, on the one hand, to empower women, and on the other hand, multi-level companies. We have validated for a year and a half everything we're offering, being able to disperse $40,000 we had and having performance metrics that are important, 2% moratory interest, and with more than 500 entrepreneurships led by women to this date. Some of our strategic alliances, the acceleration programs we have been part of, and some of the international recognitions we have had. But those that truly make magic happen are those in my team. I'm the CEO, I'm the social innovator with experience in impact in international cooperation. Martin Rilova, our CTO, in charge of all the technological development, having worked in machine learning and blockchain startups. Valeria Meinacelli, our CFO, with experience in traditional banking and impact funds with gender focus. And Bruno Alion, the strategist with 7 years experience in the microfinance sector. To continue impacting the lives of millions of women, we have decided to open a round of investment that will allow us to develop more technology, grow, and expand. That is why we invite you to join this cause so that together we can empower thousands of women in the region. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Valeria. Now we have Constanza Levican, CEO of Suncast. She's using artificial intelligence to create a future where we only use renewable energy. Constanza, it's a pleasure to have you here. Hello, I'm very happy to represent Chile today. Well, renewable energies are important. We all know that. But there are difficulties. They depend on the sun and the wind. So they have to send forecasts every day. What happens if we don't limit the energy they can sell and they have fines? Besides that, in the desert that covers all the photovoltaic panels, we have powder that reduces the production of power. In Suncast, we created a system that supports the generation central stations. This system includes satellite images with meteorologic information, data from the plant, and all of that comes together to the predictive models with artificial intelligence created by our team to deliver the mandatory forecasts reports through mail and the web platform for operators. This company works as a software service, and we already have 5 important power companies. We have 3 types of subscriptions. Part of our value proposal is that we are 50% more precise in sun forecast, 30% more precise in wind forecasting, and we have savings of up to $200,000 per year. We have grown exponentially year after year, and our growth is robust because we signed contracts with the power companies that are renewed automatically. With our pipeline this year, we will achieve our break-even point. Besides that, we haven't lost any customer. On the contrary, they all start adding more power plants, and they use our platform in more generating central stations. We're a Chilean team. What are we looking for to be able to contact power generation companies in Colombia, also in Mexico? And we also want to invite you to learn about us because in 12 more months we will open up a round of investment for our international expansion. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Constanza.
Thank you, Constanza. Now we welcome Pia Campos, CEO of Enteria. She's improving the health of people through studying microbiota. Pia, welcome. The microbiota analyses are revolutionizing our way of understanding health. In a couple of years, they will be as common as a blood test, being a tool that is indispensable for the development of personalized medicine. But what is microbiota? It's all of those microorganisms that live in our body. Gut microbiota can support therapies against cancer, affect our weight, dominate our mood, and even produce or protect us from diseases. The balance in the gut microbiota and vaginal microbiota can be related with premature deliveries, endometriosis, development of sexually transmitted diseases. To find disbalances in the microbiota are fundamental for corrective changes. Microbiota can change through changes in food, medication, and habits. It's projected that by 2026, the world market related to the analysis of human microbiota will be $1.8 billion. In Enteria, we're a platform that analyzes microbiota with services developed to offer value to each type of customer. How do we do it? In the first place, we analyze. It's like a census to see who and in what proportion they live inside us. Then we work in understanding the complex interactions that we have in this microbial community, what functions they play, and how they affect us. And finally, we issue a report where we present the disbalances and how it can be impacting the health of a person. In Enteria, we always say that we want our customers to take informed decisions. So for individuals, we offer analysis in the lab or at home, an online platform, the possibility of a consultation with a health professional, and we are thinking of probiotics. In the case of professionals and labs, we offer personalized reports, commercial agreements, and advisory and training. For those that are wondering how you see an Enteria result, in the case of the analyses processed in the lab, the reports include visual indicators, interactive information, and personalized recommendations. In the case of the analysis at home, results are fast with positive or negative indicators. In Enteria, we have last generation technology for innovative services at very competitive prices. We have our own database that makes us unique and shows the specificity of our results. We have our own team that has more than 35 years of experience in the area. We started to operate in 2021, and we have had more than 350 analyses with a billing of $60,000. We have our own lab in Montevideo, Uruguay, where we offer services to professionals and individuals in Uruguay and Argentina, and labs throughout Latin America. We have invested Gridix, and we were supported also by several local agencies in Uruguay. We're a team of 4 scientific professionals in molecular and IT, and we have PhDs in biology and others. We're planning a round of investment. If you're interested, we invite you to speak with us. Thank you.
Gracias, Pia.
Thank you, Pia. Ahora viene Ana Bárbara Tavares, SVP de Riesgo y Rentabilidad de Dini. Te cedo la palabra.
Hi, everyone. I am Ana Bárbara, VP of Credit Risk and Profitability at Dini. For more than 20 years, my passion is work for financial inclusion, particularly for small and medium businesses. So let's talk about what matters today. I'm a little nervous. Please pay attention here. What matters today is about Dini and the problem that we are working to solve. 99% of businesses incorporated in Brazil are small and medium businesses, 99%, responsible for 30% of our GDP. They are the backbone of our economy. Despite their relevance, they are still underserved by banks, by traditional banks. Last year, only 9% of the credit offered were for small and medium business, only 9%. The banks are outdated and disconnect from merchants. They are still working on their own context without connected with the context of the small and medium businesses. On the other side, we can see that merchants, the small and the SMBs, are adopting technologies to solve their own challenges, purchase, sales, deliveries. So, Dini is connected with these B2B platforms that's helping these SMBs. Dini enables the platforms to become the bank of these SMBs. We are connecting the capital with the SMBs by B2B platforms. We have an asset-light model with the capital markets, and we use all the B2B platforms data. They have behavior data, they have transactional data, and we can develop a better credit model for this risk profile group. So we can offer better conditions and better offers for these SMBs in real time. For platforms, we offer the infrastructure in a modular way, and they can take care of their own business and just serve more engagement and also greater LTV. On the other side, for the merchants, we provide a perfect journey from the proposal to the repayment process, totally digital. Our core product is our revolving credit line. So it means the SMBs have capital available all the time for whatever they need in a simple tap. We were the first mover in embedded lending in Brazil, a market of more than 7 million SMEs. So we have a huge market to promote financial inclusion, even in Brazil. Not less important, our revenue model. We have three main sources of revenue: origination fee, servicing fee, and credit performance fee. Combined, they give us an annual take rate of 27%, which means we have a healthy unit economics. Our track record showed our growth. So we have already disbursed more than $10 million, and we have more than 15,000 loans since we began our operations. This is a slide that I'm really proud. We are a female founder team, so we have a female C-level. It's amazing because it's really hard to see that in our industry. I've been working for banks and for other for this industry for many years, and I use it to see only men. Here we have 3 women in our group, and more than it, we have complementary competencies, and also we have proven execution in our past experiences. So, to continue our growth, we are raising $1 to $3 million in equity that will take the company to break even by the end of the next year. Also, we are always available to discuss any opportunity of debt funding that can help us to provide better conditions for our merchants. So we invite you to join us on that movement. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thanks, Ana Bárbara. Increíble lo que han creado.
It's incredible what you have created. And so now we finished the first block of presentations. Now we'll have a small panel, and then we'll continue with the second block so that we can listen to the other 8 startups that are with us.
So, buenos días.
Good morning. This panel will be bilingual. we will speak in Spanglish. First, let's give a round of applause to all the women entrepreneurs that have given their presentations. I believe you understand the value of their work, what they have done, and the importance of ideas. We are very happy in the IDB to be able to do this for the 9th year. It's a work of leadership, of different people engaging who I want to thank and who are present today. We have received your generosity and vision. So I want to give you a round of applause to all of them.
Very brisk because another batch of entrepreneurs are coming your way. So I'm going to switch to English very quickly. I'm going to ask my panelists to please introduce themselves very briefly, and we'll go directly to the conversation. Wendy.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. My name is Wendy Teleke, and I run the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Initiative, that's housed at the World Bank, working across the multilateral development bank groups to support women entrepreneurs in developing countries.
Thank you, Wendy.
Good morning, Maëlle Gavet. I'm the CEO of Techstars. We're the largest pre-seed investor in the world with 3,500 companies in our portfolio. And we have been historically very focused on women founders. And so we have 26% of our companies which are actually led by women, which is unheard of in the VC industry.
Gracias, Marcelo. Buenos días para todos.
Good morning, Marcelo. And good morning, everyone. First, I want to thank the IDB and the IDB Forum for holding this event in our country, Colombia. I want to congratulate all the female entrepreneurs. It's incredible what you're doing. My name is Madeleine Clavijo. I'm co-founder and CEO of Okuchi Paytech that is present in Latin America. It was born with a vision of connecting Latin America with payments. I'm also founder and executive director of Women Colombia FinTech, as the women verticals of the Colombian vertical FinTech. It was created with the objective of working towards inclusion and gender equality. So it's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you, Madeleine.
Let me start with you. We have heard quite a bit about We5. We are partners, and we are happy for that partnership. I want to go a little bit deeper, and I want for you to tell us what We5 means for the women entrepreneurs that we have today here, and for the community in general.
Thank you. So WeFi was created about 5 years ago, and as I mentioned, we work globally. So we work in about 60 countries around the world in partnership with the World Bank, IFC, IDB, EBRD, the African and Asian Development Banks, and the Islamic Development Bank. And in our work, we try to focus on building the ecosystem for women entrepreneurs and looking across a variety of different actors who can sustainably create and support programs for women entrepreneurs around the world. And we support IDB Labs and the work here of WeXchange and many other programs. But we also work with financial intermediaries. We have probably in Latin America about a dozen banks that we're working with, providing technical assistance and also financing to get them to do more to serve women entrepreneurs in their economies. We've supported bonds with banks, gender bonds, so that they can really ramp up, scale up their financing. We're working with some fintechs that really are looking to figure out how they can serve women entrepreneurs more effectively, and venture capital funds also to make sure they have a gender lens on the investing work that they do. But we're also working with corporations because women entrepreneurs need access to markets. And IDB has been working, for example, with Alcatex in Honduras. It's a great example of a corporation opening their eyes to the importance of women in their value chains and to really going out and very proactively and mindfully trying to bring women into their value chains. And they've seen even in STEM sectors, really nice increase in the number of women who can serve them. We also work on the policy side, working with regulators to improve policies, procurement policies for government agencies, which is a huge possible market for women entrepreneurs. And we work on a lot of training and capacity building programs. So the work of IDB Labs is just a great example. We were just meeting with all of our partners in Morocco, and this experience here was really a showcase for them to see what could be done in other markets as well. So.
Thank you. Very quick question. Is STEM, I mean, we started with WeXchange working on STEM. Is the STEM focus still relevant?
Absolutely. One of the things we really try to do in all of our programs is think about how to move women entrepreneurs into what we might call non-traditional sectors. So many women entrepreneurs operate in low margin sectors with low productivity. We want to elevate them and make sure that in those sectors they improve productivity, create good jobs. But really, we want to make sure women are in these new industries and that they're creating the industries of the future, especially when we look at technology, we look at the green transition, we look at financial innovation. We want to make sure women are leading in those spaces. And so these areas are incredibly important for us and a big focus.
Thank you, Wendy. Mael, thank you for being here, by the way, too. Techstar, we all know Techstar. You are leading in many, many segments, including mentorship, by the way, and this is so important to us. So my question for you is, tell us a little bit about what you see in terms of the trajectory of women entrepreneurship at the global level, and what we can do better.
So what I see is that there is not enough women in technology and in entrepreneurship. It's getting better. And some of the people here on this panel and in the room are like working really hard to make that happen. But I think there is still so much that can be done in that area. What we see at Techstars is a lot more women considering entrepreneurship as a potential path. So that's positive. We're seeing more women coming from the STEM area all around the world, by the way. We're seeing, I'm talking about the positive and then I'll talk about the rest afterwards. We're seeing many, many countries around the world very, very actively working on making sure that there is more women in their tech ecosystem. It's the case in the US, it's the case in the Middle East, it's the case in Latin America. And this is really a global effort. Like, it's not just one company, one stakeholder who's going to change that. What we also see, and so now I'm moving towards the slightly less.
Go ahead.
What we also see is women continue to suffer a lot from imposter syndrome. When I mentor a young female entrepreneur, more often than not, I'm going to have to tell them, you need to dream bigger. You can make it happen. Stop wondering whether you're better or worse than the next person, the person next to you. If you are in that seat and if I'm talking to you, it's because you're doing something right. So just go and dream big. The other thing is venture capital is unbelievably biased. And we are the first check in all these companies. So we come at the pre-seed level, and then we basically act as the deal flow for the VC industry all around the world. And I wish I could tell you that after so many speeches made by venture capitalists about how much they want diversity in their deal flow and how much they care about backing female founders, things have changed. It hasn't. And it's still significantly harder for a female founder to raise money, to raise significant amount of money, to raise significant amount of money on big ideas. And unfortunately, there's still a lot of things that needs to be changed in that area. Sorry, I want to be
That's
balanced.
super interesting. Let me ask you this question. How do you unmask somebody that is saying, I mean, some actors in the ecosystem that are saying that they're all for this, for inclusion, and yet they are not?
Oh, I love that question. I didn't know you were going to ask it, but the reason why I have the best job in the world is because when a VC comes to me, it's like, I really want to invest in female founders, but like I can't find them. I'm like, I'm on it. We've met, this year we're going to make 700 pre-seed investment. Between 25 and 30% of them are going to have a female CEO. And so when a VC tells me, I don't know where to find all these women that you're talking about. I'm like, here is my deal flow. And don't tell me that among the deal flow, there's not one woman that is worth backing. And honestly, if you do only one, you're not doing enough. So like, let me show you 10 of them, and don't tell me that not half of them are worth backing.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you. Madeleine, estamos tan felices.
Madeline, we're so happy to have you here for two reasons. First, because you're a role model, and second, because of your advice. We were recently talking about mentoring, how we can have more Madeleines, or we could make use of having more Madeleines in this conversation. So why don't you tell us, what is your work, what is your task to have more Madeleines working in these types of groups? Thank you, Marcelo. I think this is joint work where we can all continue contributing. It is not just about a gender issue. It is about giving more opportunities, providing more options. The female entrepreneurs that we have seen today, I'm really proud of seeing you. I just met you today, but everything that you've done is so big. And my task, not only from Kushki, but from all women communities where I work with and which I support, is to show you with my example that this is possible, that we have to trust ourselves, that we have to trust our talent, that we can make it, and regardless of the gender, we have people who support us. That has been my work for the past years, to transmit with my example that we can do it. We have funds, we have investors, and so I invite you to begin believing more in women. We have more, we have the same capabilities or even more capabilities than men so that we can generate a positive impact in society. I firmly support undertaking an innovation ecosystem because at the hands of the young people and entrepreneurs and us women entrepreneurs, the economic future of our countries in Latin America is found. So I'm here to support this and to keep on working on this. This is the reason why I led and founded the initiative Women in Colombia FinTech. It is an initiative to work around this women's issue, to give training, to provide more opportunities, to give training in leadership, because I do believe that there is a lot to be done in this field. Madeline said not long ago that the imposter syndrome is one of the most complex issues to be managed. So, what is your experience? What could you tell women entrepreneurs that are working on this syndrome? Well, I can tell all female entrepreneurs and everyone who is present to believe in themselves. I have many lessons learned over my 30 years of professional career. But one of the reasons and causes which have led me to the position that I have today is to believe in oneself, to believe in your own capabilities to generate a positive impact, to trust in those skills that you have, because that will give you the strength and bravery so that you may face all the different obstacles that you will find along the way, which are many. I always say the easy road can be walked by everyone, but we're here and you're there because you're doing something different. So train yourself, get prepared. The world is evolving really fast. You have to be resilient to change and never stop fighting for your dreams. I think success is at your hands. Thank you, Madeleine.
I heard you yesterday saying something about how do you want to focus more on the issue of the intersection between gender and climate change. and how we can get better deal flows and better ideas there. Is that mutually compatible? I mean, can you raise the bar that much?
We hope so, and we think we need to do that. We work, I sit in the World Bank, so we're very involved in global climate discussions, and there's billions and trillions of dollars going into investing in the climate transition. But when you look at the flows that are going to women, it's very small. Many of the conversations about women and climate change have to do with voice, agency, having conversations that include women in the communities where they live, which is all incredibly important. What we'd like to do is add to that discussion about financing for women. We think there's two things that we really need to focus on: helping women with businesses that need to build their resilience to climate change and making sure they have the investment funds to either digitize their operations or harden their infrastructure to make sure that they can really compete, especially in some of the markets where we operate, where climate change is a very real, very challenging issue. But, and I think for this audience, it's really so exciting to see the pitches here that are really about building new green businesses. And so we want to be able to do that. We want to make sure that climate funds, which are really booming, are being, just some of those funds are really being specifically allocated to women entrepreneurs to grow those businesses. We don't want to end up 30 years from now, if we're lucky, we have a new green economy, and we don't want to be in that position and say there's no women-led companies because we forgot to invest in them 30 years ago. So now is the time we need to make that investment, and that's what we're trying to do.
That's absolutely great. We would love to actually join you in that conversation, okay? Mael, so you see probably hundreds of companies throughout the year. What are the best practices to include, that you recommend to include more leadership in these companies? How do you manage that conversation?
Do you mean for the startup to have more female leaders in the group? So we start by having a conversation about why, because we believe that human beings are decently rational, and including more women because it's the right thing to do most of the time doesn't really matter. Like, people don't change their mind. Telling them that the more diverse your company leadership is, the more likely you're going to be able to find founders, VC investors, the more likely you're going to be able to relate to your customer base, because your customer base is most likely going to include some women. Telling them that just in general, diversity of thoughts actually matters to be able to solve the problem that they're trying to solve. And I'm summarizing, but that actually has an impact. And usually the next question is, okay, great, but where do I find this woman? I don't know what happens to women. We're we represent 50% of the population, but everybody's looking for us all the time. They can't find us. So then the next question is where do I find this woman? It's okay, no problem. What we do is we connect people. We have 5,500 mentors in our network and 20,000 investors in our network and a bunch of alumni, etc. And so we do a lot of this connectivity exercise. We do a lot of events. We go and speak to a lot of these events like that also. And we tell them one thing, which is no one succeeds alone. So as an entrepreneur, one of the key things that you need to do is to build your network. And your network needs to be diverse, because you will see magically when your network is diverse, suddenly hiring diverse candidates is a lot easier. Techstars has 60% women executive. You know why? Because I'm the CEO and I'm a woman, and in my network there's a bunch of really kick-ass women. And so when I needed to recruit executive, I just went and hired a bunch of them. And so just building their network and connecting them with more women is like the next big step.
That's super useful. Thank you, Mael. Madeleine.
Madeleine, part of being an entrepreneur is to learn all the time. Where do you learn? What are your sources of inspiration and learning so that you can continue being up to date and being also in that border of conversation? I learn every day. from different sources, from the people who work with me. Sometimes we think that because we're the leaders, we don't learn from others, but we're totally mistaken. Every day we learn from our team, and we have to constantly be being in that mindset. We have to always listen. We have to listen to our people. We have to be present in these types of spaces. We have to learn from our colleagues. Networking is key. I think that those who are ahead of us or behind us, with all their stories, with the different challenges that they face, they teach us things. And like I said a moment ago, we have to take time to prepare, to get prepared, to learn. This is something that has to be done every day. With the things that I do every day, I try to read 30 minutes every day. I read anything, news, books, world news. Sometimes we try to learn from the same things or from our field, but this is a global learning and it should be comprehensive. So, my recommendation, and also for all female women entrepreneurs and men entrepreneurs, don't ever stop learning, and this should become a daily habit because the world is evolving every day and dramatically. Well, I have two zeros flashing in front of me, so I have.
It's been a great conversation. I have many other questions, but I'm afraid that I don't have time, and they're going to fire me if I keep asking questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excelente.
Excellent. A very interesting panel with many lessons learned. Thank you very much, Wendy, Marlene. Now it's a pleasure to start this second round of presentations. We will start with Marlene Moreno, CEO of Gender Lab. She's using technology to create workspaces that are free of harassment. So welcome, Marlene. I think that B2Gov is on the screen. It's not my presentation. Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm Marlene. I'm CEO of Gender Lab. We help companies prevent sexual and work harassment. In fact, we have been able to reduce its incidence by 60%. And I want to tell you why we work on this problem. 40% of women are harassed, sexually harassed at work every year. And we are going to do an exercise to understand the magnitude of this problem. I want to ask, please, the women that are here today to raise your hands. And I swear that I won't ask for anything else. Please raise your hands. Great. If this audience were a company, almost 50% of the women that are seated here before the year is through would go through sexual harassment. And sexual generates damages to health and damages the professional development of people, but it also damages organizations. And in fact, it can cost up to $6 million per year in costs associated to the loss of productivity. So we're facing a complex problem, and as such, it requires a comprehensive solution, and that is Gender Lab's solution. This is a platform that allows organizations to measure, monitor, and act against work sexual harassment with intelligence. It gathers anonymous data through a survey that was developed and uses the data to automatically generate an action plan specific to the needs of each organization. And this is supplemented with a virtual classroom and claims system. We have more than $17,000 in MRR. We grow at 25% per month, and we have worked with more than 60 companies in 7 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean that are amongst the most important ones in the region. We have a product in the market. We have income, and unfortunately, we have a very big opportunity for growth. And I say unfortunately because we're talking about sexual harassment, and this is a global problem that has led more than 130 countries around the world to have laws that demand that employers to measure the risks, to train their staff, and to have claims channels. Everything that ELSA does today. This context implies only for our region an market opportunity of more than $2 billion every year. And for this figure, I only considered companies because the market is much larger if I count public sector entities and educational entities that have the same problem, the same legal obligations, and for which ELSA is also a solution. I'm a lawyer, and before being an entrepreneur, I was a partner of a big company in Peru, and I have a master's in gender. This combination is the one that allowed me to see this opportunity. My partner Yvonne is the CTO; she's an engineer, and this is her third SAS. That this topic is regulated explains that the legal firms are important actors in this system, but they don't have a technological base. They are very expensive, and as a consequence, they're not accessible for many companies. With a technological base, and there are some solutions, but they're not in our region or in our language, and they're focused in claims channels. This, on the contrary, suggests a solution that is comprehensive, that has a technological base, and that has a very clear focus placed on prevention. And prevention matters. And you know why? Because that is what makes the fact that besides complying with the law, we have been able to reduce in more than 60% sexual harassment at work in a year. 60% in a year. We are Gender Lab. We help companies to prevent sexual harassment at work and comply with the law. We're in 7 countries in the region. We grow monthly by 25%. We have our first round open. We have 50% already registered, and we want to speak with those that want to build workspaces without sexual harassment. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Marlene. Now we have Paola Dieguez, CEO of B2Go. She facilitates information so that governments can sell to the government. Thank you for being here, Paola, and welcome. Thank you. Good morning. I will share with you how with the B2Go Gov team and technologies, we help companies to be able to sell their products to the government in a transparent way, making decisions based on data and not perceptions. During the 13 years that I worked at 3M, I had the possibility of visiting all countries in Latin America, selling solutions to the government. However, I was never able to answer to my boss what was the cost of government opportunities, because public purchase is fragmented and does not allow dimensioning the business opportunities of 15% of the world GDP, which is what governments generate when they buy. That is why B2Go is born, to transform the data of public purchases into businesses. We do it through a platform. Our platform allows companies to dimension their market size, access on time to business opportunities. It allows accessing all the historical data for a winning proposal and monitoring the results. That is what our platform looks like. We are the data lab of public purchase, the largest one in Latin America, online platform that operates 3 million processes of public purchases of 8,000 buyers and 9 countries in Latin America. We're proud of doing it and to be the first ones to do it. Our business model is a software to service, where we sell solutions to companies. We have the possibility of impacting 450,000 companies, which are the ones that sell to all governments in Latin America. If we transform this into figures, it's many thousands of millions of dollars of opportunities. The results vary. We're growing sustainably since we have the platform online, and we do it through providing solutions to multinational companies that have all their value chain to public purchases through small local companies that also sell their solutions. And at the same time, since we like to sell to the government, we help governments to be able to improve their publication systems, to have suppliers that compete and do it transparently, to improve all the corruption indexes. These results would not be possible without the B2Gov founders. We are Marcelo and myself. We're founders and friends since we're 14 years of age, and our trajectory supports us for everything we have achieved. However, this would not have been possible without the individual capacity of each team and the values we share, the results we generate, and the capacity to listen to all the important players in the arena of public purchases. We know that electric light is not a continuous improvement of candles, and that is why we continue evolving our platform and our solutions. We're ready and we have the resources to be able to prepare B2Gov to escalate, and that is what we're doing through our solutions and through proposing companies to be the solution to sell to governments in Latin America. What are we looking for? We're looking for companies and people and BCs that want to sell and propose their solutions to governments in a transparent way that is profitable and efficient. If you have that opportunity, you can call us and we're here to help you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Paola.
Thank you, Paola. Now we have Laura Maciel of IDB Biotech. She's creating solutions that prevent diseases around the world. In a post-pandemic world, we are all aware of what one single pathogen can impact in the lives of human beings. Daily, we lose up to 15% of crops and 20% of cattle farming, caused by viruses, caused by viruses and bacteria. These invisible enemies can attack the environment, and they spread around the environment, for example, in air. That is why IDB Biotech develops technologies that are predictive for diseases caused by virus and bacteria from environmental samples. We have developed a technology that allows detecting and quantifying any type of virus, pathogen, or bacteria, microscopic bugs in the air. And we have a fourth component of data science that allows us to understand if that implies a risk for producers of pork, birds, or human health. So we can be prepared to detect any new biologic threat that can appear in nature. When we studied the market, we understood that we are in a low competition area, which gives us an excellent opportunity. And our competitive advantages are strictly aligned with the intellectual property strategies. We combine patents with industrial secrets. We have a patent for several countries already, including the United States, and 2 new ones that are ready to present. This photo was taken in China in 2019. More than 200 million animals were sacrificed because of the African pork pest, and we avoid this. We have 3 direct impacts. We generate more food for the world. We generate more food with the same expense of the greenhouse effect gases, and we reduce the indiscriminate use of antibiotics. That is why we're in the business of bioeconomy. But we trade software B2B with a subscription model. We're in the global market of $180 billion. But we solve a problem of more than $600 billion without counting human health. Despite the fact that we have less than a year, we're in 3 countries already, and we have our first tests hand in hand with the University of Minnesota in the United States, and these are some of our customers and users that trust us. We have received support from IDB Lab. This is our first round. We're negotiating with several funds for $750,000 These are our development products so that we can launch this in the United States and Latin America. We have the best team for this. Andres Guio, economist, PhD in MIT in data science, Martin Massner, CSO, PhD in biology, Oscar Vieira, and me. More than 8 years in experience together, and another bio startup that was selected amongst the 100 best ones around the world 2 years ago by the EWC, a powerful advisory board. We have a disruptive technology, a winning team, and the opportunity together with each and every one of you of impacting the lives of millions of people around the world. Thank you. Laura, thank you very much for that pitch.
Welcome Jamie Hoyt. She is VP Business Development of Smart Term. She is building the future of education. The floor is all yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jamie Hoyt, and I'm a co-founder at Smart Term. I'm excited to share with you how Smart Term is revolutionizing education globally and our rise to 300,000 users in 13 countries. Let's look at St. Vincent and the Grenadines, for example. They recently adopted our solution, and we now serve 111 schools nationwide. The challenge with education in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and countries alike is that the ministries of education take, for example, 18 months to compile education-related data. Because of this, ministries of education have no predictive, prescriptive, or diagnostic capabilities. Smart Term has developed an education management information system that allows ministries of education to collect adequate data and timely data by digitizing education institutions across the country. With our EMIS solution, we provide a student portal as well as a ministry portal. On the student portal, we provide a student information system as well as a learning information system branded for each school. Stakeholders can also benefit from features such as enrollment, attendance, gradebook generation, and much more. On the ministry portal, we provide a dashboard that has all the relevant data points for ministry to access in real time and make adequate decisions about education. We know our solution works because we have interacted with 1,028 schools across 13 countries and have impacted 800,000 users, and we are set to break $1 million in revenue. We utilize a model I like to call land and expand. We make it easy for governments to come on board our system, and we provide value-driven data decisions in real time. Once our solution is enrolled throughout all education industries, we upsell our clients, we upsell and collect on subscription fees, transaction fees, and professional services. At Smart Term, we provide a holistic solution that benefits the governments in real time to collect data in real time, whereas our competitors only provide fragments of that solution. The EdTech market is ripe, and we have started with the Caribbean region with a $2 billion opportunity, but we have our eyes set on North America, Africa, and Latin America. Where we are currently and the clients we serve, we are set to break $1 million at the end of 2023, and with more investments, we'll be well beyond $26 million in 2026. So our ask today is $960,000 that will bring on 5 new ministries. This is our amazing founding team, and our expertise span across marketing, research, education, software development, and entrepreneurship. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I welcome you to join us on this revolution of not only digitizing St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but all countries. Thank you.
Amazing, Jamie. Thank you. Ahora tenemos a Florencia.
Now we have Florencia Morones, CLO of NITI. She's improving the quality of life of independent workers, digital independent workers. Florencia? most unequal region in the world, our dear Latin America. We have new workers that generate income through the platform economy that don't have the benefits or the services of Social Security. However, 69% of them say they do. Why? Because of the economic freedom, the freedom of when and where to connect. But on the other hand, we have the platforms that even though they have grown exponentially, today they face serious problems that are related to the new market competitors, constant decrease of the workforce, and legality that is discussed around the world. This reality is repeated in 70 million people globally. But what is NIPI? NIPI is a worker tech platform that provides benefits and services through data science to impact the quality of lives of these workers. How do we do it? We do it through a B2B2C model, through unnamed memberships that are paid by partners in the platforms to incentivize loyalty and retention of workers in the hub where they work, improving their quality of life. In terms of our competitors, we don't consider them competitors because they're focused on a B2C model, and we believe that they can integrate into the WorkerTech proposal that MIPI has. Where are we? Today, we have monthly invoicing of $48,000. We're opening markets in the Dominican Republic and Mexico, and our focus is in the attraction of that billing. Yes, we grew fast. In 2022, we created our artificial intelligence platform to be able to predict the behavior and the productivity of this new worker so that we could find the benefit that truly can impact their life. I am Flor Moroni, co-founder of NIPI, and this is my team with more than 10 years experience in the industry and with continuous training together with Endeavor and Platzi and others. We have a high impact advisory board such as Alex Orenera, Zania Zapata, and others. And we have been able to close our pre-seed series with the accompaniment of the IDB. And I remind you, we're opening the Caribbean and Mexico. We have more than 360,000 people on the waiting list. And in these last 3 months, we have been able to process more than 500,000 data in the industry that we make available so that we can understand what is happening with the future of work. And we don't make decisions like what is happening today in Colombia. We invite you to be part of the future of work. Will you accompany us? Thank you.
Florencia, gracias por eso.
Thank you, Florencia, for that presentation. And now we have Ana Maria Martinez, CTO of Caudal. What is the mission of releasing valuable time of people automating tasks? Hello. Let's activate ourselves a little bit before lunch. Raise your hands. Who would like to have more time available? What about 500 hours a year, 500 additional hours a year? Well, that is completely possible if you automate tasks. That is the average result of the people that daily use our calculator that is free. It's also for you to calculate how much time they can save automating the tasks that they do manually at work. So you have an idea, 500 hours are 3 months that we can liberate or release every day, every year. The problem that we saw is that it's many people that lose time and motivation doing manual repetitive tasks at work. And companies lose a lot of money paying those tasks. $16 billion, according to McKinsey. That's almost the size of China's economy. That's the size of that opportunity. When we look at a company inside, there's so much to automate that IT is not the only one to automate. It's collapsed, and they're only interested in automating transversal or cross-cutting processes in the company. That is why they're relieved when workers automate their tasks in Caudal, and we will tell you how they do it. Caudal is a platform that facilitates the adoption of no-code and artificial intelligence tools in companies so that their workers can automate tasks. We have learning modules where people learn how to use these tools with automated projects that they can immediately implement at work, and we have management modules that accumulate data so that IT that wants to supervise these can see how these projects are advancing, and you can prevent risks and maximize the impact both in the people and in the business. The people that are behind Caudal are second-time founders. Laboratoria is our first startup that is still active, and in Laboratoria we have more than 1,000 companies that we have served throughout Latin America. In fact, IDB was one of our first customers, and more than a customer, a great ally. But more important still, the people that go through Caudal and what they're able to do. And I'll give you two examples. Antoine from Mi Banco received multiple emails that he had to check and approve by hand on work absentees. He used Power Automate in Microsoft and added artificial intelligence. And Francesca from Chile received requests from all the stores in Chile on hiring. And she was crazy, and she was able to automate that using a no-go tool that is called like. Last year was our pilot year. We sold those pilots, a big responsibility, to very large customers. We sold more than $100,000 in sales, and we also raised our pre-seed round. This year, we're focused on validating and making our business model more robust. It's working real well with several customers. It's a premium model where we offer the calculator for free so that all the people in a company can know how much they can save. The results of these calculators are accumulated in a report that is presented to the company, and that report can be used as a roadmap to see the potential savings to bet on and the tasks that should be automated per area. And naturally, that shows that they need Caudal for a long time, between 1 to 2 years normally. To wrap up, the problem we solve is the size of China, and it's the loss of time of people and money of the companies behind tasks that can be automated. We're a platform that facilitates the adoption of no-code and artificial intelligence tools to automate tasks. And we have an MVP that is validated, and we're validating the business model to be able to escalate it. And with that in hand, we will raise our seed round very soon. We hope to see you there.
Muchas gracias, Ana María. Estoy seguro que.
Thank you, Ana Maria. I'm sure that we're all going to use your calculator after this session. We continue with Angela Costa, CEO of WorkerTech for the financial inclusion of small farmers. I want you to meet Juana Patricia. She is one of the 123 million populators of the rural areas in Latin America that produce 14% of the food in the world. Let me tell you how Juana Patricia is part of 75% of the agricultural producers in Latin America that don't have access to formal credit. Can you believe that? 92%, 92 million of our small producers do not have formal financial services. Why? Because entities don't trust them, because the way in which they're assessed is not the adequate one, or simply because the credit offers do not adjust to their needs or their realities. Others acquire credits but without advice or without financial education and are in overdebt. And those that find informal loans as an option do it paying up to 280% interest and even have their family safety at risk. Remember that I told you that we're the greatest producers of food in the world? Well, today I wanted to be clear that funding the field is related to world food security. That is why WorkerTech is born after 15 years of building technology for banks in Latin America. We realized that we could take advantage of our knowledge and experience to develop a technology that could give access to those that don't have financial inclusion and that place food at our tables. That is why we set to work and we developed a proprietary algorithm that allows analyzing and assessing the small producers through an alternative risk assessment so that in the end they can acquire credit adjusted to their payment capacity. That way, Advisors of financial entities, bank and non-bank and bank and NGOs are going directly to the field without the need of internet connection. They're processing digital loans very fast so that producers have formal loans adjusted to their needs. So far, we have processed more than 34,000 loan requests. We have $121 million in our portfolio. 18 financial institutions in Colombia, Mexico, and Honduras are using our technology. 97% of these loans that are processed using the WorkerTech algorithm are up to date, and the producers that have a formal loan are 12% more profitable per hectare. All of them have trusted us. We have participated in the most recognized fintech acceleration rounds. And the cherry of the pie in December, we were able to close our first pre-seed round with Acumen, one of the impact funds that are most important around the world. Our business model is a B2B model. Entities can use our platform through the software model. None of this would be possible without a great team. Our co-founders are David Quintero and Federico Vergara. These are cracks with financial development for the sector. Additionally, we have the support of a great board of directors that, with their experience in microfinances and inclusion, are achieving together with us a great teamwork. I'm Angelica Costa from WorkerTech, and I want you to add on to us so that together we can work to guarantee the inclusion of our peasants and world food safety. Thank you. Thank you for that presentation, Angelica. We continue with our last presentation today. We have Maggie Ferber, CTO of Bopero. She's building the ecosystem of the circular economy, the largest one in Latin America. Maggie, the stage is yours.
Before I begin, I want you all to think of your outfits today. Are you wearing your clothes for the first time today? The answer is probably no, to the point that we all wear worn clothes, and worn clothes are the solution to today's fashion crisis. Did you know that every second there's a truck full of clothes that ends up in trash? But most importantly, did you know that the average times these clothes have been worn is 7 times? These items are in perfect condition. So where most people see waste, what we see is an opportunity to transform in the way we relate to worn clothes. And we did it. We did it for 1 million items, 1 million processed items within our system that did not end up in trash. We've been working since 2020 to make sure that these items get reinjected back into the system, whether to be processed and sold within our platform or donated through one of our partner foundation programs. How we did it? We built a model for consignment, for sellers looking for convenience when cleaning out their closets and buyers looking to shop the brands they love at an affordable price, aligning for once and for all sustainability and accessibility. Behind it all, there's technology. And why is this important? Because technology allowed for our business model to become profitable. We built technology to power full-service consignment for sellers to manage their wallets and their sales in real time. We built technology for buyers and algorithms, AI, and machine learning to recommend products based on their behavior. We built technology for omni-channel because we realized that buyers wanted to first touch base with the brand through a shop. But most importantly, we built technology to process unique SKUs. And this means to list, to photograph, to price, to store, to pick, to pack, and to ship items in perfect condition. The big picture today, Bopero is selling 7,000 monthly orders at an average order value of $60, which means 4 items inside every package. And this leads us to $5 million at an annual run rate GMV with a take rate of 58%. And paired up with our unit economics that, thanks to the technology, work out positively, we managed to create a model that works and a model that will win Latin America's huge opportunity. because as we saw at the beginning, we all wear worn clothes. So the opportunity to take down fast fashion, the opportunity to solve fashion's crisis is right here, is in front of us. And we are the team to take it on. And when I say we, I mean it. We're an experienced co-founding team, all three of us endeavor entrepreneurs. We've been backed by board members and investors who believe in us, who have backed us up with our previous round for $7.5 million, and today continue to support us because they believe that shopping is the new era of shopping. And if some of you believe that too, let's talk and let's figure out how to build the future of fashion together. Thank you.
Gracias, Mai.
Thank you, Mai, for such a great presentation. Before we conclude this session, let me remind you that most of these entrepreneurs are doing fundraising, so please look for them, try to connect with them, and try to meet them. And now I would like to invite to guest Mike Coronel, Chief Investment Officer of IDB Lab. Welcome, Mike.
Micrófono.
Ahora sí. Sí.
It's such a pleasure to be here with you. I don't know if you are as excited as I am, but it is a real pleasure to see all these women entrepreneurs pitching. So please, a round of applause to each one of them. Undoubtedly, this is very exciting. See them here on stage doing their pitch. But even more exciting is all the work behind. See them preparing their pitch, everything that they have to do to get to this point. It's so exciting. From the IDB Lab, we're very excited also to be able to work with WeXchange for 11 years now. We've been working and supporting women entrepreneurs so that they can connect with investors, with partners for 11 years. And this is not just work of the IDB Lab, this is an ecosystem work, a joint work. So we have a lot to thank for. We have to thank Amplifica. It worked with the finalists of WeXchange, with 40 finalists reviewing their pitch. We also have to thank the 60 professionals and investors who were with these women entrepreneurs. There are 40 venture capital funds who were working with our entrepreneurs. We also have to thank Will for Startups and Ventures of Alianza El Pacífico. So please, a round of applause to all this teamwork that we will continue doing. Thank you, Magdalena, for your words. So now, please enjoy lunch.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región vibrante y rica en oportunidades. Pero sin innovación es muy difícil activar nuevos motores de crecimiento económico mediante la productividad, cerrar brechas sociales y enfrentar la crisis climática. Por ello, en el Grupo BID impulsamos la innovación desde etapas tempranas hasta la escala. BID Lab, nuestro brazo de innovación y capital emprendedor, complementa las otras dos entidades del grupo, BID y BID Invest, tomando mayores riesgos para desarrollar soluciones y tecnologías que aceleren los cambios que necesita nuestra región. Felicidades por el 30 aniversario de BID Lab. Queremos contarles un poco de su trayectoria y futuro, siempre con el mismo propósito: mejorar vidas.
El gran valor de BID Lab para América Latina y el Caribe ha sido activar continuamente en la región nuevos mercados e industrias que han traído nuevas oportunidades para quienes más lo necesitan, mayor productividad para los pequeños negocios y mejores herramientas para regenerar el medio ambiente. La agenda de BID Lab está en constante evolución para acompañar las cambiantes necesidades de la región y ha ido sembrando soluciones y tendencias con impacto directo e indirecto en diversos sectores y geografías. BID Lab creó e impulsa desde mediados de los 90 la industria de capital emprendedor que financia la innovación temprana en América Latina y el Caribe. BID Lab ha catalizado industrias como las microfinanzas, las remesas y el fintech, generando grandes avances en inclusión financiera y miles de millones de dólares para la región. BID Lab ha movilizado desde sus inicios la agenda verde regional, fortaleciendo entidades públicas y desplegando modelos de negocio para energías renovables, y ha seguido luego promoviendo negocios climáticamente inteligentes, el capital natural y la adaptación climática para economías resilientes. BID Lab ha influenciado el acceso a servicios esenciales de calidad desde la década del 2000, creando los primeros marcos legales para las asociaciones público-privadas en la región. Hoy continúa su labor, acercando soluciones digitales a los desafíos públicos en agua, transporte, educación y salud. BID Lab ha creado durante años oportunidades de crecimiento económico para mujeres y poblaciones excluidas. Por ejemplo, con WeXchange, plataforma que desde 2012 conecta emprendedoras en áreas STEM con mentores e inversionistas. BID Lab ha jugado un papel esencial en la agenda de empleabilidad de la región, introduciendo conceptos como la certificación de competencias laborales y la formación de habilidades blandas, y en años más recientes, de habilidades digitales y modelos de enseñanza alternativos basados en tecnología. En 2018, BID Lab se vuelve nuestra marca e inicia una nueva etapa como laboratorio de innovación del Grupo BID enfocado en el desarrollo de soluciones y ecosistemas basados en tecnologías disruptivas y nuevos modelos de negocio como lo son WeXchange, alianza para desarrollar el ecosistema blockchain y escalar el impacto de la Web3 en nuestra región. Fairlac, alianza para promover el uso responsable de la inteligencia artificial desde el ecosistema emprendedor. WorkerTech, iniciativa para mejorar los beneficios laborales y la productividad de los trabajadores independientes vía servicios digitales. Economía plateada, nueva agenda social que propone el valor de los adultos mayores como fuente de oportunidades y motor de crecimiento. Programas de GovTech y Corporate Impact Venturing para escalar soluciones mediante los sectores público y privado.
Este año celebramos el 30 aniversario de BID Lab en plena evolución hacia un rol más enfocado en orquestar actores y recursos. BID Lab se convertirá en un hub de innovación para el desarrollo de América Latina y Caribe, siempre al servicio de sus poblaciones vulnerables. Junto al BID Invest y aliados externos, identificaremos desafíos de la región donde la innovación emprendedora pueda marcar la gran diferencia. Y entre todos, desplegaremos programas que aborden sus distintas aristas para lograr un impacto integral y duradero a escala. Hacer que la innovación suceda y mejore la vida de millones en nuestra región requiere acciones audaces de muchos actores. Por eso, hoy renovamos la invitación a sumarse a nuestra causa por 30 años más.
Esa de aquí parece.
Sometimes I used to wear my glasses to look intelligent, but now I use them to read. It worked, actually. Welcome to this panel about corporate impact venturing. How corporations may create impact with startups. It is an international trend which we're seeing more and more in Latin America. My name is Gonzalo Rivas. I'm the head of the division of competitiveness and innovation in the IDB. Our role in this division is to support governments so that they implement public policies promoting innovation, entrepreneurship, and creating an innovative ecosystem that will support progress and equality. Before we introduce the topic of our panel and our guests, please share with us some ideas. You have listened throughout the event. The IDB Lab is evolving and trying to become what we call a development hub. It will group different initiatives. The objective is to group actors and resources around programs that will address big challenges in our region. And for this, we want to listen to your opinions. So we kindly ask you to help us answering 2 questions through the app of the event or by scanning the QR code which you see on the screen. What challenges do you see where the innovative entrepreneurship may mark a difference and where there is not enough support from the market? So the first question, innovative entrepreneurship, can it mark a difference, and where do you see that difference placed, and where do you see a space where there's not enough support from the market? Thank you for helping us respond to these questions, which are really important for us and for the initiative of IDB Lab. So now let's talk about corporate impact venturing. It is increasingly important. It is being positioned as a big strategy from corporations who see in their relationship with startups and entrepreneurs the possibility of having more agile responses and more fast responses to the big challenges. From the IDB Group, particularly from an innovative laboratory and in partnership with WorkerTech, we want to give a further step inviting different corporations to this initiative, which is Corporate Venturing LATAM or SICLAB. This is the first program of corporate venturing involving the collaboration of a group of actors, particularly big corporations, but also from the IDB Group, and also the impact view. That's what we're looking for through the SICLAB. SICLAB is developing a systemic model of open innovation that will allow this relationship between corporations and startups so that startups may act as agents of change in regards to the needs of corporations and their environmental, social, and objectives. This is a good opportunity for startups and corporations. And we want to present to you a short video where you will see this initiative. This is SICLAB.
Población en aumento, los avances en tecnología sorprenden día a día. Nuevas empresas nacen y con ellas nuevas soluciones. Pero, ¿cómo conectamos esto con los dolores de la sociedad? El mundo necesita nuevas respuestas y una evolución del sistema. Estamos en el apogeo del conocimiento. Ya no hay excusas para construir un mundo mejor. ¿Cómo podemos potenciar el desarrollo empresarial y al mismo tiempo generar un impacto positivo? Abriendo caminos hacia una economía de impacto en Latinoamérica y el Caribe. 8 socios corporativos decidieron trabajar colaborativamente para enfrentar juntos los principales dolores de la sociedad, abriéndose a colaborar con startups de impacto, Climatech, superación de la pobreza, salud y alimentación. Compañías y emprendedores tienen la oportunidad de aportar soluciones a nuestros grandes retos sociales y medioambientales multifronteras. Construir un mundo mejor y hacer negocios pueden ir de la mano. Sé parte de la transformación de impacto. Hagamos un pacto de cambio. CBLAC, Corporate Impact Mentoring Latin America and the Caribbean.
Bueno, genial.
Great. So today we're going to have a conversation with a different panelist about the journey of a year and a half with CivLab. So we have very important panelists. First, let me introduce Andrea Razabal Olavarriga. She's CEO and co-founder of Carbon Biocapture LLC. It is a startup which is implementing a pilot in the framework of CivLab. She is co-founder of Biocapture, devoted to carbon emission decrease and also programs to develop sustainable initiatives. She uses microalgae to decrease industrial gases and through that process to produce biological products such as biomass and bio fuels. Andrea, please. We also have Santiago Hoyos. He's manager of business strategy and innovation of ISA, one of the partners of CivLab, Interconexión Eléctrica SA. He is mechanical engineer with a master in technology management and business administration. He enjoys collective work and is always trying to generate solutions and to find new ways to win. Santiago, please. Then we have Agustin Protondo. He is General Director of Wirespam, our implementing partner of the initiative CivLab, and one of the corporate people with more experience in corporate venturing in the region. As you know, his organization is pioneer in corporate venture capital, and they have invested in more than 100 startups in the region. He's passionate about solutions generating impact. He also co-founded SuperAmi in 2010, social entrepreneurship where they were able to place more than $30,000 in credits of micro businessmen. Is it 30 million or 30,000? Well, we will ask him. Please, Agustin. And finally, with us, Edgar Cabañas. His investment officer of the IDB Invest is a corporate branch of the IDB Group. He specialized in digital asset topics in Latin America and the Caribbean, also guarantees of credits and financing in the supply chain. He's a key member of design and the initiative of CivLab. Edgar, please. So let's begin this conversation. I would like to begin with Andrea. Yes, do you agree? Andrea, you began with your initiative in this microalgae topic for several years now. You've been working with that for several years now. And since you already had the pilot and the demonstration, it was really hard for you to scale this up and to have the current projects that you have. So tell us about those problems that you first had. When you create new technologies, especially in Latin America, to get trust is very hard. When we began in 2004, we have been knocking on doors for 17 years, and to do the first pilot, 7 years passed. It was in 2011 when we were able to finally begin building a pilot. And since it was an unknown technology, nobody would finance us. So we had to raise capital to build that specific plan, which cost like $2.4 million. And in Chile, it's not easy. Or in Latin America, it's not easy to raise $2.4 million. Then came the stage of testing. And the company would tell us, we're very interested in continuing with you, but you're missing patents. It took us 11 years to take the patents, and the last patent that we received was from the United States, and it was in December of last year. So it was one test after another. And what was the change? Well, we found a company like Cementos Argos here in Colombia who opened its doors. They were working in an algae project, and they realized that our technology is very superior in capturing gas and producing biomass. But to generate that trust took us 14 years. So to begin working, it is not as if you were to build a mobile application that you just download it and it may take you 5 or 6 months to do it. But we needed the physical technology, which has two components: selecting the best microalgae to capture the highest number of carbon and to produce biomass. Let me give you an example. 1 gram of microalgae, you need 2 grams of CO2, so it's more efficient with trees. When you plant a seed, a tree, we capture 180 times more carbon than a tree. So these are big proportions, and the levels of capture is more impactful. But we had to demonstrate this and certificate, and without financing, a true financing, and finally through different loans, we were able to take this initiative forward. And now we have our first plant in the United States. Agustin, tell us, from your perspective, your experience with Barito, what could be the type of contributions in these types of situations where SITLab could help? Well, I'm very biased, and I do think that SITLab is a passionate project. It has different ingredients that makes it unique, and it's very different from other initiatives that we're used to seeing. And so let me tell you something. This is based, or although it is coordinated by the IDB, and from what we are also contributing to this coordination of the project, different corporate people are involved with that same intention and objective of having an increased impact through startups. It also has a regional vision, which is also unique. It is not an independent effort of companies of a single country, but these are different companies who are concerned and are involved in this issue. And we also work on impact, but with a real clear vision that corporate people are interested in impact hand in hand with business. In the end, we're trying to seek a benefit behind this. We cannot ignore this truth, this reality. But one of the learnings of this process is that these are not independent aspects and they can go hand in hand together. And this business vision, which we worked on, gives a really interesting aspect to this project. And through the pilots, all this has become a reality now. Pilots like the one we've been working on together, and the CIVLAC project has different stages. We have encompassed the climate tech stage, then we will go through agro-food tech, and then health. And the one which we closed, which is climate tech, not only did the corporate founders worked on it, but we also have additional 10. We have worked with more than 100 startups in climate issues of improving climate change. We did more than 90 interactions And from these interactions, around 8 or 10 pilots came out. So these pilots are giving a sense, a concrete contribution to all this work. So these are startups working on impactful issues, in this case, improving climate tech topics with corporations which want that impact to be part of their strategy. Then we will talk about pilots with Andrea, but before I want to ask Santiago. Nisa, why did you get into this? I've been in the company for 8 months, and when I entered, I began understanding the system that was created by the innovation system, by the innovation company. This system is very ambitious and complete in terms of the tools that you have to keep growing in terms of the competitive advantage, but also to begin participating in other opportunities and really far horizons. And the model that I was seeing with my experience was this is more robust than something that you would get from a big corporate. And the answer for your question has to do with the fact that if the business today was not in the context that we understand as energy transition, which has different implications, and let me explain one to you, then we wouldn't need many of these tools, which sometimes are redundant. To do corporate venture capital is one of the many initiatives that we have to do because it is not about knowing the answer of what will happen in 5 years, but we need different probability positions and to understand the different challenges of the energy transition, which is used so much today, but it's also so abstract. Or even in the word innovation, sometimes it's used a lot. In 2050, we understand that 25% of the energy that is going to be used by humankind will come from hydrogen sources. If that is the case, then let's think about all the energy that we use from the conventional systems like gas and the small things of that business, for example, distribution of gas, transportation, refining. So in 3 decades, we would need to be developing new markets and industries, and that won't be possible on how we understand business today or our current capabilities. So this is not only a challenge for the industry and sector, but also for humankind, and consortiums are needed. Here, corporate work of impact innovation would be fundamental to be able to create ecosystems around all these challenges. An additional question. Why do you think that more corporations do not get involved in these types of initiatives? What may stop them from doing so? There are different reasons. When one is that corporates are designed and devoted to work on their strategy, and they talk a lot about their own business. If we see all the time the executives spend around the organization, you could say that 99% of the time has to do on how we operate and be more efficient. Maybe there is a piece of transformation, but the transformation generates a lot of insatisfaction because we talk about uh, probabilities here. So, having said this, we need to work on what we do not know, this new horizon that is unknown, so that new explorations are carried out. And this opposes to what corporations do sometimes, most of the time, because they like to work in predictable models. And when you work with a startup, you work on uncertainty, risk, probability, different talent, different culture, different speeds. And in those differences, there's a lot of value, there's a lot of distance as well. There is a value of complementary nature where we have to recognize that corporations have thick motricity and capabilities to move markets, but these corporations also have a handicap in fine motor skills. Having said this, it may be a painful or not as a process, but what is true is that there's a whole process that it's important to get accommodated. So we have to promote and incentivize all these conversations so that based on a common understanding, we can have a better development of these initiatives. As branch of investors in the private sector of the IBD Group, which have joined this initiative, what's the motivation behind? How do you feel you can contribute to SIGFLAC? We live in a world of impact revolution. Before it was industrial revolution, now is impact revolution. All the industries with which we work, they're measured not necessarily by revenue and profit, but also by impact. What makes the difference between a company like Cemex compared to another one, another cement company? There is an impact in terms of valuation. It's not the same if you work with a cement company, again taking the example of one which is contaminating versus vis-a-vis another one which is doing better in that sense. These are tangible impacts. In the case of the IBD Invest, the initiative is strategic because of this context. From here, you see different technology solutions and companies that give solutions to real problems. Let me give an example. In the vertical, which we will work on, agrotech and food tech, there are so many things to be explored. Topics about biotech, the use of land, the use of water, all these technologies not only implement productivity, but they generate a significant impact twofold in terms of the perspective of that company, but also our position as a bank as an enabler. In the case of the IBD, we see SIVLAC as a petroleum company. This is a joke, but let me explain it to you. When oil comes out, a lot of things can be done with it. So what we see here is solutions do exist. There are good companies which can provide these solutions. And the good news is that at a group level, we have the possibility with financial instruments to be able to support this from the perspective of IDB Invest with equity structure tables, but also from the perspective of the IBD Lab. Certain startups could be maybe on a stage where a pre-seed or a venture capital can be placed, and we can monitor that so that when they graduate and they're in a growth stage, we can enter with an equity instrument to scale it up. And that's what we're looking for at the end of the day. Going back to your experience, you've been for several years in this field. So what do you think you can bring to the table with your partner with SIBLAC? What have you from what you have learned, what can you contribute with? Many of the things that we put at your disposal as coordinator have to do with what we have learned. We began working with startups in our origin, and we first needed to understand where we can be useful for corporations and startups. And of course, this is easier said than done. But it took us many years to understand what was our way to contribute to both parties. We had to change our investment thesis, stop being an accelerator. But the idea is that it was a big learning to understand that feed between both worlds. And that's what we put at the surface of our work between corporations and impact startups. In terms of impact specifically, we've learned the following. Maybe sometimes we're not conscious that what we did had a specific impact. We didn't measure it. And one day when we began evaluating we understood that half of the startups we had invested impacted in the SDGs in many ways. So we asked ourselves, how is it possible that with this situation, we're not measuring indicators to generate an even higher impact? And this was one of the tables. This was one of the things that we brought to the table. And the third thing, which I mentioned in the first question you asked me, and is the idea that impact and the business shouldn't be separated. It's very important that when a company works in impact issues, it has a positive repercussion in its business. Strategy shouldn't be business. The business strategy and the impact strategy should be different. I mean, they can be led by different people, but they shouldn't be antagonic. They should work hand in hand. And here is when you really boost impact. That's one of the strongest learnings that I've taken with me. Andrea, you participated in this first pilot. Could you tell us about your experience? It's really surprising to meet Siglav and be able to reach an agreement. It took us 2 months, and with SEMEC, we had the first meeting in Bogota in 2015. And when Sivlak came, everything was so much easier. We just couldn't believe it. And everything was so good. I mean, it took us 8 years talking with Simon, and when Sigla came in 2 months, we had already reached an agreement to make a pilot in Mexico. And with the support of the IBD, we're trying to structure the financing for the first pilots, and we have already identified 5 plants of cement in Mexico, which is the second producers of cement in the world, to be able to do this project. So that bridge, that facilitator task or role is what many entrepreneurs are looking for. Because you may say, okay, we have the best technology, and people will ask, who are you? Why are you saying this? But if we have a sponsor or a promoter that knows our business, that knows our journey, all the pathway that we have walked through is easier. It's the first project that we do in Mexico after visiting Mexico since 2010. So it is a Sigla gives you a lot of strength, and I think many entrepreneurs will see themselves benefited from the support that other companies do not have, because it is like bringing together different needs. And I was asking Santiago, why don't all corporations participate in this? Well, because many corporations do not have an innovation department. For them, maybe innovation is to improve their production, but they do not see the other aspects that have to be considered. For example, we not only work with air, we also work with land and water. We're hired to capture carbon, but we can also clean water as a parallel exercise. So sometimes that openness does not exist in corporations. They just focus on the internal processes and do not understand the other realities that have to be tackled upon.
So 2 months versus 10 years. That is it, Black. That's great. And I want to see if it's possible that we could have questions from the audience. Otherwise, I will monopolize the conversation. I have more questions, but it would be a good opportunity, especially after what you have heard from the Zivlag experience, to see if anybody has any questions. So do we have a mic for the audience? I'm an entrepreneur, but we need a mic. Well, congratulate you for this initiative. And I had a question with regards to the pilot projects, the structuring of the pilot and the financial structuring. A key part was mentioned by everybody, I think. The ZipLac partners have to add capital to the pilot so that the pilot can move forward. Is it mandatory or not? Because, of course, that incentivizes, because if you add money, there's more will. I'm from Tech Ventures Peru. I will answer. This is a project naturally that is sponsored by IVB and executed, if you want, or coordinated by Guaira. So part of the IDB funds are for these projects because we know that there's an obstacle to add money when you're starting to do something or you want something to start running. So IDB's will is that we don't have that obstacle. So this is a wonderful project. For the pilot, you don't have to add money. Of course, there are levels. If after that the pilot, not for stage one of the pilot, but if it starts to take a shape, obviously the funding is not infinite. The IDB investment can go in afterwards. The IDB Lab, of course. Yes, of course. My question is to know what type of startups are you looking for? Because looking at the case, Andrea's case, she's been in the market for 20 years, and I relate her more with an SME, but I don't know, because startup is like an ethereal concept of what startup means for each one. I would like to know what a startup is, because in my opinion, the time for creation, the technology is key. Santiago or? Well, I will give one perspective and then somebody else will give another one. I believe that the thesis of every business is different, and depending on the objectives that each business have, you will be able to look for more mature corporations or those at an earlier stage. But I find that there's a sweet spot in that nomenclature that is used by Americans of the B series. I think that there's a connection with something very interesting. On the one hand, we have a corporation with all of its assets, with all of the playground to be able to display solutions and experiment solutions. And on the other hand, we have the startup on Series B that has a team, it has a team, a business model, it already has the monetization and a model that has a hypothesis and a validation to profitably monetize. It means it's ready to grow from the profitability and not towards the profitability, with an issue of scales and volumes that has intellectual property assets. So it's a technological base corporation, and everything is grouped. It has a value proposal. It still needs experimentation, and that is where it's very important that the corporation is open to be able to continue to iterate, but it's clear enough. So what we find there, which is difficult in other conditions, is that we have a completely fluent business conversation. We're not speaking of ideas. We're not speaking of technology push or technology driven. We're speaking of solutions that have a sense of a business and a sense of application, and on forward all the possibilities of scaling up. So it varies from company to company depending on the objectives. But I find that the sweet spot between the B series companies with that maturity and also corporations with that maturity for experimentation purposes. And I will add my vision, and I disagree slightly. I believe that, yes, the easiest thing in terms of interactions, the more mature the company is, the easier it is to have those interactions. But we need a vehicle like ZipLab, where we have a B series company, and I'm thinking of B series. I don't know if in Colombia we have a lot of these B series. I think we can count them on one hand. But it's almost that you come in without an initiative. It's natural, but I think that the essence of this project is also to come in to companies that are flying under the radar for a company of the size of Cemex, Telefónica, ISA, EPM, or Bancolombia. So perhaps not very early, because if you're on the first stage where you don't have large customers, you don't know how corporate works, and you will die when you're attempting. But in the Series A, there are hundreds of thousands of dollars in invoices. I think there's a sweet spot to have an incremental innovation and that it can be doable. Edgar, perhaps you, with your experience in IDB Invest as potential investors, one thing is to elaborate on this, and the second thing is that FitLag innovates from the point of view of the financial tools that you make available to companies, to the startups or pseudo startups in some cases. And it might be good to give an image of that variety of financial instruments, which is a big innovation of the ZivLag. Well, what I would like to connect perhaps is when you build a call through this network of ZivLag for agro-food or tech issues. In this case, the requirements are specific for the companies that are going to come in because the region, these are customers, our customers, are things that our customers are asking for. The positive thing that this brings is that those startups that start to work, that are selected, and that whose solution is applicable, IDB Invest in its customer portfolio can connect, and that is the idea, can connect these solutions that should come in from this initiative. So there are several stages here. One is that one where you can escalate that with a corporate company and is a customer of the bank that needs a capex that is big, and part of that capex can be there to fund the implementation of that solution, either in one country or in different countries. That could be one way of doing it. The other one could be that the startup is so good that that solution can be applicable across the board in other countries, and potentially our IDB Lab team, depending or supposing that this is a venture investment, there are financial products and we could look at it. So that is the first stage where in parallel you could work on this. And when that startup is at a growth stage or a B series, then we come in again, the IDB Invest, with financial products in terms of equity, convertible notes, etc. So we try to look at this so that the process doesn't die, but rather it escalates. And I think that that is a very competitive advantage that in terms of IDB Group we bring. I'm not mentioning the regulatory issues where we're strong as well in terms of IDB, where we have access to the government see us like a trusted broker, like someone that doesn't have a flag, but we're looking for the common good, not of one company in particular, but of the industry in general. So those are the things that in terms of a multilateral group we bring to the table, and it's also one of the topics that motivated the creation of this whole thing. And also with Guaira, Telefonica is a strategic company for our bank. We have a very, very long-term relationship, and our interests are very much aligned because in the bank we can have a very nice declaration in paper, but if we don't have the correct partners to be able to follow our development agenda, then our mission or our vision doesn't make any sense. Do we have time for another question, or are we out of time? One more question? So let me simply tell you that the regulatory topic that you just mentioned I find is crucial. I remember when the founder of Crystal Lagoon that produces, Fernando, that produces these large surfaces of water with no filter. It's a chemical product and have been installed around the world. He installs the first one, and then the internal tax inspector comes in and looks at this and says, wow, that's a huge swimming pool. And this is the tax that you need to pay. And he almost falls back. So the inspector had no idea that there was a new technology, that this was not a swimming pool. So he had to escalate to the internal tax service director to be able to mobilize this. And then you realize that a lot of these innovations have this regulatory ceiling because they don't know that a new type of innovation has been produced. And we could continue speaking about all these things all afternoon, but we have to finish. So I want to thank the panelists, to say that Andrea won the Innovator LAPI Prize this year, the LAPI Award this year, the Inventor of the Year. So big applause to all the panel, and thank you all for attending. And that was it. Thank you.
Estimados asistentes, el idioma de nuestro siguiente panel es el inglés.
This panel will be in English, so if you need, you can get your interpretation headsets to follow these presentations in Spanish. In a couple of minutes, we will start this panel. partner of Astela.
Good afternoon. Yeah, this is working. Okay. So thank you for inviting us. It's a pleasure to be here. We have we've been discussing and have several aspects of a very important point in our lives that sometimes fly under the radar of everybody, is that how can government improve and serve better a society with that increases complexity each day, and how can technology adoption can help a more citizenship improvement and centric approach for government. And we have here 3 entrepreneurs that's been creating and analyzing all the pain points of some of the aspects of the government daily life that I will ask them to describe what are the solutions and the pain points that they solve. But before, let me just introduce myself. I'm Laura from Astela. Astela is a VC firm that focuses on early stage in Brazil. We have a thesis for GovTech that is related to the challenge of governments to comply with the needs of a society that improves complexity at speed, and how this can be done without further increasing the structure of government entities, and how can technology improve the awareness of the problems and the capacity for solutions in a region and a country that suffers from bureaucracy, huge bureaucracy, and high interest rates, which means that we do have to come up with the solutions that that addresses the problems not only with the addition of more people into the structure. And we do have some interesting views and experiences, successful experiences that we want to share with everybody. So I'll ask each one of us to introduce yourselves, and also to tell us what are the main challenges that you see and the main opportunities going forward on serving the public sector. Rodolfo, you want to start?
Yes. First of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Gov, which is a startup that operates in Brazil. Our mission is to modernize government's relationship with citizens and businesses. We are basically a CRM software built exclusively for governments. So I'm going to start here talking about 2 opportunities that I select when I look at Brazil and talking about the sector. The first opportunity is that in Brazil we have 18,000 plus government agencies, and the way these agencies communicate with citizens and with businesses is mostly via an analog tool. So they communicate with citizens and business via letters, via mail. So if you pay taxes in Brazil, local taxes, for example, they send the bills for you to pay via mail and letter. Or if you have an issue to get solved with your local government in Brazil, you need to go there to sort it out, or you need to call them. And most of the times you have like 10, 15, 20 numbers that you can call to get your problem sorted. So solving this problem is a huge opportunity for technology in governments in Brazil. The second opportunity is that we have 1.5 trillion reais being paid every year via payslips to government. So in Brazil, we have seen a revolution in new payment methods, but when it goes to government, you pay taxes via payslips mostly. At city level, we have 240 billion reais being paid every year via payslips. The default of these payments reach 70% in few cities. So that's a huge problem, huge problem. We at Gov, we are here, our mission is to modernize this relationship with governments and business and provide citizens and business with new payment methods so they can better pay their taxes. So I'm gonna briefly describe a case. The city of Araguaína in the state of Tocantins is a very innovative city, and they hired our software. And for you to have an idea of what technology can do in this type of environment where you have these opportunities, only by using our software that tackles these two opportunities, in a comparative study that we did, if you get the citizens and businesses that were notified by our software and the business and citizens they were not notified by our softwares, the ones that were notified, we increased tax property payment by 500%, 500%. Simples Nacional, which is a service tax, by 2,022%, 2,022%. And when you talk about debt, that is dívida ativa, we call in Brazil, we increased that by 600%. So the opportunities are very, very big. And to finish, I think that the challenge that we see in this sector, I believe that the first challenge that I would like, and I think it's the most important, we have seen many businesses, many startups trying to take technology to government, and we see business with very good unit economics. But we need more fund for these technologies, for these startups. There is a preconception in Brazil that it's pretty hard, there's corruption when you do business with governments. We need to erase that. We need, especially in this audience here, that as supported market that is venture capital to GovTech in Brazil. So one gap that we need to fill is to increase funding for startups, for companies that are trying to take technology to government, because the impact is huge. So I think this is it.
That's it?
This is Gov.
That's not all.
Yeah.
All right. Diego, tell us what you're doing and the opportunities and challenges you see.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you. Hi, everybody. Thank you for having me here as well. I'm Diego Villegas, the CEO of SLAN. What we do, our mission is really to bring English beyond the current basic topics that has been taught for years. We are creating, using artificial intelligence, the largest solution for professional and technical English, actually covering every single job title that you can imagine, and creating a perfect learning path that is personalized for that learner. Talking about opportunities, and I'm going to use the opportunity to illustrate our solution. One is when we work with governments, actually we see that we can be the partners by regions in the actual industries that they really want to be competitive. Every single region in Latin America and the Caribbean, they have certain verticals, strategic verticals. For instance, in Colombia, Medellin is one that really like to be a leader in tech, like a technology hub. Other cities in Central America, they want to be manufacturing in textile or medical equipment. Cancun is well known as a hospitality cluster. And so really what we are is really specialized in those industries, and we call industry solutions. And taking the example of hospitality is how to train and develop those clusters with better professional specialized English at the job title level. And imagine how many job titles can be around 100 industries in Latin America. So that is like a huge problem to solve. But with this new approach that is data-driven using artificial intelligence, it's fully possible. And right now at SLAN, we can create in few weeks any industry solutions for our partners. So that's the way that we can work with the governments, and we have been working in that way. In particular, for instance, in Colombia, we have been training blue collars in different technical English, from automotive to manufacturing and many other ones. The other second opportunity to illustrate this is, let's talk about at the human level, not as the government level, but the human level. And is upskilling, how to empower people to have the possibility for upskilling and be lifelong learners. And this is a very powerful but simple question, is how do you get better at your job? And it's a reality that all of us just go to Google or any external source and just find solutions to our problems by researching. And that's the new way that people learn and work. It's not anymore like you just go to the university for years and you stop learning. Really, everything is so fast-paced right now that every day millions of people, workers, they just go and literally research new stuff. And guess what? The best quality of knowledge is in professional English. So when we are very focused in that professional part of English and not really in one size fits all, we are actually empowering, upskilling, and lifelong learning for all of us. And so that's the great impact or the opportunity that we see with our service.
Amazing. Thiago.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation, IDB Lab, and for the amazing conference. So I'm the co-founder, and CEO of Letras. Letras is a K-12 literacy program for students to drastically narrow the literacy gap. We use AI, we use education technology to make students visible. We understand, and getting to Laura's question, I think that one of the greatest opportunities we have, and it's also one of the greatest challenges, is that students today, they are invisible. We don't know where they are in terms of literacy, where they are into their learning journey. We don't know what are their specific individual gaps. And what we do in our program is really to make students and bring them to the center of the process. Once we have AI apply to support the learning process, we're capable of being able to see the students, understand their gaps, their opportunities, and support them and their teachers and the school networks to really foster a better and faster learning. The second opportunity I see relates to the movement we see today in terms of the LLMs, large language models, like GPT. I think that's a specific technology that can really change and transform education on the long run. The capacity and the scalability of this kind of technology can really set students at the center of the process and allow us to look at the learning process in terms of performance, in terms of real development improvement. I think this is one of the greatest opportunities we've had in the history of education. I think that the other thing that is Also, an opportunity is the movement that we see by governments to bring infrastructure to the schools. I think that the pandemic obviously was terrible, but at the same time made it very clear the importance of technology into the schools. And I think that we start to have a context, a scenario where software solutions of all kinds of topics can be implemented with quality at the school level, especially at public schools. In terms of challenges, I see two main challenges, specifically talking about our development within governments. The first one is the procurement process, which is still not developed or mature to have innovation. The procurement process that we still use mostly with governments are procurement processes that were used in the past that usually try to mitigate innovation and risk, which does not combine with startups with new technologies. The second challenge is surely capital, as Rodolfo brought. Capital is a huge bottleneck to innovate with government, especially in the early age, when you need some capital, some resources to prove your idea, to test, to validate, to build a prototype. It's hard for you to do that without some capital, without some good human resources, especially when you're talking about technology.
Great. So let's start.
Bueno, entonces hablemos sobre el aspecto de compra. Voy a comenzar.
That the procurement systems and processes is a big black box, but a lot has been changing, and you also have an interesting strategy on how do you bridge the gap between what you do and the reality and in the social and public spaces. So how did you? Well, first starting, what are the challenges that you see and you face on the process of selling technology to the government, and what have you been doing to overcome?
Yeah, I don't know if everybody here is familiar with selling to governments and how these things work and the procurement process, but there is a very specific thing that needs to happen, at least in Brazil, but I believe in most countries. The law that we have now, actually the law has changed. I'm going to talk a little bit about it. The buyer needs to know technically what they are buying. So if they are buying a SaaS software, a CRM software, they need to know how to describe technically the solution. If you think about Brazil, in Brazil we have 5,500 cities. There are many cities, pretty small. There's one city in Brazil that has 800 inhabitants. There are many cities that there's no one engineer in Brazil. It's not working for the city hall. There's no one engineer in the city. So can you imagine these people buying technology and having to write very complex and describe many complex systems? So this is a huge problem. And the second problem that I would like to point is that there's one person in the city hall, and talking about cities that are very important. This person is the city attorneys, the ones that say that the city is according to the law or not. And these people, when we talk about the public procurement, we normally don't talk about them. But these are the ones that need to understand the law, need to understand the limits of the law, and how they can use the law to innovate. So, and these people are not being prepared for these new technologies that are coming. These people are working, they normally work in 3, 5, 4 cities, and they spend one day in each city, so they are not updated with the new technologies and with the new laws. So I would focus in this specific public that we need to help, the city attorneys. And but in Brazil, things have changed. Yeah. We have now the new Marco Legal das Startups. We've been hired by Salvador and Araguaína, and it's a new law that's very interesting. It's helping to procure innovation and technology. And there's now the new procurement law, that's 14133, that has helped you to communicate and engage with the public sector during the buying process, during the procurement process, and help them to understand the technology and help them to describe the softwares and the technologies and the innovation that they are buying. So there are two major changes, but these things are not going to the different types of Brazil that we have, not the Brazil of São Paulo state, not Brazil of Pernambuco, Recife capital, but we need to take these laws to the Brazil of Nova Esperança do Sul, the Brazil of Cabrobó in the Northeast. So that's it.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because you also mentioned while we were discussing the panels that not all the government workers know about the new regulation, and also not everybody understands how the dynamic can be in terms of how engaging it is. Also, there is a huge gap of what technology can do. And you have a program that not only Gov as the startup works on it, but also you as a person, that is your mission to serve the public server on how to bridge the gap and how to improve governance and knowledge from the public servers.
Yeah.
Tell us a
Most
little
government
bit about
officials do not know what a CRM software is and how technology can help them improve the relation with the citizens and business, how they can help, how the technology can help improve and increase taxes revenues. So us, in order to build a business, we needed to build a school to capacitate government officials to help them understand the opportunities that the problems that they have, the pain points, and also what are the technologies and what are the solutions available in the market that can help them tackle those problems. So we literally built a school, and every month we have many mayors and secretaries that come to us to learn about their few pain points and new technologies.
Very, very interesting. So, Diego, you also mentioned that to guarantee the expectations, alignment of expectations, and the adequate view of how you improve the lives of civil workers, that a lot of alignment has to be done prior to the procurement process per se. How do you work on this process, and what are your biggest pain points in terms of alignment and understanding the needs of the specific population that you're going to address?
Yeah. So one of the challenges regarding that is when in a procurement process, when the government establish the requirements, it's a key moment, because actually that is what you need to deliver during the execution of the project. And I've seen that some governments, they open that for comments before making the procurement process. And I think that's a very good practice, because you have the chance to suggest how to structure the project better. But sometimes you just get the requirements and you cannot do anything, and more than just present a proposal. And eventually it's common to see some weird requirements, like for instance, the people should learn English in 3 months. So okay, I just spent personally 2 years trying to catch up with the English that I have. And so or sometimes they actually require that we need to achieve the learning outcome, but in reality, it's a human service. Is what I mean is there is desertion. If 1,000 people start in a school, you cannot get 1,000 people out of the room 1 year later with that standard. So there are in real life, there are complications that usually the requirements is like a very ideal, like we need this outcome in this period, and they make that more than like with a hope to trying to find a solution for something they have, versus really to guarantee like what is the best service. So that is my advice for that with government is open source or open for comments the requirements always before starting, and they are going to learn a lot in that I would say pre-selection moment. That's something that happened a lot. The other problem or challenge that I see, and is very similar to what Rodolfo shared, is how to structure the projects. If they don't have the talent that is with the right expertise, it's almost impossible for them to structure the project. And so from the get-go, from the beginning, the project is going to start not in the best way. Now, my dream with that is I do believe that it has to be like certain institutions that can open source like a blueprint for projects, for like a high impact projects. Imagine like for instance, if there are certain documentation that maybe IDB has and can publish, or any other multilateral institution that is really focused in education, and they have like a template or a blueprint for certain projects with the best practices. And so someone in a small town working for the government that have that need can use that open source knowledge to structure the project, and even have the service having that external as a advisor in how to use the project. So there are things that I think with more collaboration and using what in tech people have been using a lot, which is the concept of open source. When they use that for coding, and I think for knowledge how to structure projects is something that governments can really help each other in many ways to structure the projects in better way, or really to overcome the problem of expertise and talent.
That's another very important aspect when we think about introducing technology and the entrepreneur mindset to the to specific challenges in specific publics. What is interesting is that the entrepreneur mindset and how the creativity works on solving the problems actually is in facts or affects how people think. And this is something that ventilates ideas and creativities inside specific sectors. So whenever the technology is adopted, it's not only important in terms of what are the pain points, but also in the mindset that the people that adopt it, because it changes the perspective of how the objections can be overcome, and this kind of, which is exactly what you're talking about. Thiago, that's another very interesting thing about when we think about education, that we normally think that the results comes in the long term, and what people have in mind and wants to measure is how education can impact social mobility, the quality of life and income of a population. And this obviously comes on the long term, specifically because we need to improve the productivity of that population. But you've shown that we can measure the improvement in education in other ways. How do you do, and how do you show the impact of your work on a shorter period of time?
So I think that the use of technology in the classroom breaks a very important paradigm, which is usually when you go to an analogic classroom, you have to wait until the end of the month or the end of the quarter for you to make an evaluation and know how your students are doing. And then when you realize they're not doing well, what do? You start over next quarter, but possibly the content or the skills they're trying to develop already passed. So you kind of lost the chance to really improve that student while they're really learning. When we integrate technology into the classroom, into the learning process, what we can do is really give immediate data, feedback, and direction to students and teachers. And that changes the game. So when we say, hey, it's hard to measure if that's working or not in education, with technology, it is much easier to do so. Because if you're able to track students' experience and activities throughout the classroom, you can really have clear information, clear data about what is missing to each one of the students, what is necessary for them to improve. That's exactly what we do with our program. We initiated our program focused on writing. Today, we're bringing a full literacy program to the classrooms. But work with writing, we can track the performance of students as they write and give them immediate feedback for them to improve what they're writing. So to give a few cases of lectures about measuring and bringing results to the surface, we ran an RCT, a very structured impact evaluation with JPAL that is based in the MIT, to really track if our program would really make a difference to students' improvement, writing skills development. And what we noticed is that in 5 months, the students that were part of our program clearly had a major improvement in writing program at scale in one state. It was the state of Espírito Santo, in more than 200 schools. The students took our program. We helped them improve their writing throughout the year with the teachers. And for the first time ever, the state ranked at the first position in the national ranking among all states. So we can see that by using technology in a smart way, getting students in the center, using effective data, we can really make not only measurements, but improvements in the short term. Now, we are moving towards a partnership with USAID to really track our program on a 3 years project and try to measure not only the improvement into academics, but also how that can really leverage students to improve, get into university, and income generation in a broader way.
Amazing. And moving to Rodolfo on this front as well. One of the aspects that people say that jeopardize democracy is that whenever the government changes, people don't feel the difference because they think that whoever they vote for, the results are going to be the same, and they think that the population works for the government and not the government working for the population. So how your solution and how Gavi can help governments to adopt a more citizen-centric design and understand better how to solve the problems of the society?
Yeah, Laura. It's a very interesting question and reflection, because what we've been doing and the problem that we're solving, it's a very, very simple and basic thing that sometimes I get myself thinking, how come no company has started doing that? Because think with me, there are many governments, city governments, for example, they have many systems where they store data on citizens and on companies, right? But they do not use this data for anything. So what we do with our solution, we just integrate with different systems, so we get data from all the people of the city and all the companies in that city and put in the same place, so they can start better understanding those companies and those people. So what the unit, the health equipment they use, what is the education equipment that they use, if they have a house. So we put all this data in one place. We provide them with technology so they can better communicate with citizens. And from the implementation of our software onwards, every interaction that they have with citizens and businesses gets recorded. So can you imagine the amount of data that they can use to think about public policies, that you call those city administration to 10 times to ask for an update in your registry. And as a civil servant, you're saying that there's something wrong because that's the 10th time that they're calling. So it's very basic. It's using data to track and understand the behavior of the citizens and companies at city level, and think about public policies that you can do based on how the citizens and business behave in that territory. So, and our technology, what we see, that the cities that are using it, they do not use it half of what we provide them with, because they can use for much more insights, for many more analysis that they're not using yet. So I believe that if we succeed, we're going to help governments have a much more citizen and business-centric view.
That's amazing. And Diego, what people think that artificial intelligence will change the reality of how we learn and how we teach. How do you think that your solution can change and leverage the role of the teachers, and how do you envision it to be in the future?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. Nowadays, taking in consideration the LLMs, ChatGPT, many people has been considering English tutoring is at risk or not. I would say no, not really. Let me elaborate on that. Why? Actually, the tech every time is better and better, and the large language models and ChatGPT is really a game changer, like a breakpoint in history, and that is accelerating our development at light speed. It's really cool what is going on. Now, having said that, the role of tutoring, in particular in English learning, I believe that is fluency. When you need to learn a new language, you need to cover more or less this aspect. That is writing, reading, listening, and speaking, plus vocabulary, meaning, and grammar. And you need to cover all of that in a well-rounded way that you can use that in context. Technology, you can map out that, and technology is way better than tutors in some aspects of that, and tutors are way better than technology in some aspects of that. And so in a very strategic way, we split that, and anytime the technology become better, we just go with whatever is best for our learners. Still, even with ChatGPT, for instance, to have a really human feeling conversation with really rich interaction, you need a tutor. And so in our platform, the approach for tutoring is kind of like a 20% of the full curriculum, and 80% is with technology. That's a huge differentiator for scalability and impact, because to serve the same, let's say, 100,000 users, maybe you need 5,000 tutors if you go with 100% in tutors. But in our case, we can go with 100,000 users, but because a fraction is with the tutors, just the speaking and fluency part, we can let the technology do the rest. And so we can, for the same 100,000 users, maybe we don't need 5,000 tutors, we need 50. So what we are going to see here is an acceleration of learning using tech, being more scalable, and using the tutors for speaking and fluency as a key skills to complement the technology. And that for me is the future of education in language learning, and have profound implications for scalability and impact. And we are working in how we can integrate that every time better and better.
Amazing. And Thiago, on the same topic, I mean, on the youth education aspect, how do you see the role of the teachers, and how do you see the education changing from a content-driven knowledge to the building of specific skills and abilities that we need to survive and to engage others, instead of just memorizing content going forward? How explain us what is the context and what are the changes that you envision for children and youth education?
Yeah, so I think that once we have technology smartly integrated to the education process, the teaching and learning process, what we see is that we're able to really give students a very unique and individualized track, because each one of them is different from each other. There's no one single path or one single content that makes sense to everyone at the same moment. While this is what we have at most of the schools, one size fits all, we know that that's not what's going to really take us to really narrow the literacy gap and educational gap in general. Having said that, the technology will be able to give students not only feedback, but will be able to give students a clear track, who are the most important person in this whole ecosystem for implementing technology successfully. What we have to support them is with the data and suggestions of what they can do, understanding the diversity of learning level within the classroom. So what we see for the teachers is a change in their role from being an instructor, for being the content provider, or for being the content leader of that classroom, to more and more become the learning manager of that classroom, to be able to really understand where each one of the students are and what experience they have to follow for them to really improve their learning and their skills. We are not there yet. We are in a transition phase towards a place where teachers will have the resources, the support, the training to really feel at this role. But that's the future. And I think that technology cannot only support students, but also can support teachers, building for them a clear, I would say, teaching path for them to really understand how they can manage that group of students given the students' learning needs.
Amazing. And we only have 5 minutes, so I would ask you guys to jump, whoever has the faster insight on the issue that I'm going to pose here, which is the state of connection that we have in our population. Because Pricewaterhouse did a research that is on digital inclusion, and they ended up noticing that in Brazil, 120 million people is underconnected, which means that they have limited access or a limitation in terms of the number of days on the month that they can access the internet or they can be connected, because basically they are attached to a prepaid plan, and whenever the capacity is over, they have to wait until they have available resources to recharge. So if you can explain how this affects your businesses and what are the ideas that you have concerning this situation?
Yeah, I can start with this one. So that's a challenge, and I think that the lack of infrastructure is something that should be a focus of anyone that wants to try to serve the government. So for instance, in our case at Letras, we can serve a school if they have 5 computers for 100 students and very low speed internet. Students basically, they rotate and they take turns and they go through the activities in a very organized way in partnership with the teacher. So we're also developing a new app that will work offline. So students can take classes offline and do not need a computer eventually if they don't have one at the school. So those are the kind of things that must be a focus for you to serve the government, especially if you're a tech business, especially if you want to serve the population. So we have to be creative. We cannot wait for the infrastructure to be there for us to start solving the problem.
Yeah, in our case, it's a little bit different. Actually, offline mode is not possible in a way that our experience is fully personalized in real time. And so if we don't count with that, the whole personalization process will be lost at the degree of personalization that we have, because it's highly personalized. We use not only the data of the user, we use the data across all our users to really optimize the learning experience. So we know that, for instance, for Portuguese speakers, certain English terms are more difficult than for Spanish speakers, even though it's the same English term. Just to give you one example of that. But it varies by the difficulty level of the proficiency level of the student, and many other things. So the lack of connectivity, the way that we tackle that is actually making our app really optimized and light. So we help with, in particular, with low income students that they have a very slow broadband.
Yeah.
And so, because our teaching is really rich in media, like audio, pictures, etc., so that requires certain bandwidth. We are quite good on that. We actually have been invested a lot in keeping that really light. It's similar technology that you will need to have for Spotify, like how you can have a high quality playlist of music, even if you have a low bandwidth. I think at this stage we are quite good in that, but it took a while to optimize that. But for the benefits of like a low-income students, is there. The other implication or a strategic consideration that I believe is we need to be really good in how to teach maybe the ones that have already access to internet, but they are not taking advantage of that. So this is a very basic concept, but again, powerful. That is, maybe we are missing, I don't know, 5–10% in Latin America for internet, but maybe the other 90% cannot take full advantage because they don't have professional English. So it's like yes, you are going to end up maybe use the internet for some local news, for the soccer game, that's fine, it's nice. But at the same time, if they want to research something or be autonomous in upskilling, and that is in English, you can have a good internet, but what is the purpose of that? So I believe that the government has to be way more focused in how to take advantage of the current coverage.
Yeah.
And so the economy is going to be more developed, and suddenly the rest of the people are going to have coverage.
In our case, the way the governments communicate with citizens, of course, technology is important, infrastructure is almost always important, but one of the features that they use in the software, they communicate with citizens via SMS message, so they use it a lot, and also via WhatsApp, and almost everybody has WhatsApp and has at some point connections, so they still can use. Of course, there are problems where do not have this type of things, but most of the time they can use it to access citizens and business in order to communicate with them.
Awesome. So I think our time is over, unfortunately. I had all the 20 questions for each one of you. So thank you so much. It's been very interesting on our brainstorming and everything to understand how you guys see the problems and all the aspects that I learned. So thank you so much, and thank you for inviting us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Laura, and thank all the panelists. That was a very enriching talk. B2G is definitely a trend that is here to stay, will allow us to create a synergy between the public and private sectors to find large opportunities for development in Latin America and the Caribbean. Let's take a short break. Let's enjoy a warm drink, and we will see you again at 4:45. Remember that you can set your appointment. Thank you for being here. I know it's late, and I know you're all tired after these intensive 2 days, so thank you for still being here. Well, a short introduction before introducing our very distinguished panel. The fourth industrial revolution has generated very strong impacts in the business models in different companies. An example of this, a phenomenon, was the platformization of the economy, so to say. All types of digital platforms have appeared to intermediate offers and demands of all types of goods and services. Digital platforms have grown in an accelerated manner, and it couldn't be any other way, in a disorganized manner. And some things worry us or concern us about this disorder. One in particular is the low level of protection that these new ways of employment have. They don't fit in the social frameworks of protection of our countries. And while the states work in their social protection services to supplement these ways of work, the entrepreneur sector has the potential of contributing with fast solutions to this problem. So we have had startups that have appeared that look for improving the level of assurance of these non-traditional working sessions, such as access to financing, training tools for requalification or labor reconversion, insurance, health plans, spaces for collective representation, etc. These is what we call the WorkerTech services. And the key of this ecosystem is that this is about digital solutions that look to leverage to be able to personalize the design of services that are adjusted to the needs of the payment capacity of specific groups of workers. The scope of this ecosystem are non-traditional workers, and this looks at two groups mainly: independent workers and informal workers. And if you join these two subgroups, you see the potential relevance of this segment, because many of the countries in our region, we talk about the greater part of our workforce. Some years ago, we started to see how in the United States and Europe mainly, startups started to appear that wanted to look at this ecosystem. And IDB, we generated an initiative to be able to promote the development of this ecosystem in our region. Today, we are proud of seeing that the ecosystem already has a critical mass of entrepreneurships. And just as an example, in Argentina, where we are promoting the development of this ecosystem in a project together with Civic House, we were able to map the existence of 81 entrepreneurship, all of these born in the last 4 years. Once again, seeing this accelerated growth that I was mentioning, the main verticals that are being developed in Argentina are financial services, both loans as insurance, training, and tools to formalize labor and for tax management. In El Salvador, where we're also promoting the development of this ecosystem together with CasaTIC, we could identify a trend that is very similar in terms of the speed of growth of the ecosystem and the main verticals that it is developing. So I could be talking about a Latin American fingerprint in the development of this ecosystem without being able to extrapolate this to other countries without a specific analysis. Just like the digital platforms grew in an accelerated manner, also the WorkerTech ecosystem, and we were hearing MIPI, a WorkerTech that offers services to delivery companies, and we talked about figures amazing in terms of the speed of growth. So it's a very new ecosystem that has grown quickly, and we feel that it's worthwhile analyzing some of the lessons that we are having over the years on lessons and challenges to see how we can build business models that are profitable and sustainable and that generate social impact, which is the main interest we have in this ecosystem. To help us think about this topic, we have invited a distinguished panel of experts and entrepreneurs, and I will invite them to come onto stage so that you can meet them. Tomás Costanzo is co-founder of Wills, an Argentinian startup that offers financial solutions for drivers of mobility users. It's a technology company that developed an engine for drivers contemplating behavior variables that don't enter into a credit score. So Wills works as a bridge with the financial system and facilitates financial inclusion of people that typically are outside the system. Wills received an award under the framework of WorkerTech in Argentina, promoted by Civic House with the support of IDB Lab, and he used that to develop the risk engine for these delivery platforms. Marco Sense is co-founder of Help, a marketplace for technicians for repairs at home, such as plumbers, electricians, carpenters, and others. Help is a marketplace for employment and offers worker tech services to the workers that use his platform, including social security, financial services, and work capital. With the help of IDB Lab, he's implementing in Mexico to help people in the informal market. Estuardo Escobar, co-founder of Sostengo, a Salvadorian startup of Ipsutech that offers insurance adapted to the needs of workers in platforms. Sostengo received an award in WorkerTech in El Salvador, promoted with Casatic with the support of IDB Lab, and this award is used to strengthen his insurance project. And finally, in a different role, we have Oliver Aswara, a leader specialist of work marker and social protection in IDB. Oliver leads the Lab Initiative, an initiative promoted by IDB and IDB Lab that wants to approve and assess innovative pilots using basic insurance companies. So let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Oliver, I would like to start with you so that you can give us a context under the framework that this ecosystem is being developed. Could you tell us, please, what are you seeing in the Social Security Lab in terms of the assurance of informal independent workers, and what are the main areas of work? Thank you very much, Erica, and thank you all. Thank you to my colleagues in the panel. I'm going to quickly present a series of facts that we have gathered in IDB, both the public arm as the IDB Lab. And what is the main point that we have found after several years of work on the topic of platforms? Technology has arrived. It is completely breaking not communication, but the way in which we coexist, the way in which we consume, and of course, work. The name of the game is clearly flexibility. It's very easy today to do all these things from different points of the world, and at the same time to interact with many people. The challenge for the specific case of work is that it is designed, or institutions are designed for a world that existed 100 years ago. Especially Social Security was designed with rules where people used to work in a specific place and where employers paid for people's contributions. At the same time, this complexity, our region is characterized for having a very elevated percentage of independent workers. What does this mean? People in Latin America value work, independent work, not having specific schedules, specific places of work. And we see it as an opportunity. Technology is seen as the opportunity of being able to bring these people into a new ecosystem that allows them to be better protected. That is the main reason of the Digital Social Security Lab, which is a new stage that we have created together with the IDB Lab on how to improve the lives of independent workers. We started with voluntary saving. Now we're in comprehensive insurance of all workers. With many millions of people, we're talking about 25% of the workforce that are independent, not only informal. This is the workforce of our region. These are people that work, dentists, lawyers, or any other occupation, not necessarily people that are in poverty. They are called informal because they don't have health coverage or do not have a pension. They're saving for their pension. There are important differences in each country and between countries. For example, Peru and Mexico do not have, or to have a percentage close to zero of independent people that contribute or are insured, whereas on the side of Brazil and Chile, we have a much higher percentage. What did we do at the Digital Social Security Lab? We stood in the shoes of workers and asked, what does the worker, the independent worker, have to do to meet with the existing regulation? Because the reforms to Social Security, health, and pension are something very complicated, and where the governments have to have very elevated political capital, we can't wait. And we need to start to innovate in the different processes that the institutions are following to give opportunity to more people, an opportunity to be insured. And we stood in their shoes and looked at everything they needed to do for each one of the countries in which we have worked: Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Peru, and Mexico. And what have we found? And we will publish this in a report very soon. But in summary, what the main elements that will allow this independent population to be insured are the following elements. In the first place, electronic registration, of course, that people can affiliate in a simple manner to aggregate all their sources of income electronically. In other words, the traceability of all of their income, that there's flexibility in the coverage products. In other words, Social Security in particular is a package. And there's no way of changing those coverages. So it's important to start to obtain evidence of how much response new products can have in terms of insurance. The automatic discount in the payment of contributions, coordination with the fiscal system, coordination with the financial system and the payment system, which is very important, and there's a lot of innovation here, as well as the fiscal incentives and eventually social protection as well. In all of these areas, there can be innovation, and where we believe that in each country there are different elements that can be adapted and where there can be many business opportunities for the sector. So in summary, we believe that Social Security in Latin America in many cases is not adapted to the reality of an important part of the labor markets. Reforms to improve the administrative systems are feasible. We don't need to start from very deep reforms, even though naturally each country can decide that depending on their needs and whatever their population wants. But we believe that there are three important points that should be considered. One, the inclusion of schemes for individual workers, the use of electronic elements and the economy of behavior, which is something we have worked around the last 8 years at the bank, and the complementarity between systems. Just think that establishing a portal, we will have millions of people to go register. With this, I invite you to read the publication that will be available soon. Thank you. Thank you, Oliver. Okay, now it's clear what the priorities are, especially of the states when enhancing their insurance schemes so they're inclusive of the new ways of working. I would like to change gears now and talk about the private sector and specifically of the entrepreneur sector. The WorkerTech startups have the potential of contributing fast solutions to be able to provide benefits, protection to many workers and generate social impact. Marco, I would like to ask you a question. What is the main social impact that WorkerTech startups have in the case of health, for example? Can you give us some examples of what planes you generate impact in independent workers? Thank you, Erica, and I'm honored to participate in this forum and to share the stage with my colleagues. Benefits impact a lot. It is amazing. To name a few that I consider that could be the greatest impact for those that affiliate to the WorkerTech platforms, the first one I would call the certainty in income. Take into account that normally, at least in our experience, in our platform, help, it has the privilege of cooperating with plumbers, electricians, carpenters, people that in the informal economy, one day they have work, the other day they don't work. And for financial purposes, it is a great barrier to be able to plan not only your week. Imagine you don't know if you will have work tomorrow or during the weekend. How will you be able to plan how to buy a house or a car or a life project? So the issue of the certainty of income is fundamental. Platforms have the virtue of democratizing tasks. This becomes more important for the younger population that, at least in the sector that help participates in, which is home improvement, which is very similar to other professions where you start to build your portfolio. So in the beginning, it's that income is more erratic if you don't have a portfolio of customers. The democratization of these tasks through technology facilitates being able to have a complete week. In other words, every space that perhaps was not met can be either substituted or supplemented with these platforms under a framework that we call in the WorkerTech meritocracy, that through the performance or the work that you do, the consumer qualifies you or classifies you, and thanks to your score, you can have access to more work. That is one way of increasing the quality of that worker as well, because it focuses not only on the work or the task that they need to do, whether it's delivery, transportation, home improvement, but also customer service, the relationship, the image, etc. So credibility in these people is something fundamental. And that is why the first important benefit is that certainty in terms of income. The second one is the nature of the WorkerTech, which is flexibility. A person can decide what day to work and what schedule. And even in our platform, a plumber can say what plumbing tasks to take and which not to take. So I can configure and personalize my working life. That is the future of work, where you can decide what specialized tasks to take, and the WorkerTech allow you to make that type of decisions. Another important one is financial inclusion. It's almost a requirement for any affiliate to WorkerTech to have banking possibilities, to have a card where you have electronic deposits. And that allows them to open a door to many more financial instruments. And that benefit is very important for these workers. Another one that we have found that is overwhelming is education. In our sector, an electrician or a carpenter generally, or very few people studied academically their profession. It's something empirical. They inherited from the father, the grandfather, or a relative. And in that sense, there's a very big gap in terms of the way in which they deliver their work. Perhaps we have all realized when we receive one of these professionals at home, one gives one service that is different than the other, and one tells you a different thing. So that heterogeneity in knowledge, we have supported ourselves with the large companies of the world of home improvement that manufacture air conditioning or adhesives, and we have formed an alliance to educate and standardize that gap in knowledge. So education, they truly appreciate being able to have access even to certifications that other actors in economy do not provide for these. And to not dominate this topic, but for us, one of the most important benefits is entrepreneurship. We are an entrepreneurship that builds entrepreneurships. And I will explain myself. When somebody comes into a platform and becomes an affiliate, we have the impression that it's to have self-employment. I'm going to be a chauffeur. I'm going to be a delivery person, or I will be a plumber. However, over time, we have realized that it's not a single person business. And this is an interesting piece of data I want to share. In 70% or more of the cases that we have in our platform, there is a role that cares for the customers, that financially administers the business, which is normally the wife of that worker. In a business that is incredibly masculine, we have an opportunity of gender inclusion. And that is where we see with other eyes those affiliates. We don't see them as workers, but rather as entrepreneurs, and that is how we treat them, as family businesses, and that allows us to create programs, for social protection programs. We lend them money so that as their own bosses, they can pay their own insurance. We create educational programs to develop business skills, not only technical skills and many other things, but amongst many other benefits of the WorkerTech. That is what I find. Thank you. We are convinced of the social impact of this segment, and clearly the example you're telling us of help shows that. Now, social impact can go hand in hand with economic models that are profitable and sustainable. What is your opinion, Tomas? Well, the truth is that to talk about profitability, we have to talk about product design, and we have to have the capacity of designing products that are adapted to the needs of our customers. Because in a world where we have so many things, the more we can bet on that niche, the better. And I have to speak of two things there. First, of the data, and then of the agility of entrepreneurs. And the best example is ours, because 2 years ago we discovered that these workers needed financing. They needed funding. But 92 of every 100 or 9 of every 10, when they went to the bank, they didn't receive anything. And we started to ask ourselves, why doesn't the bank lend them if some workers generate 3 or 4 times more than a minimum wage? And we realized that banks and the financial system were looking for the incorrect information. And my grandmother used to say something: work dignifies. In our case, we worked with mobility workers, a specific sector that has 60% of billing in the real world. We had to see how they worked as delivery people or drivers. So we started to create an engine in behavioral economics that looked at 200 data points in the life of that worker thanks to technology. So with technology, the worker could connect their Uber account, their Cabify account, more than 30 apps, and we obtained that history, and in less than 30 seconds, we can lend them money. But we deposit it in less than 30 seconds, 24/7, fundamental to have access to those data. And then the agility of startups, because those data do not exist. We have to build them. We have to have the capacity to generate a business model that is agile, that can be constantly adapted. And if you don't find what it needs, it has to build it. So the road towards profitability is combined of those two things, the capacity of today in a world tech. A bank told me once, but workers don't generate a lot. And today, the economy generates worldwide more than $400 million. And 60% of that comes from platforms that they were going to call drivers. And we all know this. This is Uber. So in 10 years, Uber built an industry that employs 100 million people in the world. If we don't have the capacity to design products that are tailor-made to the needs, profitability would not be possible. Thank you, Tomas.
So it's clear they can do that in a quick manner. Please give me an example on how does that work in the case of Sostengo? Data is to understand risk while recovering. How do we create products or identify the different products that we offer to this specific segment of WorkerTech? Many focus groups, and we focus on 2 important factors which help us to understand better. That is the capability of being able to pay a financial product such as insurance. And number 2, we see in the traditional industry of insurance or products that cannot be customized. So why do you have international coverage? Here comes the value proposition of being able to customize an insurance product, which is really important for that sector. Let me give you two important examples. Important, and we mentioned it, life insurance. With these focus groups, an idea emerged. It was a common idea in this segment. Life insurance, if you die, there is a monetary compensation so that they can pay themselves, they can pay university. They can have the university be paid. Or, for example, in delivery sector, we see moms leave their kids, which is really negative for them. If they had a flexibility to choose their schedule, they could be better off. But then here, so these are two examples on how this segment is needing different types of coverage that will have an impact on daily lives. And of course, it has to be profitable. This is a profitable segment. Why don't we see the big players on this arena? Why don't we have banks, for example, providing these WorkerTech services? Because let's take, for example, a bank or a government that is in the process of digitalization, a process which began 20 years ago. So what happens is that the bureaucratic processes that have the same rules of 50 years ago. What happens with these traditional entities is that for a long time they saw entrepreneurs, the approach was changed through innovation and the creation little in a gradual process in entrepreneurship, the agility that it needed of workers with our technology, it would just take it to be also coherence. What is happening now is that banks, insurance companies, and the traditional players of all industries are beginning to understand and see the startups as a vehicle that may constantly changing. But it is taking them time. And what is of concern, without criticizing anyone, is that they're always behind, they're lagging behind. What else do they need to increase that speed? What else do they need to break those traditional models what should we do from the innovation ecosystem, from spaces like the IDB Forum, to be able to, because we need them. I'm not saying that we should leave banks aside. I'm proposing a way to approach banks and also millions of people who need financing, microcredits, who need to who need all these instruments. So what do we need to have more spaces like these? Because from our side, we are willing to do everything that is possible to collaborate. Because I always get up every day thinking about the 38,000 lines that we have in a platform and which can joining together all these characteristics, the entrepreneurship, the traditional side. But of course, this is not easy. Some areas need to be fine-tuned, and so I would like to ask Marco and Stuardo to tell us a little bit about maybe to find solutions that may be scalable. Of course, many challenges exist as well as opportunities. One of the main challenges have to do with adopting a technology culture by workers. Let me explain. Even when we have a hype in it, maybe for entertaining, but not for working purposes. So these platforms require the mobile to write down tasks or to use certain protocols. Just imagine corporate people who have the privilege of working under air conditioning, or those who carry out big transformational digital processes, and this may cost billions of dollars, and to change the mindset in this educated segment is very hard. So just imagine how much it would cost to do the digital transformation for those who work in the countryside, who maybe do household chores. So it's a really high challenge, and also invites us to create models that will facilitate this adaptation to digital transformation. Another challenge is the gap among financial instruments, to be able to access the banking system. Some people criticizes this sector, and they refuse to affiliate or get into the sector, or to declare taxes. Now, this requires education and show them the benefits that exist by doing this. Another one is a different speeds on how WorkerTechs work. Get around. We hear how hard it is to move forward. These are people who want to provide for their families. They want a decent work, and sometimes they find themselves in front of really difficult barriers because the way regulation moves is not as fast as the way technology moves. So those are some of the challenges. Estuardo, do you want to add something? Yes, we've been talking about education, and I will encompass education for worker techs, but also education for the entire ecosystem. What do I mean? As startups, we have to educate ourselves how this segment is growing, what benefits do these worker techs need. We also have to educate the worker techs themselves in financial education, for example. But nobody has mentioned the government. We also have to educate regulators, not because this segment caught off guard. This segment needs an organized education so that we can see the support from governments and they can see the benefit of this growing segment. We also have to educate investors. Those investors bet on these startups and solutions that are emerging within this segment. In this way, we would be encompassing a whole more educated ecosystem that would also promote such benefits and solutions. Thank you, Eduardo. I have two more questions. Two quick questions, and maybe we will have also space for two questions from the audience. So this question is about thinking about in the medium term as businesses begin to consolidate both platforms or work tech processes. We see different challenges and virtues, and people will begin demanding certain responses, and states will begin advancing in regulatory processes. Now, I don't want to enter in the topic of labor regulation, but I would like to understand what is the role of the startups in these regulation processes. So, Thomas, please. I think it's fundamental. This has been mentioned in different conversations. Startups have exponential growth. Why? Because if we fail, we will do it quick and we will integrate our products. We will try to adapt and launch a prototype. We will raise capitals and we will know a lot in depth in the segment where we are. That makes startups a big opportunity in the previous processes, in processes prior to regulation. In Argentina, there are 8 projects in regards to regulating these activities, but they want workers to follow the traditional rules. Why? Because they didn't speak with the platforms or with the startups that know that specific market. So today we have information which is not related to that variable of the economic activity of the industry, but complementary variables. I could tell you the average of age, the number of women which are my four archetypes, or the importance of migrants in these economic activities. I could tell you which solutions worked or not, which ones were tested, the time that is managed. So we have a lot of information, and I think there are two sides for this. First, that governments and those who are involved in regulatory processes need to start thinking and seeing startups as a source of information. And second, us as startups have to reclaim that position in dialogue tables. We have a lot of information for governments to not commit mistakes. Now, I'm not saying that governments will not make mistakes, but it's important to understand that we have a good opportunity in such innovation spaces so that governments start working ahead instead of lagging behind. They need to understand these industries so that regulation does respond to workers' needs. Instead of having a regulation that takes 2 years that has a negative impact, then it is reversed depending on the politician in power. So we have a lot to contribute, and we have to reclaim our position to make it a reality. Oliver, I think we have many business opportunities in all these processes, a lot of innovation. It's important to understand that when many institutions were designed, it was not feasible to reach people individually. It was really costly. But technology is now allowing in this. Costs are dropping, and a solution can be directed to one person or 100 people. So we have to show this to governments with evidence. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions from the audience, so I apologize. But these panelists will be walking around later, and I apologize that we are running out of time. And in case you want to meet them and talk more about these topics, write to us. It was a pleasure to hear from you. A round of applause. Thank you.
Erika.
Thank you, Erika. So let's give a round of applause to our moderator of the IDB Lab Forum, Yolanda Estrada. She focuses on creating connections and partnerships so that they can have a positive impact on the Latin American and Caribbean ecosystem. With her, we will have Ariane Blanco Esteves, responsible of E6 Invest in Spain for LATAM, and Benjamin Latam, Regional Director of Latin America for Enterprise Singapore. Also with us is Shoei Tawa, General Director of Latin America and the Caribbean, Agencia de Cooperación Internacional de Japón, and also Nira Damsela, Head of Mission from the Embassy of Israel in Colombia. Welcome.
And welcome to our panel today on Going Global, where we're going to talk about how startups in Latin America and the Caribbean can boost innovation through global connections. So my name is Yolanda Strawn. I'm a senior associate at IDB Lab, where my role is to create these impactful and purposeful connections with ecosystem partners, such as yourselves and the people we have today on stage. So it's my pleasure to be here as your moderator for today's panel. We put together a really fantastic panel for you today. We have 4 of our partners representing some of the most dynamic ecosystems around the globe. And we're here today to tell you about the work that IDB Lab is doing to create partnerships and programs that build bridges and innovation at the global level. So creating these impactful partnerships is part of our value proposition as IDB Lab. This means building for us relationships with global partners that provide pathways for entrepreneurs to grow their networks, for them to access new markets, for them to connect with investors, and to find new contacts that will help them to take the next step in scaling their businesses and amplifying, of course, their social and environmental impact. So, as IDB Lab evolves towards becoming an innovation hub, which you heard about through Irene's remarks yesterday, our ability to forge these connections is even more important. These partnerships for us bring knowledge, they bring new technologies, they bring new financing, and they provide additional pathways for startups from our region to grow and thrive. So, what are we going to do today? Today, we're going to hear about some of these global connections programs. What are they? What do they do? And how IDB Lab has been building these with our ecosystem partners. So as I mentioned, we've assembled a panel here today, and we're going to have what I call like a mini immersion into 4 global ecosystems that represent opportunities for startups in Latin America and the Caribbean. So we're going to hear about the unique connections these countries have to the region, and we're going to explore some of the opportunities that they offer. So I'm going to introduce our panelists. So I want to start off with Shohei Tada, who's Deputy Director General for Latin America and the Caribbean at JICA. He has more than 20 years' experience in providing technical and financial cooperation for both public and private sector. And an interesting thing about him is that he used to work for the IDB when he was seconded to the Energy Department in Washington, D.C. for 3 years. Next, we have Adrian Blanco. He's head of the LATAM desk of ISEX Invest in Spain, where he leads programs for startups and scale-ups to attract investment from Latin America and the Caribbean to Spain. He's been working at ISEX for more than 10 years, and he has been generating value through international connectivity and policymaking. Next up, we have Benjamin Lai. So Ben is part of the Americas and Europe team from Enterprise Singapore. He's based in Mexico City. And Ben joined the organization in 2014, working with Singapore technology enterprises on their international expansion. Today, he continues to be the technology lead within the Latin American Caribbean team, where he connects startups and companies with the Singapore innovation system. And last but not least, we have Nir Adam Sella, who is the head of Israel's Economic and Trade Mission to Colombia since 2020. He's part of the diplomatic team there at the Israeli embassy, where he focuses on facilitating business and trade connections between Israel and Colombia. He previously worked at the Ministry of Economy and Industry, where he was responsible for Europe, Latin America, and Eurasia. And he also worked on health sector activities. And Nir Adam is an economist and a lawyer. So that is our panel for today. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you. So we're going to start with my first question to all the panelists. I'd like each of you to tell us about your organization and why it places importance on global connections with Latin America and the Caribbean. So to get us started, I'm going to ask Shohei to tell us why it's important for JICA in Japan.
Okay, thank you, Yolanda. Yes, about my institutions, I'm from Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, and its function, it's 100% owned by the Japanese government, with a mission to support the social and economic development of the countries. So it's more like the same. We have the same function with the IDB Group, but it's bilateral version. I mean, we have like 96 offices in all over the world, and the 23 is in the Latin American and Caribbean regions. And we have about 15 billion US dollars annually is spending, and mostly of that is the financial corporations. We use JICA traditionally work with the government-to-government corporations, and the private sector corporations, which is where JICA directly provide technical and financial cooperation, is recently new. So therefore, the strengthening the global connection is really important for us, because when we work with the governments, we don't really have a choice to whom we work with. There's only one government. But when we try to seek the private sector successful project, finding a good partner is essentially everything. It depends on finding a good partner. So I'm really thankful for the IDB Lab for invitation for this very important event, and looking for to make many connections as much as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shohei. Let's move to Adrian. Tell us about why Latin America is important for Spain and ISEX.
Okay, thank you, Yolanda. Well, ISEX is a government institution. We belong to the Ministry of Industry, Tourism and Trade. We are a 600 people institution. We are based in Madrid. We have 90 offices overseas, including 16 in Latin America and, of course, one here in Bogota. The unit I represent here of ISEX is focused on attracting foreign direct investment. They call us Investing in Spain. And we attract all kinds of capital into our country, but we are particularly focusing on attracting startups and startups from Latin America. How we are creating value? Well, basically we are helping startups to overcome the obstacles they find when they want to go overseas. For instance, we provide funding, we provide connections with VCs, with corporates, and many others. We provide information about how to legally establish the company in Spain. We provide also assistance to get with the visa, and many others. And in this sense, our institution is generating this value and is helping a lot in accelerating the process of startup soft landing in Spain, and is also facilitating, as I mentioned, is a facilitator for the startups that want to expand to Spain, and in particular for the startups that wants to expand and see Spain as a gate to cover the European market.
Thanks, Adrian. So let's move to Ben next.
Hi. So really glad to be here. Thank you, Yolanda and IDB Labs for inviting us. I am Ben and I represent Enterprise Singapore. Enterprise Singapore is a government agency from Singapore. And the easiest way to think about it is we are the mixture of ProColombia and Impulsa. So what we do is we help Singapore companies internationalize, and we also develop our own innovation ecosystem. And how we develop our own innovation ecosystem is by connecting it with other innovation hubs around the world. And I think that going global is very important for startups, especially for Singaporean startups, because Singapore is a very small country. The size of Singapore is half the size of Bogota, and we only have 5.5 million people. So it is a very small market. So for many Singapore companies, the moment they are born, they go overseas. And for us, the first step overseas is Southeast Asia. And that's where I see a great similarity between Southeast Asia and Latin America. So Southeast Asia and Latin America have very similar levels of digital maturity, very similar business environments, and I think most importantly, very similar problems and opportunities. So I invite Latin American startups to look at the Southeast Asian market and tap on Singapore as you come towards Asia. Thank you.
Great, Ben. And now we move to Near Adam.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Great being here with you. Israel employs around 50 economic missions worldwide. 7 out of them are located in Latin America, including here in Bogota. I've been managing the economic mission of Israel to Colombia for 3.5 years now. What Israel does, as Israel is almost completely focused on creating technologies, is connecting to the world, both to other innovation hubs and also for countries and regions that require new technologies. And we help the Israeli and foreign companies create new business. This is, in a nutshell, what we do. We work with many different partners, including the great collaboration with the IDB. We also call Colombian companies to be in touch with us. We work with most large, medium-sized, and also many of the small-sized Colombian companies focused more on technology.
Fantastic. Okay, so we heard from our panel that their organizations play a clear role in facilitating access to markets and overcoming obstacles, in finding new market opportunities, transferring technologies, connecting to innovation hubs, and all of that is, music to our ears at IDB Lab. So thank you for that introductory round. So what I want to do is talk a little bit more about what these global connections look like. So what types of programs, what types of initiatives do we have in place? So my first question to you, Adrian, is, Spain is a country that has very strong ties to Latin America and the Caribbean through history, culture, economics. What kinds of programs are you offering to startups from Latin America and the Caribbean to be able to make that leap to the Spanish market?
Okay, thank you, Yolanda, for the question. Before replying to your question and to provide a little bit of context, just a figure. In the last year, there was like 40 startups established in Spain. This was quite an important number. Compared to 8 in Germany, 4 in France, or 1 in Italy. So in this sense, of course, Spain is working, we have no doubt about it, as a main bridge and as a main gate for expanding the business from Latin America to the European Union. Also, there's some studies that show that countries who share the same language, they multiply by 7 the bilateral investment. So we cannot underestimate the importance of the cultural ties and languages and historical roots. So basically, regarding the programs, we have one program that we launched last year, the first edition. This is a program together with IDB Lab and Endeavor. It's called España LATAM Scale Up. This is a soft landing program of 5 days in Madrid and Barcelona. This is based on more than 40 meetings with the top players in the Spanish ecosystem. VCs, corporates, unicorns, anything that you can imagine that can generate value to your business and to expansion in Spain. We also provide some legal assistance to establish your company in Spain. And we are launching these days the second edition of the program. We are receiving applications. You have here on the screen the QR. To apply to the program. We're going to have the call open for 2 months from now, and the mission and the soft landing program will take place on the second week of November. I really invite you, to all of you, to take part of the program. I really invite you, in particular, if you are a woman, because we want to increase the number of women in the batch, in the startups that are taking part of this mission. And also, I really encourage you to participate if you have a project that can solve some social or environmental issue, okay? There's like 7 criteria. You have all of the information in our website and also the IDB website. But it's very important in this particular year, in the second edition, to be a woman and, of course, to resolve any kind of social or environmental problem, okay? There's a second program that is called Rising Up in Spain. This is a program when we connect Spanish corporates and social and local partners and some corporations, some Spanish corporations, very well-known companies are taking part of the program. And we connect this with Latin American startups and entrepreneurs, okay? In addition to that, in this program, you have a tailor-made acceleration process that is provided by one of our partners, and then also recommend you to take part of that. This is an on-roll basis. Is open the whole year that you can apply at any time. I'm happy to clarify any doubt that you can have after the panel about these two programs. We have another services, for instance, to dealing with visa. That is not the easiest thing if you want to go as an entrepreneur to Spain. We have some funding lines for entrepreneurs and many other different lines of activity to support your expansion to Spain and Europe. But in particular, I would like to highlight to this program, España LATAM Scale Up and Rising Up in Spain. Again, I invite you to take part of this initiative and to talk with me if you have any doubt.
Fantastic. So I hope everybody had a chance to take a photo of the QR code. If we have entrepreneurs in the room, please apply. The program is open for applications, and we hope that you can join us in the next edition. Thank you, Adrian. Okay. So moving on to Japan. So Shohei, we know that Japan's innovation ecosystem is known for its high growth, high tech companies. What kinds of opportunities are there for tech startups from Japan and for startups in Latin America to partner together?
Thank you, Yolanda. Yes, indeed, Japan has one of the most active startup ecosystem in the world. It's like 6th place ranked in the world as Japan as a country. So JICA's interest is to bring those Japanese startups and to take advantage of their solutions to the social and economic development of the region. And so, but still, they are really looking at Asia and not really the Latin American regions. But when you think about Latin America, as our Spanish colleague says, the similarity of the language or the culture and the similarity of the market practice, it's really similar, one country to the other. And going to one country to another is much more easier compared to the Asia or Africa, where the language, culture is a bit more different than the Latin American region. So that's what we are trying to convey a message to the Japanese companies. And one of our initiative is the initiative with IDB Lab, matchmaking program of the Japanese startups with the Latin American and Caribbean startups called Tsubasa. Tsubasa means, by the way, in Japanese, the wings. And with this, under this program, we are trying to provide the Japanese companies to the informations about the markets and the sectors and the countries of the target country where they are interested in, as well as some assistance for the demonstrative projects. But above all, what we are trying to offer is the connection and helping them to find a suitable, good local partners. Could be the private companies, startups, or local NGOs, or public and private funds, so that they could work together. Mm-hmm. And that part, it's really essential, the collaboration with IDB Lab, because JICA and our consultant team has its own network, but it's nothing comparable. The experience, the broadness and the depth of the network that the IDB Lab has in the region. So collaboration with IDB Lab facilitates a lot for the finding of those good partners. Mm-hmm. And in addition, those companies, after graduating Tsubasa, it's like a 6-month program. So it's after graduation of Tsubasa, those companies could apply to the IDB Lab's financial assistance. Mm. Of course, if their demonstrative project goes well. And, but in fact, those 8 companies, it is the first round of Tsubasa selected in the 2021. 6 of them actually are approved or in the process of approval by the additional IDB Lab program as a continuation of Tsubasa. So we are really thankful for that. Well, Tsubasa is a continuous program, so we have another 2022 program ongoing. We are now selecting 11 companies, and now they are just in the phase of looking for the partners in the regions with help of the IDB Lab and JICA and the consultant team. So if by chance any of our audience are interested in such our program or the country or the companies, I'm really happy to provide additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, Shohei. Thank you for telling us about the collaboration you have with IDB Lab, the matchmaking program you have to create joint ventures between Japanese startups and Latin American startups to solve social and environmental challenges in the region. I think it's a beautiful example of what we can do together with partners such as yourselves. So let's move on to Ben from Enterprise Singapore. So Singapore obviously is mentioned as a great example of a really small country, which you just told us about, that massively overperforms. How is Singapore promoting this cross-regional technology transfer and connections with startups in Latin America?
So I think that the correct way to look at Singapore in this context is not as a market. As you know, Singapore is a very small country and market, but think of Singapore as a platform, and a platform for three things. Okay, so Singapore can be a platform for piloting new projects and new technologies because you are very small. There's very little bureaucracy within the government and everything. The second thing is you can see Singapore as a platform to launch yourself further into Asia, especially for Southeast Asia. And the third one is to see Singapore as a platform to source for innovation and technology. So we have several programs. I'll share one of them, which is Slingshot, which is part of Switch. Switch is Singapore Week of Technology and Innovation. And part of Switch, we have Slingshot, which is a global competition. I think the interesting thing for our audience here was that last year, we flew the top 50 finalists of this competition to Singapore to pitch live to VCs, to people who can invest and pilot and launch your projects. This year we will do the same. So the sign up has started. Just scan the QR code, it will bring you to the website. Please ask your friends, your startups, your VCs, your portfolio companies to sign up. The first stage is very simple. Just send your pitch deck, and then from there will be several phases. If you get selected to the next round, it would be virtual kind of Zoom pitching, and then hopefully you get into the last 50, and I will see you in Singapore. Thank you.
Thank you. I love the way you said that it's a platform, and that it's a platform also for innovation and technology, and a gateway to Asia. And thank you for sharing this opportunity for our startups in the region to participate in Slingshot. So I hope that we have some of you applying for that as well. So our next question, my next question, is to Nir Adam. Israel, another small country, is known as the startup nation. So it's for a very good reason. It is known for its innovation, its startups in ag tech, food tech, deep tech, cybersecurity, health tech, every kind of tech, right? So how is Israel helping Latin America and the Caribbean to tap into that technology?
Thank you. I will not focus on a single program, but would rather present what can we do together and how can we collaborate in different ways. And also maybe dedicate the next couple of moments to see Israel and maybe the results. And also taking into account that Israel, similar to many of the countries in LATAM, maybe is not located near the main markets. Israel actually moved from being a developing country, a small country with very little resources, to being a developed country, and we can see the results. So, many times people ask me, so what is the Israeli recipe? How did you do it? So I guess that there is no one recipe, and I guess that every country, every region needs to find their own way to do things. But yes, I mean, our main message is that we are here to both inspire, teach, and also collaborate on concrete projects and initiatives, and be here with you both as technology supplier, but also providing new models of doing business together, such as joint venture, distribution, integration, etc. We can see here that Israel is very much focused on technology. It's mostly on high tech. This is also the result of many years of work. We can see definitely that access to finance is one important component in the success of the Israeli tech ecosystem. Here we see a trend that, I mean, yes, I mean, many of us know Israel is a startup nation, but I mean, in recent years is more scale-up nation, and we're moving more towards more mature companies that also have better reach to maybe to the region, to the LATAM region. So this is also a trend that is interesting. I think it's also inspiring to listen to a small country that managed to produce over 90 different unicorns. And also, I'm sure that each one of you used one of these technologies today, such as USB memory, Waze, Mobileye, etc. I think this is also a point of inspiration, how from a small country in the Middle East you can impact the world. So definitely it can be done from wherever we're talking about, and including in main innovation hubs here in LATAM and the Caribbean. We can see here main cluster that Israel manages, and there are different programs only in our collaboration with the IDB. There is a cybersecurity fund, an agri-tech fund, and health tech fund, so we can collaborate on that. We also have a local partner in Colombia, which is Impulsa, which is the innovation agency of Colombia, and we have similar collaborations in other countries in LATAM. Israel, I think maybe the one magic that I can share, and this is only an example, is that we create ecosystems or systems, and we focus on collaboration and on sharing knowledge and also sharing value and enjoying win-win models. So this is an example of the digital health ecosystem in Israel, which is collaborating globally, also a lot with the LATAM entities. And actually, in these moments, we also have a national fair called Made in Israel that is happening in health tech in Israel. So we invite you to collaborate with us and also engage in the different activities that we do worldwide and also from Israel. Here we see another ecosystem, which is energy tech, sustainability, and clean tech. So, I mean, there's definitely no one recipe, but my main message is that we're open to collaborate with LATAM partners, and our companies are open to collaborate, both with existing programs, which we have many different ones, and I can just, my call of action is that I'd love to be in touch with you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nir Adam. So many interesting things from that presentation. And I didn't know that Lemonade was an Israeli company. I recently filled out a quote to get reinsurance on my apartment. So that's how I know about Lemonade. But super, super interesting. I love the emphasis on win-win partnerships. And the breadth of the Israeli tech ecosystem is quite impressive. So thank you for sharing that. And thanks for that call for collaboration. So, we kind of had our little mini immersion. You had a chance to see what each of our different partners offers. There are many programs that as startups you can apply to, or if you're an accelerator or another ecosystem partner and you're interested in working with these 4 global ecosystems, the invitation is open. But before we wrap up, I want to hear from each of our panelists. Now that we've talked about the amazing things that they're doing and all of these programs, there's always something that we could do better, right? Maybe there's always something that we're not doing enough, or we're missing a key group or area. So I want to ask the question, like, what are the gaps in this space? Where are we falling short? And what issues or topics are underdeveloped or underserved? So maybe I'll start with Nir Adam this time, since I always pick on Adriano Shohei. So why don't you go ahead and tell us what you think?
So in one sentence, I think maybe one of the messages that we can bring from Israel is that startups and tech companies need to think global from their first day. Not to try to solve a very local problem, but actually to change the world with your technology and reach out to the actual players that do this worldwide. I think maybe if I need to choose one message, that's my message. A lot of times, actually, it requires collaborating with the local ecosystem. It's okay to find a local partner, but eventually reach out to the world.
Great advice. All right. Who wants to go next? You? Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, for me it's very obvious that from one side you have all of this talent that we are seeing these days here in the forum in Latin America, a lot of amazing entrepreneurs with global ambition. And from the other side you have the largest market in the world, that is the European market with more than 500 million people with an income per capita over 30,000 income. So you have plenty of room to build bridges between the two. And in this bridge is exactly when we are creating value from the Spanish government and with our friends from the IDB Lab through the programs that we mentioned. Just very brief, I would like to highlight that there's a great momentum also to go to Spain with your startup, because we passed a new startup law in January, and we have a new fiscal framework for startups with a corporate income tax of 15% and many other fiscal deduction for stock options and many others. Also because in the month of February, we launched the first fund of funds in Spain with 4 billion euro. So there's a moment with a lot of capital in Spain, abundant capital, precisely in a moment where it's very complicated to find capital for startups. And also because in general, we work a lot with a lot of corporates and VCs, and all of them are transmitting to us that they want to know more Latin American startups and entrepreneurs. So we can help you also with that, with this first connection to have like the first client or the investment opportunity in Spain.
Fantastic. So not just connecting startups to markets, but connecting venture capital investors in Spain to markets in Latin America and to startups. Wonderful. Love it. Ben?
So I don't think it's so much of a gap. I think that Latin America has a lot of talent, but I think a lot more can be done to bring youth at risk, people from underserved population into this tech sector. And I think that EduTech could be a very good way to bring more people into our ecosystem, and it would help accelerate prosperity in the region.
Fantastic. So focusing on the youth, ed tech, and being more inclusive of young people in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Yes, very important. Okay. And Shohei.
Yeah, my message would not be to the Latin American region, but to my colleagues over Japan. So nobody, I don't know if anybody Japanese here, but yeah, I would like the Japanese people, Japanese company to know better the Latin American regions of such a huge potential, and for that we are trying to do that. But the dissemination of information is not so easy. So what we are focusing is making actual cases of good, successful cases of Japanese company and Latin American company working together and success. So that's what we are focusing on, and we are trying to continue on. Thank you.
Okay. I love that as well. Bringing those success stories, those casos de éxitos to others so that they can see what the pathway was, how it's possible, and using those as examples. So, yes, very good. Very, very good. So we actually might have some time for questions. I don't know if there's anybody in the audience that would like to learn more about the programs or has a question for any of our panelists. You can raise your hand and let us know. If you'd like to make a comment or ask a question, that would be great. So I open the floor to questions at this time. Are there any? No questions?
Si en este momento tenemos alguna pregunta.
If we have any questions for the panelists right now, this is the moment to ask those questions.
Can I ask Adrian a question? So the fund that you are developing in Spain is for all sectors, or what kind of startups are you looking to attract with that? The fund of funds.
Well, basically, this is a very interesting story because up to now, if you have a look to the Spanish ecosystem 5 years ago, most of the VCs were investing just in Latin America because the LPs were institutional investor, both from the Spanish government or the European Union. But in this new fund of funds, the criteria to invest overseas is much more open. And in this sense, this is creating an opportunity for all of the Latin American startups to get funding from this VC firms based in Spain. And in your question about the verticals, well, in particular, Spanish VCs are quite agnostic. They invest in almost everything, with the exception of biotechnology, but they're like, very, very well-focused investment firms.
Right. Thank you.
Thanks, Ben. Okay.
If I create a startup, I know where to go.
So maybe at this time, I think it's a good time to close the panel and thank our panelists for their presentations. I think we had a really good round of information, of invitations to join them in the various initiatives. We have Scale Up Latam and is it Rising Up in Spain, 2 programs that you can apply for if you're a startup, especially if you're a woman entrepreneur. We would like to have more women for this year's edition, so please apply. Yes, we have Subasa with JICA, which is also in its second edition, where we're looking to promote joint ventures with companies between Japan and Latin America. We have Sling in Singapore, a great event, acceleration program that the government of Singapore has been launching. And with Israel, we have our AgTech program, we have cybersecurity, and we're hoping to do much more with them as IDB Lab to bring more partnerships, more connections, more opportunities to startups in our region. So important for us. So I think with that, we'll wrap up today. And thank you so much to our panelists, and thank you to you, our audience, for joining.
Gracias.
Thank you, Yolanda and her panelists, for promoting these bonds. Also, you for being part of this event that marks a story in the IDB Lab, but to remain seated. We are going to start the closure of this event. Well, thank you very much. It's almost good evening to all. Thank you for having attended these last 2 days and all those that are listening through streaming as well, and for being so productive and so inspiring, and for making these conversations so significant and everything that was achieved during these 2 days. James Scriven from IDB Invest, thank you for being here as well. And thank you for putting on the IDB Lab t-shirt. I think that many here in the room, including the 19 directors we have from our board, and thank you all for being here, know how significant this is and why it's so good that we work together so much hand in hand, IDB Lab, IDB Invest, and hand in hand with IDB as well, to thank you for this warm welcoming and for all the support of all the team in Colombia, the Colombian government as well, that has received us so well, and the 40 member countries of the IDB Lab, without whom none of this would have been possible. Thank you as well for the belief in IDB Lab and for helping us to move forward, maintaining the focus on our mission and our purpose, that is to use innovation and technology truly to create a more inclusive society and to support the poor and vulnerable. And of course, I have to thank the sponsors. So I will read a little bit. The Chamber of Commerce of Bogota, ISEX Invest in Spain, WeFi, Women Entrepreneurs Finance Initiative, and the allies, Cor Capital, Confama, and Da Vivienda. The cooperators, AVP Ventures, Google, Mujeres Sin Filtro, Winvest, and Wise. And to all of them, thank you. It has been a lot of support that you have provided. To the producing companies that are behind these, they think a lot like us. It's called Esfera Impacta. And they are all around there. And of course, our appreciation to the IDB Lab that is behind all of this, led by our Sky IDB Lab that is managed by Marcelo Cabral. So thank you all for all of your effort. So I could continue by thanking so many more people, including all our colleagues from the IDB Group management team that are here and that have participated in different sessions. But I want to leave James some space so that you can tell us a little bit of what you have experienced. Okay, first of all, thank you very much, Irene. We have done this several years in a row, and it's an honor and a pleasure. And a little bit of envy. We had an event a couple of weeks ago. We didn't have as many directors as you have here. So in the future, we're going to change that. You have to add more innovation to it. First, to thank you, Irene. The truth is that your cooperation, our work together is related a lot with that, with the people and not the institutions. When we work at the IDB Invest and the IDB Group, the way you have adopted this forum, but the way in which you're working with all of us as well. Second, to thank Colombia. A year ago, I hadn't come for a year. It's a pleasure and an honor. The warmth of the Colombian people and everything we do. So a special thanks to everyone. As Irene said, my name is James Scriven. Despite that name here in Colombia, they call me James. Clearly, they never saw me play soccer, or they wouldn't call me that. But we're in a transformation process as a group with the arrival of our new president. You all met him yesterday, of working more together and having much more impact. You heard the word impact. And there are few tools around the world as technology and innovation to have impact. So there's an enormous bet on the IDB Group. The IDB Lab is the tip of the sphere, but we have to transform with technology. I had the fortune of having different people in different panels. I'm seeing Elan there that led all the climate tech. I see Julius around there that was in conversations around SPAC. I see Maricela as well that led the conversations on the silver economy, and Milagros that I can see she's around here somewhere on the greening of the value chains. Great examples of how we work together. But I want to highlight the following. In this transformation that we are experiencing as an IDB group, we're trying to take that, and unfortunately, I will say something in English, going from good to great. Why do we say that? Because we have had many examples of companies that have been funded by IDB Lab and that we have funded and helped escalate. Transformation and the conversations we're having with the directory is how to add more energy to this and how we can escalate this more, because we have big examples of scalability. That reference will be heard in many places as a continuum, the concept of work that is started where there's much more risk, much more experimentation. And those big examples is when we come in that continuum to work. And everything we're doing is so that that continuum is closer and is more strategic. And to close, as a development bank, as a development group, everything we do is impact. I loved it. I attended several sessions, the last one from Nacho Peña that was talking about not only technology, but how technology impacted the lives of the populations of our 26 countries. And that is the final purpose of everything we do. Everything we do ends up in impact, impact, impact. So thank you very much once again. A true pleasure to be here with all of you, Irene. Thank you, James. And this continuum is extremely important because we heard talking about the new term that was called here the scienteers. And those innovators that are going to create these companies that are the companies of the future, if we don't have an arm that helps us afterwards to escalate this, we wouldn't be doing everything we can do correctly, everything we can do for the region. So thank you, James, for helping us strengthen this for the entire region. And to do it with focus, we talked a lot about why we want to add focus to this to better escalate. And I think we have seen that as well in these 2 days, because we have brought these bonds closer in the communities of expertise, knowledge, and businesses that we're focusing on in terms of cross-cutting topics in climate, the climate tech community. I think that we walked out these 2 days with a very strengthened community in climate tech. In terms of gender, everything that we're able to hear, the pitch of the 15 entrepreneurs that won the WeXchange and all the work that they did before, and the former link of the WISE community, that is amazing. And that is going to create the next generation of entrepreneurs in STEM. And in other cross-cutting topics in blockchain and artificial intelligence, once again, I believe that we permeated every single sector through the discussions on Web3, blockchain, a lot of interest, and through the Fair Lab, through the responsible use of artificial intelligence, and of course, the communities in specific topics. For example, the silver economy one. There was a meeting that will continue tomorrow. And I could name many more, but I will end with 2 specific communities to end, because those are the ones that are going to support us more to take this scale to a reality. And those are the public arm, what we call the GovTech. And thank you to all the GovTech community that will continue here in other meetings tomorrow to continue to strengthen their work plan, and also the scale through the private sector through the corporate impact venturing initiative. Those 2 communities to better escalate. So very happy. Thank you to all of you. I hope that you walk out with more ideas, more inspiration, more conviction of doing more of this together. And James, well, I think we need to celebrate now. We will watch a video that summarizes and celebrates everything we have experienced here with these 2 days, and that also marks the IDB Lab's 30th birthday. And then afterwards, we will go to the 4th floor, those that are here present, to the closing cocktail. So I will leave you with the video.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you all. To the team, please. We're going to take a picture, and those that want to go to the party upstairs, you can start. A special recognition to Isabela Cherry, to so many other colleagues, but Marcelo, please.
Sí, Marcelo.
Nadie se iba a subir, pero yo te ayudé.
Claro que sí. Bienvenidos los que quieran a ir.
Welcome those that want to step up for the picture, and the IDB Invest team as well for the picture. Maricela Julius. Ana Rosa, I see you there. Elin, step up. Everyone.
Poner en 2 filas. Sí, nos ponemos en 2 filas, anda.
2 filas, por favor. Por favor, digan el favor.
Claro que sí.
Sí, Rosa. Sí, todo. Pero ya que bailo, me duele.
¿Estás feliz? Ah, sí. Súper, gracias. Uy, me voy a quitar esto.
Posso grupo. Vení.